aventure de vous prouver votre web show. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Oh, they're talking to us. Okay. All groups with results. So when do you want to call on that? So opening, hellos, schedule of both streams. Right. Okay. 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 What team do you want to pull first?
Are you a doctor? Because you got handwriting.
I was wondering what the payoff was there.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Sick. I think all these maps, I think all three of them, there's no outlier like, oh, why have they went here and all this. I think all three of them enjoy it. I think the consulate one's interesting because obviously they played it yesterday, FEARX, and lost it.
Yeah.
So I think there's that element to it where they're going to go back there.
Do I wear the beret under the headset? I think I do as the bit.
You do, as long as you can hear.
Another showdown of the same region. Black Dragons versus FAZE.
Yeah, FAZE, world champions, playing today. Had the off day yesterday. So, yeah, I think straight away, I'm thinking Shopify Rebellion, DPLUS. Both of those teams won their game. So, it is who's going to be top of the group.
Well, talking about the groups, why don't we have a little bit more of an in-depth look at, well, our groups today playing out on this side, starting with Group A. We did get the name of those flowers, and I forgot to write them down, so
nice.
Jesse knows them. Jesse knows them. Top of the group, WEIBO, who will be one of our opening 2 teams in this showdown. I mean, what a game. They played yesterday, and a 7-1 on the first map against NIP, an 8-6 on the second to get themselves that 2-0, but look how pretty they're sitting at the top of the group. And then the game that we covered yesterday, Heretics versus FEARX.
Yeah, obviously Heretics as the only Tier 2 side that we have at the competition, starting things off with a big win against a very established team. I mean, FEARX have been around for forever, it feels like. So FEARX today, they need the bounce back.
Oh, they need it. And obviously with how strong they opened that first map as well, they were sort of in the lead and prime position, ready to sort of take it to the level, but things just faded away. Now, the other group that will be showing on this stream, I believe, is Group C. It'll be finding itself a home on the B stream, and another pretty flower, and another pretty result there. Shopify Rebellion sitting at the top. They got themselves the win over G2, who, well, drift towards the bottom. But those 2 teams sort of in the middle of where your eyes are. DPLUS Gear and Black Dragons, if they can keep themselves with a bit of this forward momentum, who knows how this group can go.
Yeah, and I also will note to look at the round difference between G2 and Shopify Rebellion. It shows actually how close that 2-0 was, because there's only 3 rounds in it. I mean, that last map went all the way to the 15-round mark. So, yeah, still there for G2. I believe they have the day off today, so they can sit back and hopefully get the bounce back tomorrow.
Well, I mean, they've got to, right? They have to look at how yesterday went. They have to look at how they can rebuild, because there were some moments. I think we all saw the clip with
the moment.
There was a moment, and we all saw it, and we're probably going to try and forget about it. But
no, never forget.
Okay,
no.
Well, he's not going to forget, but some of them probably should, because you're looking at where do they go from here? Well, they have a day off. They have a day to sort of reset,
yeah.
Okay, there's still a lot of seeds to be
played.
Get
the troll out of the system.
Just get it. And Shopify Rebellion, you're against Canadian playing like a life game, right? He was back to old Canadian.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody expected.
It was more Canadian was sat back, and the other 4 just, yeah, have fun, kids.
Well, that's our later game. Let's talk about our current game, and we'll talk about the team that you and I covered yesterday, FEARX, who, as we said, didn't quite have the right Cinderella start that they probably wanted. From map 2 and map 3 turned into a little bit of a pumpkin. The problem was, map 1, you had massive performance from Woogieman and Coated. Huge game. Map 2, Rin showed up. No one else really did. They lost it. Map 3, Good Boy showed up. No one else really did. They cannot get themselves operating as a team, Demo.
Yeah, this is the issue with a term that we would dub a lifer, isn't it? That's the way we kind of look at it. It is not a sustainable way of Siege unless you are top 5 players in the world, and then that's just a given. Do I think that this, players here are top 5 players in the world? No. So that's the issue that I think that they have, is they need everyone pulling together at the same time. We know the team can do it. We know the players are there. They're still fantastic players. This is the Korean super team, don't forget, as you love to call them.
Listen, I'm an enjoyer of Korean Siege. I've covered the region for a very long period of time. I love FEARX as a team. I know that they struggle quite a lot. And you don't want to harp them up. You don't want to build up teams, but we can always talk about the possibility of teams. We can talk about what teams can achieve and where they can achieve it. And it's seeing different aspects pop up, and they just cannot get it in a unity. But their opponents, well, WEIBO, what a way for them to go yesterday. As I said, such a strong first map, right? Unbelievable opening. They get themselves the 7-1, and then they just sort of roll into the 8-6. But cool as anything you like.
I love this team. That man in the middle for me, he makes this team. Reaps, fantastic. Just everything about him. He done his interview yesterday. Did you see that? Reaps doing an interview. I never thought we would see the day. But all credit to him. He came on. He said, I think, again, Reaps, fairly humble. It's a good thing Turd wasn't there, because we'd probably get the other end of the spectrum. You know what he's like.
Yeah, I think there's always this sort of element of how they set themselves up of being vocal, right? There's always that sort of cited remark. We joked about Mephi being in the all chat, but it's comes from...
Rubs off. Turd was the first one to really start the chat inside.
Reeks loves to join in. And it's an element that you've always kind of wanted in the region, right? You want a bit of the spark. You want a bit of the fire.
You want the personalities, because I think that was always missing for a good portion from this region, was the personality of the players.
What has never been missing from this region is great gunners. Historically, throughout the entire history of sort of Siege and APAC, it's always been, oh, they're really hard to fight. Yeah. You got to outstrat them. And talking about strats, let's start in the map ban phase. Now, we had a couple of familiar maps yesterday, but where will we end up here? I'm curious to see how this sort of breaks together. Ooh, a chalet, a cafe, and a consulate. WEIBO will be starting on the defense on chalet, and then FEARX on the defense of cafe, leading to a consulate decider with FEARX getting that coin flip. Well, how does that shape up with your games from yesterday, Darren?
Well, I mean, straight away you can see that FEARX, they've went for the bank ban, and you know, they lost that yesterday against a team who typically that's their permaban. So I think, yeah, FEARX, let's put that away. I look at those 3 maps and I think it favors either team. You know, they're happy enough to play these maps. It's not a map, you know, they're not maps that they'll go out of the way to specifically ban. I mean, Consulate was played yesterday. Between Heretics and FEARX. Didn't end too well for FEARX, but it's the decider. I also do believe if you're willing to play a map like Consulate, therefore you should be able to play a map like Cafe, because I think they're very similar in terms of the flow, where it's a lot of outside window play, getting into the building can sometimes be a little bit tricky. You know, there's always this element where the map, like, when you've got to get the window control and when you've got to get everything locked in, you kind of need those gunners to pop off. But there has to be a network of support, right? There has to be something, and it just still worries me about FEARX. With these maps, there's not a lot of slow burn. And, well, we'll start with a little bit of cool and calm and a bit of a ski chalet. We'll see. Oh, yeah, that was kind of expected. That is... That's very one-sided.
Well, one-sided or not, we're about to hit the slopes on our first map of Chalet.
Oh, here we go.
At this point, what do? Where's your band's head at here?
Oh, well, Chalet, I don't mind it. I think it's a pretty different map than kind of what we're used to seeing in the meta whenever you're dealing with maps like Labs and Lair and Club, where they're pretty big. It's all about opening walls. I mean, when do you ever really see the external hard breachers come into play? Well, in the basement, that's really it. This is much more of a map where you're focused on your crossfires. How well can you cut off players in towards top fireplace? Obviously, the window gameplay over towards the piano windows, that whole little balcony. Yeah, that's going to be quite a point. I think it's just a very heavy utility dump map. You know, you think about like a bar and games hold, that utility dump going over towards blue stairs. So you're expecting operators like your Grim. Yeah, Thatcher makes a ton of sense, because Thatcher, obviously, straight away you think, oh, that's going to be great to get rid of the cage of the bandits. But no, in terms of being able to pick off bits of util, like your Runegates, like your ADS systems, anything that's going to obviously work electronically, you can just counter that straight away. So yeah, I think the Thatcher's a really good pick.
Well, let's waste no more time and get our heads in on towards the start of this. Now, there is the point here where you start to make worrying comments. The worrying comments of it's day 2, your first play day. You don't have to scratch that off, but you don't want to sort of stay thinking about it. WEIBO, if they can get this one locked in, if they can get themselves a second 2-0, I mean, at this point, I think they're definitely out of the group stage. They're sort of locked in. You can make the decision quite early. They want to keep pushing because they know M80 is coming for them.
Yeah, and also don't forget, you're playing for the first then. You're playing for the first place, and then you get a little bit of a skip into that top bracket.
I think we always knew there was going to be a competition between those two teams.
Yeah, I mean,
WEIBO and M80.
I think WEIBO is actually a very heavily underrated team.
Oh, massively.
I think people forget how consistent this team has been over the past number of years. Last year they were here. It was under Team Joel, the fish.
Yeah, we all remember the fish. I think I can't remember the name of the fish, but
it was Joel. Oh. That's why it's called Team Joel. And
there
was a picture of the fish.
And then there was the man, the mannequin. Do you remember the mannequin?
No.
They had a mannequin. I can't remember what event it was. Okay, yeah, they definitely did. I'm not crazy.
Well.
There was a mannequin because Milos interviewed the fish and the mannequin.
I don't know. I just remember the fish.
I think it was Atlanta. It was Atlanta. Thank you. I think that was the Observer Sky, I believe. Yeah. Had a little bit of Aussie. But Never. No, it wasn't. At this point, they've got themselves in, on towards, and looking for the first fight here. Just onto the back of the bar. The stock fight as the Shield tries to push his way up.
Yeah, look at this hold coming in from FEARX. It's a full extension for a top floor. They're not only just trying to hold in towards bar, but also in towards kitchen. And I mean, this is where the Shield is great at just being able to pinch these roamers. And you just look at this setup. Look how separated the players of FEARX are. Nobody's together, and that means there's going to be no trades. And look at this, a 5v3 after a minute.
I mean, Arpe just sort of cleaned and waited for that situation. We already talked a lot about Rin yesterday. If you're unaware of Rin's playstyle, it'll be, I'm going to find a fight and hope for the best. It's a confidence, but unfortunately, sometimes it snowballs into a problem. Here, went to try and get the revenge for the death of Mephi, but they've lost the Solace. They've lost that control underneath. Now the Shield can sort of just turn FAZE. They've got 3 of them on the site. They don't really have to worry right now with the pressure coming up behind because they've done such a good job going on a bit of an adventure, hoping to get somebody that might not be paying enough attention, but it's just a Shield watching. They're not leaving anything to chance here, WEIBO.
Yeah, all they need to do is clear half wall and they're in pretty much. The only issue is just coated. So it is down to him to make the play. But I think with this Monty bearing down on him, it's going to be very tricky. However, I believe Speakeasy, yeah, he's been killed by the smoke, and then Coated has had a swing out the door and taken out Ape.
Okay, maybe they aren't taking things slow instead. As they instantly lose 2 people and bring us back level. Blinded on the inside, trying to get a lucky kill on the back, and there's Reaps finding Woogieman. Gets themselves a second and brings a bit of comfort to it as the spray across the smoke covers the piano side. They've got the hop in towards the top of Ivy, but nobody's really driving in as of yet. There's the rotate cutoff. They're hoping they can just isolate the kit, isolate half of the site, get it in the bedroom, and put the pressure on. Just misses the player, but he's outside and caught out. Reaps for his 3rd. Almost walks into a teammate's grenade, and good boy. A sliver of health is instantly removed.
Yeah, that was a really well played 3v2. And yeah, a little bit of a wobble there. The Monty obviously dying and then Coated getting his kill over towards the single door. What really impressed me was the management and the adaptation. So obviously WEIBO know, okay, the guy inside of office, that's the danger man. That's who we need to kill. We need to find Coated. What's the best way to do that? Oh, let's isolate him where he's by himself. And how did they do that? They rotate a man onto big window. They use the Capital to keep the other teammate at bay inside of bathroom, and then they can isolate Coated in a 1v2 scenario, and they do not allow his teammate to get the trade. Very well done to WEIBO. Great start.
Strong start, and see how they mean to carry on. Obviously, WEIBO, as we said before, they got their win yesterday. They got it in 2-0 fashion. They got themselves that current top of the group, and with M80 off to play their first game today, well, I guess we'll find out how the group sort of looks at the end, but this is a game that I guess from those sort of levels is a bit of a must-win, I think, for the side of WEIBO. They want to make sure that they compete with everybody.
Yeah.
The problems that I think FEARX suffered from yesterday against Heretics won't be as easily punished by Heretics against WEIBO.
Yeah, another thing as well with WEIBO, they've always been a top APAC side. You know, whenever it comes to them facing other APAC teams, they usually come out on top. So this is always a good matchup for WEIBO if they're against someone else in their region. So, yeah, I think it's going to be difficult for FEARX, to really break them down. And the thing about WEIBO, everyone played well yesterday in their team. And I think that gives a massive boost knowing that somebody didn't walk away from that thinking, I need to step my game up. They're thinking, yeah, everyone done their job. We got all of the points. We took the 2-0. Now we roll on to tomorrow.
Now, that opening engagement last round was very well hunted. Found the Solace, realized what she wanted to do, and said, I'm not having any of that. Sent the shield in, which was kind of uncontested, to be fair, on main. Here, it looks like they know they want to do the same thing on the bottom west main. And it doesn't look like Coated wants to stick around and see what happens next. Has already slipped their way back in towards the kitchen. They know that they cannot give those body advantages, those little closed-down opportunities towards WEIBO, who will just encircle, trap, and then drop them and rock them out. There's still work being done. They're clearing little portions of the map, little pockets, little bits of space. They can now try and route their way up if they wanted to.
Well, you see the Amaru downstairs inside a wine, and well, that could only mean one thing. The Gara hook up through the sight hatch in towards dining, so I think that's going to be the play. And whenever you're going for those kind of sneaky plays where you want to try and catch them by surprise with a very niche operator pick, The best way to do so is just kind of crab around the map.
There's
Use
the
your
crab.
operators like Dokkaebies.
Here we go.
And then go for it.
Here we go. The flashes are in. The zip is up, and he's off to the races. There's one. He's looking for the second, but he can't quite get it. In the meantime, though, everybody else got demo.
It's my kind of siege.
Your kind of siege?
This is what I'm talking about. This is it. Play reckless. Take the risk. That'll never work again. We know that'll never work. They can't do that again in this tournament, but it's good for the one round.
Well,
Love it.
2-0 and very different pace. To be fair, actually, okay, as we go into a timeout, we'll obviously get the team having an early conversation. It's sort of this, as I was making the illumination on, slow and steady from the start. They're looking for those close downs. If they can get them trapped, they will do that. They will sort of put the pressure on and everything. But then on the other side, that was quick, that was pacey, that was aggressive.
Oh, good start, really good start. I mean, I think whenever you kind of see that play style from WEIBO, where obviously it is quick, you're looking for that pocket play, the best way to kind of go about that is just try and create space in other areas of the map. Try and pull people out of position, and that's kind of what they did. You know, they were able to pull people to kind of look towards West Main. That's where a lot of the pressure was coming in from.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they thought. That's where the pressure was coming in from, was towards West Main. And because of that, they're not facing towards Tiny. That's the last thing you're going to believe is, oh, what happens if an Amaru comes up the hatch? Because you don't think like that.
No.
You know, that's not the way you go about life.
No.
You know, I don't sit there in my room thinking, what happens if an Amaru came through my window?
What happens?
What happened?
What happens if Oryx just runs through a wall?
Exactly.
Oh, except
Yeah.
Oryx is less useful
What
as an operator.
happens if Intero stops wearing turtlenecks? What
Ooh.
happens?
What happens if Intero cuts his hair?
Oh,
Oh.
bad things. Whoever cuts that hair, I'll tell you.
It's, I remember
What happens if Jesse deletes his spreadsheet?
Oh, I wouldn't want to. Jesse, if you're listening, that will never happen. Jesse will never do that.
Wait till I see that laptop unattended. I'll be in there.
No. As if he doesn't have like 30 backups. He's got a server
I
running.
actually threatened him with it last night. Saying, I'm going to delete your spreadsheet. He goes, I've got backups at home.
Of course he does.
Nerd!
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. We talk about video games for a living.
Yeah, but he does stats.
All right, okay. Taking the vertical control here. Obviously, the timeout hasn't changed the idea of rotating sites. They're keeping themselves moving through the map, keeping themselves mobile and active, and hoping that they can maybe offer something more on towards the third site.
Well, I can only assume that the timeout would be, guys, play more together. Because I feel as though a lot of the kills that are coming in for WEIBO, it's just one guy. And then there's nobody else from FEARX to get the trades.
Now they're worried about someone trying to make their way down Solarium stairs, and with a bit of damage done either side, it's Hoven that gets Good Boy, and, well, he wasn't trying to go down the stairs, but he definitely wasn't going to survive in the bedroom. Cut off at the pass. There's one more ping. Look, they just moved the shield round, right? They've got the player on the double window. They've got the watch on Solarium windows. This player is now isolated. If he tries to rotate out, he's probably going to find nothing, but there is trades elsewhere. Woogieman gets Hoven. Reaps gets coded. The hop out gets the follow through Rin. He's on a bit of a journey, a bit of a march. Woogieman's offering cover, but they'll probably try and watch the verticality. That's the position they're getting in. What is going on? Get in the building. Baited him outside and slips away. Mephi is able to get Speakeasy in the midst of this, but what a wild goose chase Rin just led them on.
Yeah, I mean, this is clinical here from FEARX, and that's the kind of plays that they can go for where it is massively high risk. That play, Claymore, and he's gone.
He's gone.
But that is the risk that they take, and whenever your back's up against the wall, you're 2-0 down, you need to start getting out there and being brave.
I thought it was the way he stayed out there a little bit longer as well. He opened the window and then went back, so he forced them to have to go outside and look for the kill, and then he's like, okay, they're not watching the verticality. Now I can go back in and try and escape, and just great bait. There's still 50 seconds left. Turd and Arpe could try and piece themselves together here and get a bit more of a take. If they can isolate one of these players, well, look at where they are. You've got one bottom of blue, ready to try and swing up the stairs if they go for the corridor. One above could hit the hatch. And there needs to be a lot of pressure. There needs to be a lot of burn. They only have one flashbang left between the pair of them, and then obviously one on the back line on the stock side. So, instead, Turd accidentally.
I've seen that. It happens way too often as people just dropping hatches by accident. Realistically now, Emmy, they just need to try and just pinch somebody. And this is they're looking for the individual engagement. They know he's in this corner. Now it's just about trying to get the kill.
And they've got to hop in. I mean, Premonition knew he was going to be swung on, did go for it, but look at the time here, Demo.
Yeah, good trade.
And there's Rin. He's always looking for a fight. Woogieman gets RP, and FEARX get their first round.
Yeah, better from FEARX. You know, that play, jumping out that window, being brave. Better trade there from Rin, knowing that his teammate's going to get pinched. That's being fed through the comm channel. And then he's there, ready for that kill. And yeah, whenever it comes down to 10 seconds, you know, not a lot that WEIBO can really do about that. Obviously, Turd not ready for that engagement. And yeah, FEARX get themselves back into this game. I will say, though...
Monty?
Yeah, well... No. Well, I think, yeah, the Doka beat on Chalet, specifically. I don't think Monty's that good on Chalet. I think he's okay.
No, he's not good.
Fantastic.
But it just felt like FEARX was struggling on how to meet him at first.
Just bring in the Oryx.
All right. Do you ever sit there and think about an Oryx running through your wall?
No, that's what I'm trying to say. You don't think about that. Look, I think whenever it comes to Chalet as well, don't forget, this is supposed to be attacker-sided. Yeah. I always think 4-2, attacker splits and Chalet, pretty common. So FEARX are halfway there to a normal half.
I mean, they've got themselves set up at least on one of these sites, but this is where we look at the problems. And before, it very quickly turned into a 5 versus 3. That did become a 3 versus 3, but you think about those entry kills. I'm not going to say that they were super easy to get.
No, you can say that.
Okay, they were quite easy to get. And that's the problem, right? They need to try and find a way to complicate that factor without also just giving WEIBO big portions of the map, because WEIBO will take them.
Yeah, I think they just spread themselves too thin. You know, it's you've tried to spread on your toast just the one knifeful of butter. That's not going to cut it. You need to go back for the double scrape.
Really cold butter as well.
And
really
whenever
hard.
it's too thin, you're not going to be able to cover everything. And that's the issue. You know, they try to hold on too much, and Monty just comes in and says, nobody going to, you know, help you? Okay, I'll kill you.
Well, now we've got at least 2 players, if not 3, on towards the side currently, but it seems like one's playing the rotate. Early pressure down towards Good Boy inside games and billiards, and, well, the check from the line as well. But look, the positional difference here. Instead of being on the back line on towards the stock side, move towards the stairs, can rotate their way up white, can get themselves to freedom, can get themselves a support structure quicker. Yes, you have windows, you've got to try and slip your way past, but still, you can't be cornered as you were before. Here as well, they have somebody still below that might have just been missed on the drone. There's that sort of positional player. I think it's Woogieman is just lurking and skulking around. Yep, and at this point as well, it's just, as you said, they have the support structure.
Yeah, nobody's actually in the building. And there's a minute gone on the side of WEIBO. Everyone just kind of sit and wait for the kind of picks to hopefully appear, but...
Here's an execute.
FEARX, are we going to move, or are we just going to sit in the hands?
Well, they're throwing themselves in. They've got the sense gadgets to try and roll out. The fire to cut the sort of cross in a fight as they mistimed it. Good Boy gets caught, but Coated catches Speakeasy in response. A 4 versus 4, and don't know what that was. Just to cover, actually, the swing round from the top of the window. The cross is a little bit safer now. Arpe finds Woogieman, and now they're in the building proper. Off to the races. They have that player from underneath. But a minute 22 and some scrap damage done to the man on the second story. Can't quite get it, but Mephi gets turd on the fadeaway. Rin, he's trying to cross the path. As you said, the diffuser dropped outside the balcony by the bathroom side, which means that, yes, it has some gadget cover, but still, you got to go get it, recollect it, and still have the cover put together as the teamwork. There's the throw. There's the drop on himself. Arpe underneath, dug up and ripped the floorboards out from the base of Rin. With only a smoke canister done, it's just a C4 and a pocket barbed wire and a Rooney gate, but I don't think those are going to do too much, Demo.
Need to get the kit. That is the main issue. Need to have that in hand now. If Mephi plays it well, he could just try and jiggle peek off that same window that he killed Turd from, but actually going to go and try and challenge onto the player in big window. No, doesn't get the angle, and that will make himself known. Get the diffuser. Jump in for the windows. That's going to be the wing gun here. It's free, but Coated steps up the wrong time. I think Reach knew he was there anyway. Now Mephi in such a difficult position. Doesn't make it happen. Another strong round from WEIBO. And I have to highlight that little play from Turd, using the sense to block off that window. I love seeing that. That's always the danger window. That is always the issue. If you want to play in bedroom or play in the bathroom, play on the piano, that window, which is called, I believe we call it 51 window.
51 window?
Yeah.
Why'd you call it 51 window?
I don't know. It just is. I think a crossover from Oregon used to be a window on Oregon called 51.
I've heard it as Ivy window.
Yeah, I've heard that as well. Or blue window.
Or blue window.
But it's just, yeah.
It's a window.
It's the window.
It's just call it window. I mean, the timing on that is just... That's siege timing. You could see, obviously, how quickly swapped to the other angle. They had intel. They had an idea of where those remaining 2 players were, and it just shows you again how close it can get.
Must say that the pace of the rounds from WEIBO has been so fast.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they are set up, ready to execute within a minute. That's very impressive.
For the first time today, we're cooking in the kitchen. Oh, no, in fact, we're not. We've already cooked in the kitchen. We're instead going to go and eat a snowmobile. Don't recommend
I'm not
it.
going to question what you do in your spare time.
Don't recommend
I never
it.
do.
Well, okay.
You know, the
wait.
wine cellar is right there.
I know, and I worked that out after.
And that would be way more up your street.
So early. Yeah, I should have made a comment about wine. And Turd isn't going to make a comment at all, because Goat is just peeked with the Tachanka. From deep. Where was that even?
He walked up the snowmobile and he just sprayed him in through the connector wall, I believe.
Oh
you can see the connector wall's all shot out.
Okay, fair enough. Waited, anticipated, and hoped for the fight. Coated now peeking double door as well. Coated is outside peeking with the Tachanka still, I believe. Oh no, who
Who are you looking at?
Oh, okay. Look at the top down and tell me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
top
sorry.
Top down tricks you sometimes.
Sorry, we have a secret second monitor that you're not allowed to look at. No, I've just made 2 mistakes. This round isn't my round. You know?
Get yourself a coffee.
Yeah. Oh, wine. I'm wearing a beret today. I feel so Parisian.
Oh, well, I mean, it's the IQ. It's not the end of the world in terms of operators to lose. And there we go. The kill comes back in favor of Hoven. I will say, I feel as though that some of these kills, WEIBO haven't really had to earn. It just gets that vibe where FEARX, I think, are just peeking into a lot of these exterior angles. I mean, I mentioned it in the last round. Everyone loves just sitting outside on Chalet, and you know, that's how the map plays, though. You will just sit and hold crossfires.
Well, talking about people that haven't really been able to do anything, good boy, 0-5. Obviously, has been the secondary shot caller for the team. Can get himself on towards the cams, gets himself those aspects, but he's not really had a great end of his siege year. Started stage 1, best rated player in his region, and since then, just unfortunately drifted further and further away, so he's probably going to want to start to ignite sooner rather than later. As the soft work is done, they obviously have a Goyo canister they can try and pop, but things are becoming a little bit more dangerous, where they can sit, where they can stand, and where they can hang.
This will be the next obstacle, getting past the Tachanka with the shield, and the Flores is able to get rid of the shield, and it just puts Tachanka in a position where now he kind of has to make his pick. Does he want to play guns up and wait for him running in because he doesn't have that cover anymore of the shield? But still, just every now and again, I think he's just going to pop them all and just try and burn the time down, but they're not going to have enough for that. And oh, there goes the Goyo. So this is going to have to be, once that Goyo dissipates, he's going to have to put the shield on his back and sprint through and hope that he can get into the plant position beside the wine barrels.
Well, there's the spray on the Tachanka, and it's just an expectation. They're off towards the plant location, and now, with the Tachanka down, with the coverage from the verticality, there is no way to stop this going off. We're in a post-plant as they're causing damage inside the site itself. Rin gets one, but they've got to retake the verticality and try and strong-arm their way past the Monty. What do? They're panicking a little bit, trying to rotate within the site, up and around blue itself. But they have to try and put the pressure here, above. There's this player tucked around on the side, gets what is, finally an easy pickup, but there's the trade out. 2 versus 2, the vertical is locked. So now, bit of a flat fight, but Reap still has this power position from long. In fact, changes it up a little, goes for the close angle. They've got to cover the distance. There's a Monty, there's some fire, and there's no more fire to be had. The smoke canister will buy them some time, but they can actually get the down on the Monty. They're going to go for it. Can they hold it in time? Takes the damage, goes for the spray, finally finds it. I mean, held his breath, but luckily, he had a bit to spare.
Do you think before he ran into that smoke, he went,
oh, 100%. I would.
WEIBO, look, close, but the main thing is getting that diffuser down on that bomb site. Yeah, it's a really difficult post-plant. Obviously, the way that WEIBO went about it is a little bit different than what the norm is. And that's because they actually went upstairs and they did a bit of vertical work. And that's actually the lesser option. Teams will just try and play direct.
Yeah.
They'll just try and open up trench wall. They'll open up the long angle, and they'll just walk in and plant. They're not really worried about vertical. And I think the issue with going for the vertical way of thinking is, yes, it's going to benefit you massively, as we've seen the round was able to clear out the wine cellar and push them very deep, either into blue or towards the snowmobile stairs. which is actually what happened to the Smoke. The Smoke could never find a safe position where he could sit and use his toxic canisters. That's why he had so many in the late stage, because he couldn't use them to stop the plant. But the risk with going upstairs and using the vertical is what happens if you get retaked. You know, we know Chalet is a big map, a lot of staircases, and if you lose that vertical, that could play against you. So there is the pros and cons list, as I like to say. But if you can lock down those staircases and can stop the roamers from trying to retake the verts, it's very, very powerful, as was shown.
4-1 at this point, and you also look at the fact that you have all the delay that they had, and WEIBO played it very well in just forcing them out. They knew that Tachanka was going to be there. The Smoke was pushed further and further back. They got rid of the shields with the Flores. They sort of just took that game away from them, and you know, it can be used in a retake, but nowhere near as better as just delaying it. There's Steel, Woogieman, looking for his own engagement here. A slow burn through, and they know they're being watched and sort of paid attention to, but it just makes this threat, right? It creates a bit of phantom pressure.
Straight away, whenever I see a Maverick in a bar in games, I'm thinking, get the Maverick up in towards these staircases that Woogieman's on, and you just draw a line right through the connector wall and stop anyone playing inside of the site. So that is obviously something that should be known. If you are FEARX, if they have the Maverick, they can go for that place. You need to be careful.
Now with the Blackbeard getting themselves set up and ready to, just miss the first person that slides on by. They have this awareness. They have the position of the player inside blue. They're going to see if they can try and just root them out. But think of the time that Woogieman has wasted in this position, right? He's been aware of this pressure from the wall, of this pressure from Snowmobile, of this place that they're going to try and build themselves behind. And will they finally be able to execute upon it? No, they've missed the chase demo.
Again, slow and steady for WEIBO, and this is just the way that they're playing the Chalet. Again, all of them outside, just waiting for the crossfire, waiting for the 3-2-1 call, and then they all move in at the same time, and they just collapse in their opponent. So, again, until they're set up, until they're ready, we can hear the util dump on the other side of the map, and this is what I mean with the crossfires. Hoven downstairs, holding roamers at bay, while everything else is going on the other side of the map. They're looking for those pinches. They're looking to catch them by surprise.
This has been the longest that everybody's been still alive, though, and surprise probably might be that, suddenly we're in the final minute demo. Final minute, you're going to go for this quick rush bit of motion, but it only takes one thing to slip out, and, well, here is that chance for that bit of motion. There's the first sort of smoke they've come face to face with from the side of the shield, but Oven gets coded. There's the go. There's the catch. Good boy. Has the cover onto the window position, but the plant is being secured. Currently in the corner. C4. They're going to go for the C4, throw it close, but he's not in the right position. There's the shotgun. There's the follow through, though. Mephi and Good Boy drive their way in. They're able to pick up a couple of these kills, get themselves locked in, and from this point onwards, they're sort of building hope, right? 20 seconds, as I said. This is when you get to that worry. This is when you get to the swing outside. Woogieman finds Arpe. Is the last going to be found? Turd does get Rin, but with 7 seconds demo, I can't see this going well.
Again, I've told you, get that crystal ball out of here. Can't keep predicting what's going to happen.
I'm sorry.
Ugh.
I'll throw it to a side.
Yeah, good from FEARX. Good reaction whenever that plant was going in. Straight on the ball. The C4 went in. Did you notice where the Blackbeard planted? On an elevated position in the corner. So the kind of default plant right beside the half wall, the kind of wall bit. That C4 is not going to connect. But straight away, he clocked that. I said, hang on, that guy's not dead. He's still planting. Swings with the shotgun, gets the kill just in the nick of time. And then as we know, on a map like Chalet, whenever I've mentioned, it is massive in the util dump. Once you've dumped all your util and the plant didn't go down, you're not going to get a chance for a replant.
No. But it's also the same with the defenders, right? They had that C4. It was the fact that they swung around on the back of it. They made sure that the util, though it wasn't itself successful, was still part of the take, part of the pressure. They just needed to stop that plant, and they did, and you know, the trade game came together. 4-2. You said 2 attacks, or two defenses, sorry, is what they want. But how they positioned themselves as a team yesterday was, I think, they struggled on their attacks, especially in the latter 2 games.
Yeah, I think that is also a fair assumption. Obviously, whenever we kind of look at FEARX as a team, defense has been where they've had most of their success.
Yeah.
Attacks, I mean, yesterday, whenever it came down to the attacks, yes, they definitely did have reliance on individuals. And that has kind of been, I think, the main thing with this side is we need everyone to step up to the mark and everyone have a good performance, everyone have a good shift. I mean, at the moment, it's not a bad spread, considering it's a 4-2 half. So everyone's kind of in the game. Now this is where we really need to see them step up and start to excel.
At this point, we find ourselves in a clashless game, but also the Grim and the Glaz. We've talked about the importance of those sort of like lead-in operators, right? Getting themselves in aggressively, being that front foot. You're expecting to see some Ying selection to play against this, and
I think Speakeasy just on the moonwalk. Oh dear, you know what that means? Yep, there he goes.
Well, we'll probably be
in
a bit of a tech pause in just a second. These things happen. Oh well, it's a break. To be fair, if there was a perfect time for this to happen, probably now.
Yeah. Halftime break.
Halftime break.
What's on the halftime show?
Everybody get your halftime oranges, please.
What's going to be the adverts this year?
What would you have on a halftime show? What's our music show?
Oh, if I could pick like an artist to perform.
Yeah. We're doing the Parisian.
Ooh.
I mean, there is the official song, but you go first.
That is a good one. It has to be Stromae, no? No? Gotta be.
Okay.
He's not actually French. He's Belgian.
I would choose Offenbach featuring Hayward, the song Human.
Not with you.
And which is the official song of SI 2026. You should all watch the music video. It has animation. I mean, they always do, actually. That's probably not the biggest surprise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Offenbach. Probably not.
I don't know. I think you just...
Okay. My French producer just said down my ear, because they are back often. I'm just going to repeat it.
Well, I mean, I think if you're going for like a halftime show, just get like, I don't know, Beyonce. Everyone likes Beyonce.
Yeah, okay. I think she's a little bit outside the budget.
Oh.
I could call her.
Why not?
Beyonce? It's me again.
I can get in contact with Ed Sheeran. Part of the same club.
Oh yeah, what club is that?
The Hair Club.
The Hair Club. Mm-hmm. I think do you know any songs you could sing? And
I could sing.
We could just say we've booked Ed Sheeran and have you perform. If there was the England major, and it's you, everybody, it's Ed Sheeran, right? Yep. And you walk out.
Castle on Hill.
We're in a tech pause. If you are somehow just joining us right now.
Yep. Let us know who you would have at a halftime show.
Okay, that's not what I was going to say, but do let us know. We are so interested. It's 4-2. WEIBO leading on Chalet on this side of things. Pretty happy, but I guess what do you want to see from FEARX on their defense? On their offense, even.
I mean, straight away, I think that the glaring issue that they've had so far in this map is the lack of trades, where they've been kind of individuals more so than a team, I would say.
Yep.
I think that's been pretty glaring. A lot of the times that WEIBO have won their rounds is been pretty comfortable in terms of man advantage. And, you know, they've dealt with having that extra man pretty well. So I want to see them work as the unit, work as the team.
Wow. We have our bands. Those are...
Oh, dear.
Different bands. Oops. Well. Wrong band.
Well, back to us, everyone. Back to us. Right, now let's...
So anyway, the musical artist that you would want.
Now, what would the catering be at the halftime show?
Well, okay.
Wolfgang? Can we get him in? Gotta be Wolfgang. Has to be.
I mean, I've eaten already more croissants. Croissant? I've eaten more croissants. I'm doing the... Maria did a croissant.
Or, if you're from Northern Ireland, a croissant.
Or if you're our talent manager, our on-air manager, a croissant.
Yeah.
He's American.
Yeah.
Let's just let that one hang.
Production's gonna just...
Production's gonna get me.
They're heaving in the back to listen to this.
Gonna get me in trouble. Look at how pretty the set all looks. You can see, obviously, so this is the setup. You don't always get this camera, which I really like. So the 4 teams currently playing across A and B stream. They're all playing sort of near each other, but they're side by side against their real opponents. Yeah. So obviously...
The other game is who they sit across from.
Yeah. So on our left
That's
of
Elevate.
Screen, that is Elevate. They are currently playing Falcons, who will be
on the other side of where
wall.
they are. Yeah.
So here is some lovely visual context for
We've
when you...
WEIBO on the side that we see closest to us.
Yeah.
And then
you can see
FEARX
FEARX in the distance. And this is how they shout at when they turn and they shout at each other. But it does mean when you see them celebrating forwards, it's often, if you have a team and you're opposite your friends, and they're probably not in the middle of a round, like, hey, yeah, like that. Casters is slightly different, actually. I could, if there wasn't a thin wall in the way, I could throw something at the back of James and Pengu's head right now. They're about 20 feet away.
Yeah.
Which is why I don't know, actually.
Quickly, right, how's this? You run on and say something on stream A, and then we'll see if anyone stream B can tell us what you said. It's like quick you can do
Oh,
it.
no. That would be fun, but I think I would get in trouble.
Nah.
I would always have to... No, it would be fun. I would run it by them as a professional first.
Mm-hmm.
But... So that's some cheering. I don't know if you just heard that. That wasn't for us getting into game, but we are probably getting into game in just a moment. That was one of the rounds ending on the other stream. We swing our way around.
Here we go. Third time to charm.
That's more like it. And we're going to kitchen dining here instead. What are you looking at? You've stepped closer to the monitor.
No, I just see the
checking?
castle straight away. The castle's interesting, I think, in the kitchen dining.
Yeah?
Castle, not massively played on a map like Chalet. Yeah, you know, and it's kind of ironic considering I've talked so much about exterior windows, and it would be great, you know, to obviously block those off, and the castle would be naturally the operator that you think of whenever it comes to blocking down lines of sight, but it's not something you see too often. I just think if you're going to put them on exterior windows, it's very safe for attackers just to remove them immediately. With a Gone 6, with even if you want to punch a castle barricade from outside, it's fine as well. You know, mostly the interior castles are going to be a little more difficult for the attackers to go about. So I think the exterior ones, yeah, they're there. Most of the time, if I see an exterior window and if I place one, I always think that'll be great if I know that somebody wants to come that way. Because if that gets open, it's like, okay, they're taking library.
Wow, they've opted to get themselves, obviously, as I said it before, you know, you're looking at those pointment entries. You're looking at the limitation of the Glaz and of the Grim. So you sort of get a couple of options there. And Deimos is always a very, very good one in the right hands. Good boy, as I said before, slow start towards the game and in towards the series themselves. Struggled to sort of get his foot on the gas for the first, I think, 5 rounds. Then he gets 2 in the end one. Then he gets this position. It's the best time. Yeah, and Deimos is a great operator to have on Chalet. Whenever I've mentioned about how you have to pinch people and do the crossfires, if you can Deimos track somebody into somebody else holding the line of sight, it's fantastic. So, well, you get an extra thermic, may as well put it on a castle. And then you're just playing old thermite from not too long ago. Gets themselves this opener. It slows them down. You've got one on the connector as well, the sort of the cross of the pass between the site corridors and on towards the bottom of the stairs. And, you know, it's just limiting some of this play space. Yeah. The castle is eating utility, and Rin has been eaten by Speakeasy. There goes your lion. There goes another support. There's the swing. What are you doing? Well, you at least get the trade out, but killed by the barb, dropped on either side, and a bit of a tragedy struck quite early here. They were able to find 1 kill out of it, but he's still got his man with the gadgetry. And now swung either side. Well, bit of a false start here. Arpe just popping and locking. Didn't know he had the reload. He caught mid-reload. He's going to kill the guy, and then he aims and to reload. Oh, no. 5-2. Yeah, I mean, that's the head scratch of a round. No, like, that is within, what, a minute? They've decided to jump in the site window without actually clearing the site. It felt like they just weren't prepared for what was going to go on, and maybe it was the timeout and getting back into the momentum, but... And they also didn't take any of the map. No. They have tried to win around by jumping in West Main window and Trophy window. They used utility to open castles. And then not push. And then that is all I saw them... Like, this death to barbed wire, because they just hopped in, not expecting somebody to be the bottom of the stair set is... And even going for this, even if they got on the trophy, let's say they killed the castle. Yep. How do they get the plant down if the Souls is still up? Yep. And there's still upstairs control hatches open. Demo. I'm not going to be critical because I'm the sugar in the sugar and spice relationship we have as a caster duo. I need you to be critical, and I need you to say FEARX just did a really bad attack. Yeah, they did. Okay, cool. Thank you. But I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I'm sugar. You're spice.
That's fine.
The people love me.
Do you know what it's like? It's like, you ever seen where it's like the kid's sleeping and the army guy's just there in front taking all of the ammunition.
I sleep so soundly. Never irritating anyone. They're going to see if they can maybe try and not remove the castles this time around and go for the pressure elsewhere. First of all, you just hope that they pay more focus elsewhere first.
Well, they've brought the shields in. They've brought the blitz in. And obviously this is an operator that, you know, we know that FEARX, they'll play. They played a lot yesterday. They were playing the blitz. I believe it warranted a ban as well. Didn't Heretics ban it in one of the maps?
Yeah, I mean, they're good with the blitz. I think Heretics were just struggling to deal with it. I don't think WEIBO had the problem. I mean, they just absolutely knocked a Blackbeard aside.
Well, they've got the Echo as well, which is great against the shield.
Yeah.
So they really shouldn't have an issue with it. It just depends how well this Ying is going to be placed. Because, I mean, there's not much to really stop the Ying. There's nothing really to stop the Ying.
No, and the Ying's about to try and make the first friend. There's the roll. There's the push behind it. They're just slamming their way through the controller bedroom, and WEIBO can just leave. They don't need to stay there. The Solus is underneath getting the read on who might be approaching, but think about where the site is and what we've just seen used to get control of Solarium. That's just to get yourself in the building.
Yeah, exactly, and this isn't even the off-site setup. We still have to go through that shield and blue, all of the util, the banshees, everything that goes into that top floor hold. That's going to be the issue for them, but, I mean, look, they use, what, one Ying? It's not a crazy amount of util. They still got the nades to get rid of the shield. They've still got plenty of flashes. You've got the smokes that, obviously, the Blitz brings in, which I know that's why they like bringing the Blitz, is you get to have the smoke grenades worked into your lineup.
So now they can try and utilize this shield and put the pressure on towards that shield position. We can hear some of the wall being popped open. Get yourself a second angle. Get yourself a second read through. And still get some width. A minute. And now they're going to start trying to learn what's inside library.
Yeah, I think they might try and rotate and put a little bit of kind of split pressure now. Because if everything's going to be flooding in through kind of office and piano.
Please don't.
Please what?
Well, I thought he was just about to stand there and...
Yeah, this is what I like to see. Using the blitz on the other side. Make it so you're... You see the shield? Then has to drop straight away. He knows he can't do anything against that operator.
That's it. Now they do have the angle underneath. But again, it's sort of a step-by-step process, right? I think WEIBO have had them play into every line of this defense, and that leaves FEARX with not a huge amount of time. Ooh, hiding in the corner where the plant goes together. That's really going to try and catch them by surprise.
They've all dropped off. They've completely left the top floor. Nobody's dead yet. Now they just have to defend the site.
Yep, and this is it. It's sort of step for step, the perfect play here for WEIBO, but 20 seconds left, all 10 players. We are about to have a bit of an explosion on the site. There's the first bit of damage done. Mephi, the Ying, goes down on the stairs, and there's the swing round. Rin and Goodboy find one apiece with Arpe, slowing it down. There's the off-piece position I talked about. Skis his way through to a triple. Tries to find the fourth. It's swung round either side. Potted in the corner of billiards, but no kit, no time, no body, no round.
Great hold from WEIBO. They stand strong. The Echo as well. He comes in big in the late stage of the round. I mean, WEIBO, we talk about layers. We talk about how well you can peel off a hold. They done the double peel. They peeled off in towards bedroom. Then they peel off in towards their library hold. And then there's 30 seconds and there's no kills on the board. 30 seconds, 5 men to find. FEARX out of time.
The first person to go down in that engagement as well was still down at the end. Like, it just shows how there was no breathing room. There was so much pressure. WEIBO was still reapplying here that even with this engagement, they didn't have time to get up the down player. Mephi was just like injured on the way in and had to sit out the rest of the team fight. And it's going well.
It's going good. Vibes are high.
Vibes are high, a little bit stressy.
Not as much talk as what I would have thought from this kind of game. I mean, has Turd said anything? Which it's unusual for him.
I think Turd has only said stuff to the re-host. Like, Turd hasn't said anything to FEARX, but has said stuff about the re-host. Being slightly wrong. Anyway, 6-2. This is WEIBO's map. It's always worth saying. We had stolen maps, traded maps, and taken maps yesterday.
Yeah, weird day yesterday. Weird day. A lot of permabans were actually being shown in some of the games.
But at this point, if FEARX can just tally themselves, 1 round, 2 rounds, even if they lose the map, I think they need to get a little bit more.
Yeah, well, they need to try and get the morale, because the 7-2, it's you're thinking, what are we doing? You know, it's not a great map for you at all. And also, it means that they won't win an attack, and that's kind of been the issue that we've seen from them, is getting the attacks on the board. So yeah, it's important now for FEARX to try and build as much momentum as they can, but just the way WEIBO are operating this, I mean, they've been in steady control throughout the whole game.
Well, there's the hit, a bit of a stun as they pop their way in towards... Well, they seem to want a bit of split pressure, but it's into the kitchen underneath. 3 players to be found here. Either side, they're swinging their way in and driving, and there's Arpe in the kitchen. Serves up the double, and now Amonte all alone. Reaps through the wall. I'll just go next. Wookie Man does find Reaps, but it's little to help the blood flowing out across these boards. Rin all alone, hoping to try and get an exit, a little bit of commiseration. This is probably where we're going to get type.
Yeah, I mean, they've been ready for everything. Again, they've tried the Force Away free trophy using the shields and just been battered back every single time. Ape, what a map from him, by the way. 13-5 within, what's that, 9 rounds? There we go. It's actually Ape. See, he has infected everyone else, Turd. Doesn't have to do it anymore.
I mean, I think everyone is aware how this map is going to go, and, you know, there's an Echo drone outside getting stuns. There's a map. There's a map taken pretty cleanly by WEIBO, and it was their map. They had the momentum. They love playing Chalet, and they've just shown why, but it's a series of 3 maps, and, well, there's still uphill for FEARX, and unfortunately they'll be starting the next on their attack as well.
Yeah, great map from WEIBO, and really no issues. I mean, that is just clean, comfortable. I mean, you've seen the reaction. They won that map. It's just, yeah, simple enough. Go next.
I think it's always the thing about the sort of growth you get into a Series 2. It's still early. It's the second time in a row they're playing that sort of opening game of the day, FEARX. Their break day is tomorrow, and the series isn't done yet, but they're probably wanting a day to just decompress, to take the stress of these first ones off, to take themselves off together and see where they can go next. But I guess it's always that element, right?
Yeah, you have to just keep it moving. You look at the scoreboard, yeah. I mean, Ape, phenomenal. I don't think that it wasn't 11-5, finished 13-5. So got 2 kills in that last round, and yeah, not great on the side of FEARX. No real positivity there.
Now, at this point, when you sort of see the growth and you see where they can possibly go from here as well, as you said, Ape had a brilliant game, but you're looking at people like Turd and, you know, Reaps 9-4. It's fun to look at that and be like, yeah, he can do better. And he probably will do better. Yeah. And that's the worry when you have a longer series, is you will have more people show up from that roster. You'll have more people get their heads in and get themselves together. And again, we still have the problem from the other team, but as they do, we get a quick break as well. So we'll be back after a little bit with map 2.
Available now.
Welcome back here on towards Be Beautiful. Bloody brilliant siege. Bravo stream. And other B-based words. But we will be actually going to D. Dostoevsky as our second map in this showdown. Also D. Democast is here with me. Yay, they love that.
I don't know if that's for me.
Oh, it might be. Well, probably not.
I think that's because the Falcons Elevate game is quite the game, I hear.
Is it quite the game?
Yeah, it is.
Ooh, well,
I mean, they're still in their first map, so that kind of tells you what you need to know.
I mean, it's a lot of growth from Elevate from how things went yesterday. But
yeah.
hey, talking about growth, fortunately, it's more of the same here for these two teams. WEIBO, solid first map, had control. FEARX got 2 rounds in their defense and then just could not get an attack over the line. Here, Dostoevsky, different map, their place that they would rather get themselves locked in, and they're opening on their defense yet again. But it gives them a chance to just try and get something solid under the board. If this does go away from them, especially with Elevate, taking potential points away from their opponents spells a little bit of disaster potentially here for the Korean side.
Yeah, Cafe. It's a map I think both teams are more than happy to play. I mean, I kind of said that about all 3 maps. They're more than happy to do so. Last time FEARX, they played Cafe, it was back in December up against Chiefs, and it was a 7-2 win for them. So the last time they played it, it was a win. Whereas for WEIBO, on the other hand, a map that gets banned against them a lot. You know, teams do not want to play WEIBO here, and that's for good reason. You think about the playstyle of that team, you think about how aggressive they can get, and the way that they kind of roam around like this a pack who just wants to beat up anything that moves. You know, that's the way they maneuver around the map. So yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense why you don't want to play them at Cafe, but FEARX, they're going to go for it.
Good luck to him. I think it's always the sort of mentality, right? You want to try and challenge things. And to be fair, yesterday, if we're talking about things that you don't want to do and things you want to do, one of the sort of cardinal rules of Siege is don't bring out your permaban unless you've got something for it. And we, in both our games, had 2 permabans that both teams who usually ban it won. So maybe now is the SI of changing things up. Maybe now is the time in Paris, the city of love, of the Eiffel Tower, of
The Arc de Triomphe.
There you go. I prompted Demo to say the third thing there, and
Was that what you wanted? Did I get it right? Is that?
yeah, that is here.
Oh,
yes.
good. Oh,
Yeah, that
thankfully.
is
Ran
here.
across that, right?
Big arch. What?
Yeah, ran across it.
The top.
No, it was in like the roundabout, like the 7 lane
Oh.
of traffic. Apparently you're not allowed to do that. We didn't know that. And do you know whose fault it was? Do you know who convinced me to do it?
Who?
Ian Chambers. So we can blame him.
To be fair, if anyone could get away with it, Ian Blimmin Chambers.
Whenever I say 7 lane, I mean like cars were not
Yeah,
stopping.
oh.
We were like, you know, the Crossy Road.
Yeah.
That's what it was like.
No, have you seen John Wick, the one where it's shot partially in Paris and he has a fight in that area and cars just keep hitting him? Spoiler alert for John Wick. There is a fight scene in active traffic and the cars just keep driving. And people were like, this is so unrealistic.
Yeah.
No, that's just how they how they
they
drive
won't
it.
stop
If
for
you're
anyone.
in the road, good luck. Anyway, bans as we get ourselves in towards Cafe here. The Grim and the Blitz are removed. WEIBO will not have those on their active sort of duty in the roster. But Speakeasy is going to swap towards the Blackbeard anyway.
Yeah, this is the issue. There's more than one shield these days, so it's fine to use. And you know, you look at the defensive bans, Castle, it makes a lot of sense. You think about the shop holds that we like to see in towards that top floor, even areas downstairs in towards kitchen. You think about the prep hold that people do inside a wedding. And then Solus, yeah, general, overall great operator, a lot of verticality, plenty of information, pretty compact and small maps, so you'll get good value in seeing where people are going to be placing their drones, for example. So, here we are. WEIBO on the attack, first of all. Looks as though that they're set up immediately for a cocktail take. There's 2 players on the windows, just opening them all up, applying that pressure. But, as we know, if you want to try and go for the cocktail take, you need to clear players who are inside a C1, C2, and C3. And typically that's done via nades, or you send someone below like a buck, and you try and root them out from downstairs.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple solutions to this kind of puzzle, but the use of utility and forcing positions is actually one of the best things.
It's going to be a hatch drop. They're just going to flash and sense and smoke everything out and jump and go for the plant.
Well, they're going for the plant. The Blackbeard's looking for the first engagement, but they need to have coverage. They need to win it sooner rather than later. They get to. They've got one more man inside the freezer itself who pops out, drifts and drives on by, but WEIBO just keep the pressure up, make sure that they stay that first engagement ahead. The Clash gives themselves some cover, sets themselves up, is hoping and waiting for some support. More grenades will get the separation here and force the Clash tucked in the corner of the shop. Swing round with the shotgun, can't quite get it. The drift and the drive on by against the gridlock, but the plant is being secured in the meantime. Keep them at bay. Stop, breathe, wait. This is great play from Turd. This one player just held up both of them. Now they've got a plant secured, a post plant with a shield itself, and they're still just looking and hoping they can swing round. But Turd finally got rid of 30 seconds and a precious window to get the plant in. So the Clash has to roll up. It's a shield and a shield up against each other, feeding the information to Reaps and then to Rin. Rin is the first to suffer, goes down. Now they just got to drive at the Clash, and they do. WEIBO. It was closer than they would have liked, but it's still around for them.
Yeah, they went for the Skylight drop, and I think that's because they got the information that, okay, there is a Clash inside a piano. That's the no-go zone. We're not going anywhere near top red. We're going to have issues with that shield. Let's go where she isn't. Let's just drop into the site. You know, they done the drone work really well. They discovered what the weak points were. They straight away and they noticed, because there's one guy Freezer, there's one guy playing in towards the rotate in the back of Cocktail. If we drop and kill him, we're in, and there's nothing that can really challenge us. And like you mentioned, Turd did a great job at holding them at bay. Great patience. Didn't need to overpeak. He just needed to wait until that diffuser went down.
So, another first round loss here on their defense, unfortunately for FEARX. This, again, just doing a little bit to delay the time as well. It was great work in the freezer position, swinging out, and Reaps had the cross, had the angle, and they had a post plant. As soon as that balance of time pressure shifted from one side to the other, I don't think FEARX made wrong decisions trying to close down the player inside Cigar Shop, double up with the Clash. It's 2 versus 3. You know they've got a shield. You don't want to be caught out in a similar situation. They can build a 2 versus 1 easier against you than you against them, but they just got a little bit too stuck on that corner on top red. And, oh well, you move on. New site, new rotation, new year, new me, who dis? Still FEARX, actually. That doesn't change. Well,
sometimes.
Sometimes.
Not all the time. So, here we go. See how they want to approach now into our next bomb site, which is going to be in towards that mid floor. And, well, they've got the Ying this time around. Didn't bring it in whenever they were going for that Skylight drop, but going to see the Yings be used to clear away roamers upstairs. And great little pinch, speak easy. I mean, there's been a lot of kills today in this series where players just sat outside and picked up kills because they've pinched so well today. WEIBO, they've been fantastic at it.
It's that element that we were sort of missing from the side of FEARX, right? Yeah. They are playing against FEARX's defense. They're making sure that when they apply pressure, they know sort of where things are going to boil over. FEARX, the first round on the previous when they were attacking, they just threw themselves in. They didn't really pay respect towards the hold, and look what it's opened up for them. All right, Arpe's got himself in towards Pillar. We get the blinds and the pressure and all the smoke and fire on the top floor right now. It's all popping off. They're trying to dig themselves in on towards C3s on the side of the Cocktail, and he's still able to find it. That's 2 on the top floor here. Now Mephi's in a lot of danger, but Woogieman has the cover, and Mephi's got the rotate, but he gets downed. In the meantime, a 3 versus 2. We're in the mirror of the previous round, but we get a breath, a settle. Think about what they have right now, though. The verticality over the top, and they've removed a lot of the utility inside the site.
However, it's going to be that Clash. That is going to be the issue, and you're a man down. So in terms of, Clash doesn't have the gun, does it really count as a gun being up? In this case, it doesn't matter. You're going to have that shield. You have the man advantage. Diffuser still needs to be rotating collected. It's still outside the balcony, so someone has to do that job. And with 50 seconds left, I was going to say I don't see how they do this unless peaks start going their way, and Woogieman's just peeked in the Speakeasy. I
mean, Speakeasy drove himself up towards a 9C. Now they know where Coated is as well. And look, I talked about the doubling down. Nice. Exactly. This is what I said FEARX were doing well, and WEIBO were just doing exactly the same thing. The Clash doing their best to cut the cross. They've made it into another 2 versus 2 fight, but the smoke means that they can just drive in. Where do you go? Here, Good Boy has the fight on one side and finds it now. Picks the Clash up, 20 seconds. Get out of there. Pull yourself back. They don't have the kit. Puts it on his back so he can't be shot. Tucks the corner, reloads. Find a safe second. Back towards the shield, in towards Laundry, but he hasn't got to rotate. Deploys, redeploys. Oh, it's so close. Speakeasy! Pops the ankle with the shorty.
Oh, that's a quad, I think. 4 kills for him in that round. Wow. Dude, honestly, it just shows how high level we're playing. And it's the minuscule. I'm going to go really microscopic into what won him that. He baited going for the rotate in towards Laundry. You see that the Clash thought, oh, he's coming in for the rotate. I'm going to set my shield up facing the rotate. But then all of a sudden, he doubles back. He comes in through the reading door. He then has to get out the animation, go, and by the time he's ready to go back into the shield animation, he's already right beside him. Just the tiniest thing. Honestly, that is what we're dealing with.
I mean, there was the opening great take. And again, things like that opening body going away from them.
Well, he missed the Candela, else he would have killed the guy in back cocktail.
Yep.
Look at this. Oh, well, we don't see it. But honestly, if you go back and you look at it, just that little, I don't even say hesitation, but just that little moment, that was it.
I mean, it's always going to be frustrating. It's going to be frustrating. You are down to the wire, a 1 versus 1, and just little moments. Off towards kitchen, though. And WEIBO, they've got themselves 2 rounds in a row. FEARX aren't a million miles away from taking them, but that is the problem, right? That's the separation. It's WEIBO are solving those problems. WEIBO aren't being gifted the end of these rounds. They're making sure that they can take them. The doubling up on towards the pressure towards the train room, getting the smoke to separate those two, even in that narrow engagement. It's just really, really nice. Comms, coordination, communication.
The adaptation, where things maybe haven't went to plan. Yep. The way that they've been able to calculate, okay, what do we do now with what we have at our disposal? So impressive. Honestly, today, this WEIBO team have put in one heck of a showing. I'm sitting there thinking, M80, be careful.
Well, Speakeasy will at least sit this round out. Not quite able to get the opening kill, and there goes the Sense. Won't have the ROUs when they go for the site attack. Arpe does get good, boy, so no Kibas to try and build a defense, and the Cams are going to be in their possession.
Yeah, really good pick early on, getting the Dokkaebi hack. And there are bulletproofs downstairs. I mean, you can see that Rin has brought one into the fray of things.
Oh, maybe they won't get the Cams.
Oh, dear.
Okay, that's 2 kills. Gone in towards the favor here, and FEARX have stopped playing. They sort of put the peaks back in the aggression. We said that they can do this. The Deimos goes for the track, and they're all back to the site. They do find Mephi. They do get things leveled up, and Coated is going to slip their way back in from the front door. It's 2 bits of control, but it's not a solid bit of control.
Yeah, I mean, still good operators here, I think, for WEIBO to make something happen. You've still got the verticality you can use with a sledge. If Hoven can try and pick off like a Banshee or a Fenrir, now you open up a potential kind of solo walk in through a door that maybe FEARX is thinking, oh, that's going to be safe. We know we've got gadgetry there. So that's also massive. So already that guy inside of restaurant, I'm thinking he needs to be so careful now because he doesn't have that security off the traps.
The one thing that they do have for the Executor, the smokes inside the pocket of Hoven. So where they decide to try and roll those in, if they use them to cross a divide, as you can do, say you're looking towards, you know, VIP, you don't want to have the fight there, or into the side itself.
Woogie Man needs to be very careful. He needs to try and protect his man inside a restaurant, but they've left Coat open and he slipped in and picked up the kill!
Oh! Gets the double, swings round for the 3rd, Deimos! Problems put up and problems solved.
I feel as though we should just put, you know, just a whole bunch of Siege problems and see if they can figure it out. Because they are getting everything right. Everything. FEARX just don't know.
No, it's
where
great.
Did they go?
It's this is almost the element, right? Is we sort of said this coordination, this problem is something that strikes FEARX. This is the problem that they've been trying to get under their sort of roster's belt and on their sort of ability to deploy, because that adaptation is what they struggle with. The timeout obviously comes in here in the sort of 3-0 situation, or the 0-3. And, you know, there was that sort of round in the middle where they were close, but it's otherwise just still dragging their heels, struggling to have that final little bit of energy. And WEIBO with 3 attacks on their cafe on FEARX's map. FEARX struggle with their attacks already. This could be a 2-0 in not too much more siege.
Now we know why teams do not let WEIBO on this map. Now we discover why. Yeah, just a great performance. And it's just that problem solving that it's left me in awe today. Really has. Great performance. I mean, look, still not over yet.
No.
But the way things are going, you'd be pretty wild to predict against them at this stage. So let's see if they can keep it moving. We'll see if the timeout helped. But they're just WEIBO just look under no stress at all. Like, they are just vibing. They're just chilling, you know? Like, even big rounds like this, where I think, wow, that is incredible to win this round, just looks pretty chill. Like, turned no reaction. Just, look, big round, one like that, 3v3, go 3-0 up.
Do you know what?
Nothing.
This game for WEIBO, with the sort of pressure on these players, if you talk about them as the sort of widest team, where they've been, and what they've been able to do on stages, you expect them to hit main stage. You expect them to be one of the sort of forefront teams of the entire region.
I mean, I think they've been the best Apex team for the past 2 years.
Exactly.
I do. I think the players that they have has been incredible.
And that is dictated by winning your expected games. FEARX, they have had expectations on them. They've had players with amazing runs on different rosters. They have not had a great year. They weren't able to sort of get to SI last year.
Reload filled us with a lot of confidence that sadly dwindled very quickly.
I mean, Reload was an event unto itself.
Yeah.
Obviously, there were things that changed.
But it was still Siege at its raw form.
It was still raw. It's still Siege. You're still getting in. But either way, as an expected game, as an expected result, the reason they're so calm, cool, and collected is because, well, they need to be. This isn't the game that WEIBO's thinking about. They're thinking about beating M80 and seeing what happens. And it's going to be a heck of a game when we get to it. But here, after a timeout, FEARX, what have they learnt? What lessons were taught to them by Dark behind? They're ready to sort of cover. Remember last time we were playing on the top floor with this sort of positioning. We had a lot of back and forth. We had a lot of quick, snappy executes. Here it seems like WEIBO, they're doing the math. They're running the numbers. They're getting themselves ready to try and enter top red, drop the hatch. Hovano's off to the races and, ooh, slips his way on by. Almost found the first engagement in the core of the floor, but couldn't quite knock the head out in time and had to pull back because of the Fenrir mine. There's another one caught out. But there's nobody to directly respond to it. They have currently left the kit on the roof above the hatch itself, and, well, they better hope that they don't forget that.
Oh, Boogeyman. Up with the cave on the hatch just to try and keep himself a little bit safe inside a train. But I'm not entirely sure that's really what WEIBO are after. I think they just want the top floor control, and then we'll start using the verticality, and then as we know the way this bomb site goes, you just jump in through train window and go for the plant.
The thing is, right, they haven't really done a lot to take top floor, and top floor's been given to them.
Yeah.
There's nobody that's contesting it.
It's that phantom pressure. The windows get opened, you feel claustrophobic.
Yeah.
I think that's what scared them off.
But think about what has all been dedicated up there. All the hard walls, all the
see the
reinforcements. They swing round, and RP gets coated, tucked on the close corner. It's not the side itself, but it is a phone, and the Dokkaebi should be able to get that, but they're not playing chances just yet. Instead, slow their way in, and now they get even more terrain, even more control. There's pings coming through. The speakeasy with the catch. And it's just, they've tried a different game. They've tried to play keep away, but WEIBO are so good at catching these players. There's one slightly down white stairs, trying to be as quiet as possible. There's the reveal of the camera. Woogieman takes a bit of damage elsewhere. They're going to have to pull themselves back. There goes Rin. There's at least a C4 on towards Arpe, but Woogieman, okay, gets himself a second, doing bits behind the bomb chassis, but he's under too much pressure. And that leaves just Good Boy alone. 18 seconds, does get the shield. Oh, can't quite get away. You could see the idea, but the reactivity, so sharp.
They never stop moving. You know, WEIBO, it's never, even if they lose somebody, it's not the case, you know, where some teams, if they lose somebody, they stop and they wait until they get things collected again. They just keep it going. You look at the way that they attack the top floor, then straight down into pillar control, straight into reading, pushing across the corridors, into the bomb site, always moving throughout the map and making issues for FEARX. 4-0. I mean, that's another bomb site that they've won. It's a different bomb site. Obviously, FEARX now, they're really up against it if we're choosing train as the defensive choice.
I mean, they sort of had to try something different, right? We obviously had a full sort of expression of the foresights on Chalet as well. It just feels like they don't have the idea of how to beat this team. And that's, you know, it's a worry, it's a problem, fine. But that's what happens. When you have a team pick all four sides back-to-back on the two maps whilst taking their timeouts early, utilizing as much as they can, it doesn't bode well for the game that's put ahead of them. It's almost this element that, as unfortunate as it is to say, WEIBO are just playing better. There's not a counter strat. There's not a book you can play against that because, as you said, they're moving. Their trade game is good. Their reading is good. All of these fundamentals are coming together, and FEARX, unfortunately, just can't match that pace right now. It's, you know, it's a shame. But also, look at that. It's just instant, right? They have every single thing ironed out already. And, well, Mephi does slip his way down below. But WEIBO have been another class today.
Yeah, trying to get him up. That's going to be the tricky thing. And, oh, they're trying it, but you see that Reaps is located in towards
Just
heaven.
gives them a second.
And there's another one, and there's the down. So, yeah, straight away. And this is the same point I made at Chalet. There's 2 kills within the first minute, no response.
3.
Where's
kills.
the trades?
3 kills within
Where
the
are
first
they?
minute. Hey, there's one. Just in time for the first minute.
Oh, there we go. Look, see, look. They've got a kill, and straight away, WEIBO have traded it back.
Yeah.
That sums it up for me.
Well, Speaky's going to get the plant down. You know, and again, Good Boy's going to do his best to try and bite in. It's almost, yeah, FEARX are struggling. I think it's super fair to say that. But WEIBO are playing brilliantly.
They're great.
It's
absolutely
so
fantastic.
good.
It's the confidence, the body language. It's just coming. It's just it's like a 9 to 5. They've clocked in.
Yep.
They've sat at their desk. They've done their job. They've clocked out, and then they've went home.
It's a great. It's been a great 2 maps of Siege.
I just you sit there and you think about WEIBO as well, and obviously, I mean, they've had their fair share of roster, struggles throughout the years. I mean, there was obviously the period where Turd wasn't on the team, and then they brought him back into the fold. They had Leader and Noodle on the team at one point as well, so they have had chops and changes, and then obviously the most recent pickups that they've had was Ape, who has been absolutely stellar, by the way, and then Speakeasy is the other one, who's a very experienced player whenever we look at APAC as a whole. He's been around for quite a while, but you've always had that core of, really, let's be honest, it was always Hoven, Reaps, and Turd. That's been the core, and those 3 players have always stuck at it, and they've been consistently good. I mean, Hoven is very consistent player. Like, he's rarely off the game. He's always on it. He always is there. He always has a good performance. Reaps, the talent, that guy. I mean, the team is stacked. You think, are they going to kick on here and get the main stage, as you mentioned, because they very well could if they keep this pace up.
I think that's the thing, right? It's a joy to watch.
Yeah.
Okay, as a FEARX fan, it's tough to watch.
You can put this down and people will say, of course people will say, it was only FEARX. I don't care.
It doesn't matter.
You play what's in front of you,
Yeah.
and the way that they're playing, it is perfect Siege.
Yeah. They're locked in. So locked in that we haven't even really seen all chat.
Maybe that's the Gohan effect. Gohan said, Turd, I've been there. Don't get yourself down this hole. You start getting a reputation.
Yeah. Well, either way, I mean, Rin being shut out of pretty much the entire series. Good Boy as well. Coasted, hasn't been able to have any moments throughout it. It does also talk of the familiarity of WEIBO with their opponents, with FEARX. Yeah. They're aware of how to shut them down.
They know the APAC teams.
They know the APAC teams. Yeah. And they know, obviously, the top dog APAC teams because they often play each other in last chance qualifiers, if there is
the crossover episodes.
The crossover episodes. Here goes the drive of the Monty all the way across the top floor, but they didn't expect Good Boy hiding on towards Whiskey. Gets the Mistro and gets a kill. All right. That's the Monty gone. That's the kit. Put in a bit of an awkward place, but it's the response of RP. Swings for the double! Are you kidding me? Went to Lumber, built a house, and said, this is mine. Now you lot can leave. Just a perfect response. And now, well, we get this flawless half. They've got the 4-3. They've got loads of time. They've got the verticality. And they've got all the gadgetry to make this come together.
Yeah, I mean, the SMG-12, I mean, that's the flare gun, isn't it? That's the trickster's weapon of choice. And whenever you pull off shots like that, it just looks so sweet. And again, they're still moving. They're still pushing their way into parts of the map that is open for them. Again, FEARX, look at the map control. They've had to leave Pillar. They've had to leave Reading. Sure, you don't have the shield this time, but you still have that man advantage that WEIBO can utilize.
Rin does find Hoven, levels things up, and now you don't have the scent, but you have at least one frag grenade and then some great guns. and a lion charge. That is what they're going to build behind. But as Turd finds Coated, maybe this is the isolation we talked about. That game coming together, they know that there's probably going to be somebody around the chassis just pre-firing and almost catching one. They've got the pings on the player in train, so here's that isolation. There goes 1 and 2.
This is good siege, guys.
This isn't, no, incorrect. This is great siege. It's beautiful to watch.
Gohan, he summed it up. Yeah.
It's beautiful
Fantastic.
siege to watch.
I mean, Gohan's and other characters came back. You know, kind of went under the radar. A lot of people didn't know that he is now back in the scene coaching this side. And straight away, you can see, I can see the effect in terms of the mental side of things. I mean, Turd not typing in chat, is that down to Gohan? Has he kind of reined them in? Maybe. You don't know.
It's rocky. Between the sort of game yesterday and the game today, I mean, desperately they need that day off, which they get tomorrow. But think about what else is on the cards for them. They've still got to get M80. They've still got to get, you know, through NIP.
It's just the Brazilian influence, you know. I come back to that. You made the point, only 2 teams without a Brazilian in it, you know.
Teams.
Because don't forget, WEIBO, they had Julio.
Yeah.
Whenever, you know, they were known as Bleed. That's whenever Julio was there, and then he got the offer to move to Falcons, and he took that job, but he was there. He was on that team, and he done wonders with it as well. You know, he really brought them into the fold. We've seen the improvement from them, and I think Gohan's just been carried on with really what Julio would lay down.
6-0. And can they make this 7-0? I believe it would be the first 7-0 of the tournament. And they were very close yesterday, to be fair, WEIBO. They got the 7-1 yesterday, and I mean, just this.
Love it. Yeah.
There was, you know, pressure on the white window as well. You could see that the line was in that position. It's that network of players. It's that network of guns. It's that network of making sure that we have each other's back. We have this positional awareness, and
10 seconds remaining.
brilliant intel game as well. Obviously, we don't get the full read on it, but the knowledge that is in the pockets of WEIBO and their approaches has been so sharp.
Yeah.
Right? They seem to always have the intel. They have the drone. They have the knowledge.
They always know what to do. They always know
Yeah.
where they're going. They know what they're up against. I mean, the one thing, they misdrone the mod, and that's the only real, I don't want to say mistake because they still won the round, but the only little thing you can say.
I mean, it is a mistake, but they still won the round regardless.
Yeah.
But it's also the sort of pressure on towards it of then you went to swing on towards the player on the sort of top right set and just put together. Mephi scares Hoven away. Isn't going to quite get the peak, and well, he's instead going to try and drift his way past onto Skylight, all the way back to Cocktail. Now, this first kill is going to be an important one for the side of FEARX. You do worry at this point in the series with how it's gone and how deep it is. Uh-oh. I'm still going to finish my point. That they're going to be a bit scared and nervous. Rin is the player that often isn't, but there goes your line, and there goes your entry.
Yeah, I mean, Reaps has just had a punt. He swung the big the big window over towards Restaurant and found the kill onto the Lion. Down goes the nades, which would have been great to have whenever we consider the Goyo on board. I mean, that's going to be a bit of a problem too. Using the Echo as information to gain on the outside balcony and perhaps the window. So now they know that there's a player outside in the train balcony. They can now try and set up accordingly to that.
I mean, again, this information network, utilizing the Echo drones, getting them outside, having them all over the building. You obviously get the extra one now as well. You can just get so much from it, and it gives them this full awareness of the information game of their
see
opponents.
the flank drones and stuff like that, yeah.
They know the flank drones. They also know what FEARX are currently actively working towards, the control that they want, and you can use that to read through. Are you going to... Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Give them a little bit of a surprise when they find their way back through, but... You know, it's still steady work.
Yeah, it just re-barricades that. He knows that Safety's used the Echo Cam, and now if somebody wants to try and pressure Bakery, they're going to have to open that again, and then he'll know, oh, somebody's coming to Bakery.
Getting ready utility. I mean, FEARX are getting some of this sort of odd jobs done.
Oh,
goodbye, Echo. Speakeasy, a little bit too visible in that position. And the pressure here, it's that Bakery door. You can see Mephi on the split trying to hit through on towards the player behind Bake, but he's, you know, it's Alpe. He's got those discs, keep himself alive for as long as possible. And all threaded round the side of the Monty gets his toes. Arpe gets the rest. The fire will buy them some time. A 3-2. Coated gets his third for the round. However many rounds he has clutched out, he's still doing his best, but 25 seconds, he's above. They don't have the kit. They're trying to push their way in towards the side itself. There's the vertical con. There is 20 seconds. They still have Bake. They don't have anything else. Our first 7-0. And it is APAC on APAC violence as WEIBO play one of the most beautiful Dostoevskys I've seen.
Yeah, great little support structure then, the 2v3. He knows, or WEIBO know that it's all about the guy inside of Bakery. He stops that push coming in. Where can Bakery be exposed from? Somebody jumping in wedding window. Where does the other teammate go? Red stairs. He can cover the wedding window. He can cover the buck if he comes down the stairs. He was there ready for both of them to support one another. The support structure today from WEIBO, exceptional.
FEARX, you can see how sort of despondent they are. It was a must-win with how the result went yesterday. This result against a team that they should know very well and should put up more of a fight just got absolutely washed away, and they have their day off tomorrow. They have time to talk, to get their mental back together, to reconvene, because if anything, that's what's holding them back. There's fear, there's problems, and there's now 2 losses to their name. WEIBO, but brilliant. Just brilliant, brilliant Siege. And, I mean, what else could you really want?
I mean, it looks a whitewash. I mean, 7-0 in that fashion. The kills as well. I mean, everyone on WEIBO had a part to play in that. Yep. Nobody was really dragging their heels. Everyone was there. What can you say about FEARX, who really stood out?
It's the really hard thing because I love FEARX. I love the team. I love the possibility of FEARX. I love theoretical FEARX. It just never comes to reality on the big stage. And that's the big problem, right? Yesterday...
You've just described being a G2 fan, by the way. Thank you.
Well, they're still yet to do more playing. But either way, this is the sort of problem with them, is we didn't get good by activating. We can't get Rin activating in a game that's going to massively rely on firefights. Yeah. We didn't have any of the sort of clutch energy that they had yesterday. Think about map 1. You know, you're talking about Turd not being in the all chat. FEARX were even more timid.
This is the worry with what we seen yesterday. We mentioned they took the map against Heretics because 2 individuals stepped up massively and saved them and pulled them out of the mud. That's not sustainable Siege. It never has been, ever will be. And this is the result of it. If you don't consistently show up, and let's say you have the life game in one game, but then let's say somebody says, oh, but you won't have that for another 9. That's not going to cut it.
No. And that's sort of the problem here. You can see on the split, obviously Reaps again, I think it was 9-4 on the first map, 9-3 on this, and 100% cost across all 7. But Woogie Man, the only one really to get in. And across the whole series as well, when you sort of get the bigger picture, it sort of just paints it more blatantly. Good boy, as I said, really struggling. Rin as well. Both of them sitting around 63 APS. Ape was... both of theirs put together plus a bit extra, right? It's just how much further. 20-9 across this series. Reaps 19-8. Tough. Yeah, tough.
Look, I think whenever you think about FEARX, I don't know who they play next. Is it NIP or is it M80? If it's NIP, that has to go their way.
Oh,
but again, it depends if NIP cause an upset today.
Yep.
M80, I don't see them winning that. It's do or die, I think, for NIP, the way it's going.
I'm going to do a little bit of FEARX copium as a FEARX fan. They have beaten big teams before, beaten Falcons, beaten...
You saying the M8 is on the cards?
We'll have to wait for at least a day or 2. But no, that is all for us here for this opening series of B. But stay tuned because there's a lot more games of Siege coming your way after this break.
Ninjas in Pajamas had a rough start to the group stages yesterday and find themselves towards the bottom of their group. Yesterday, there was a team that didn't play, and they just so happened to be one of the presumptive favorites and the defending Munich Major champions. NIP will have their hands full looking for a bounce back against M80 today.
That's absolutely right, Parker. It's not going to get any easier for the Ninjas, who are playing their second match of the tournament after struggling to find a win yesterday. And against the major champions, it's always going to be a tough game. Yesterday, of course, NIP losing in a close game up against WEIBO. That was a very aggressive team they were playing against, very fast-paced matchup, and it definitely felt like they were struggling with some of that aggression.
Schedule on the right side of your screen. DPLUS Kia and Shopify Rebellion will do battle in our third match of the day, and then you and I will be back in the saddle for FaZe Clan versus Black Dragons to round things out. FaZe Clan having the day off yesterday as well, so there will be some well-rested teams. As you can see on the left side of your screen, it's been a bad start for the Korean team of BNK FEARX. They are not having a very good Paris. WEIBO making very quick work. Map 1 of Elevate versus Falcons took about an hour and 5 minutes. Both maps, including breaks of BNK FEARX and WEIBO, was about an hour and a half.
WEIBO have looked so scary this event, Parker. They're really showing up for APAC, showing up for Southeast Asia. Tomorrow, they'll actually go head-to-head with M80, and a lot of people are expecting that to be the fight for first place in this group, so should be really exciting couple of games here for Group A.
Yeah, WEIBO has been quite a surprise here, and I mean, a lot of people coming into this event, whether they be observers, whether they be casters, if you speak candidly to some of the teams, they tell you that these 5 gents on your screen are among the scariest to face in the server. And for good reason. This M80 team, its lineage dating all the way back to that Beast Coast roster that won the major in Manchester, then succeeded in Munich. Seemingly doing well in cities that start with M, so maybe in Paris they don't really have that same buff. But they were off yesterday, and they were practicing, getting ready for their matchup today. What do you think of Ninjas in Pajamas as their first opponent?
Parker, I talked to you a little bit about this before the game started. I think that NIP will be the single hardest game, the most losable game for M80 at this event, or at least in the group stage. Because let's be honest, M80 are the heavy favorites in this group. They are expected to finish first place, and maybe WEIBO will be expected to finish second after the result yesterday, but this is not just an NIP team that M80 are going up against. It's an NIP team who have already played a game, who have gotten warmed up, whilst M80 are cold. We see this from great teams to poor teams. Every time a squad comes in, plays their first match of a tournament, they are more likely to struggle. They are more likely to have problems because they haven't had that time to adjust to the environment to play a real match, and often practice isn't enough. So while I think M80 will be the odds-on favorites for this game, this could be a riskier game than some fans are expecting.
I mean, if you've ever followed Ninjas in Pajamas since their debut back in 2018 in this esport,
Yeah.
unpredictability is the name of the game. The 2 players that they live and die off of the most had a very bad day yesterday. That's Hates and Fantasy. These will be your 2 entry fraggers on roam. On defense, they will be the most formidable to deal with. Both of them, their stats underwater. Hates 9 and 17, Fantasy 13 and 20. Fantasy with an incredible amount of deaths through just the 2 maps that they played. Obviously quite devastating for them. And this does kind of tie back to what we saw in Munich as well. If Fantasy did not perform well, if he was dying on entry often, or, more importantly, if he was going negative in his games, the likelihood that NIP would win their match bottomed out. So goes Fantasy, so goes NIP. So you need a good game for him. The only positive player on this team yesterday with a very paltry +2 was Pino. That's not the player that you want to see going positive on the squad.
Yeah, and to empower your players, you've got to be going to the right maps. You can kind of guess where we might be headed based on what's on Gunner's desk. Starting things off in the series, we'll see the bans come through and the picks from M80 and NIP. The first map will be Consulate in this best of 3, chosen by our major champions, and they're going back to familiar ground. This is the map where they became champions at the Munich Major. It was the final map in that series. Then we're going to see Bank right after, picked by NIP, a very common map from them as well. And we'll finish on the snowy slopes of Chalet.
I mean, we are very patiently awaiting a fortress. There is a new map that has been added to the map pool. If you have not been following along, Skyscraper jettisoned from the 9 maps that we see played professionally. Fortress, that in Operation Tenfold Pursuit just a couple months ago, got a bit of some new paint, some new polish. They took some rooms away, they condensed it, they shortened some hallways. If you've played the game over the last couple months, you have likely stumbled into a fortress. We will not see it here, but we want it at some point. Instead, we go to old familiar, old reliable. M80, far and away your presumptive favorites, and they start off on their own map of Consulate.
This is going to be a scary game for the Ninjas, obviously coming into their opponent's pick, and they've chosen to start on the attack. Maybe a risky bet, but one that could help them warm up in this series. Quote was, "Today we're the best team in the world, tomorrow we're not." That was Fabian in the M80 documentary after their win in Munich, and I think it really speaks to the mindset of this team, Parker. M80 know that there is more work to be done. You don't just win a major and then sit on your hands. SI is the real trophy that everybody is hunting for, and for M80, that journey starts today.
And they've got a trophy winner on their squad. Yes, he might not be competing, but he is behind the bench. Fabian, as their coach, one of the most decorated players in this entire esport, will be the proverbial steady hand
For sure.
on the tiller for a team of guys who are at times a little bit crazy.
Oh, I think that's one way to put it, Parker. They're a fun squad. We can say that for sure. This M80 team, they've got a lot of fans for good reasons, and it's going to be exciting to see what they can bring out here as we load into the operator ban phase. I'm really looking at a zombie ban, I think, to start off on Consulate from NIP. They've got to be targeting the strong players. Gavin in particular loves that Azami. I want to see it taken out. There it goes to start off strong from NIP, so good to see that. It's the Ying immediately taken off the board from M80, and they got a few different directions. Grim could come through, Dokkaebi could come through, and they will bring out the Grim for the second attacker ban. Pretty standard overall stuff, I'd say, coming out from both teams. The Melusi a little bit unorthodox. We don't really see her getting banned on any map, and it's not an operator that we've seen a ton of from M80 on this map, so really interested to see what they want to do with that. Might imply some lurks coming up from different areas, might imply some sneaky plays from the Ninjas, but only time will tell.
You might be wondering, why a Grim ban? Grim is one of those inoffensive operators that you just look at him and you think, he's kind of a jack of all trades. He does an awful lot, but he doesn't do anything particularly exceptional the way that we see some of the other target bans. Well, I don't know if you wandered over to the Rainbow Six Pro League subreddit after yesterday's matches, but there is a win delta for operators that were played at our very first set of matches. And would you believe it, but Grim had the highest presence of any of the attackers and was considered too strong. He had a positive win delta, and there are a lot of operators that are in there. The strongest operators, you had people like Rory, you had Zero, you had Dokkaebi, but again, very small sample size for some of them. Dokkaebi is an incredible nuisance operator and will be available. So that Grim ban is eating up a space that is usually used for those enabling operators that can be so frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, 75% banned through the first phase so far at this event on Consulate. Grim is the most banned attacker on this map. It's also a map that Pino loves to play. If he can't play it, he'll often jump on the Capitao instead, and that's where we see him on this first round of the top floor attack. Love Hot and Cold on that Tachanka and Kino on the smoke. This is a really standard operator lineup from M80. This is how they like to play, with a lot of denial on the top floor. They don't want to let that plant go down CEO side. For NIP, it looks like they're going to be starting admin instead, so they might not be going for that similar strategy, but it's still really nice to do some of that plant denial. And then the Denari setups as well, looking fierce as the first Denari shots come through from Gunnar.
They've got M80 on the run for the time being, and Gunnar is fed into the open arms of Pino, the Blackbeard, looking for follow-up as Cons hoping to add a second to the tally for Ninjas in Pajamas. First blood drawn by Nip with about a minute to go, or a minute off of the clock. So far, good timing on their end.
Yeah, really important to get those opening picks from NIP. Only a 9% win rate without the opening pick in yesterday's match against WEIBO, so it's very critical that NIP can secure those frags early. Gives them a chance in this round.
It's hard to attack a map like Consulate as well, so if a team like Nip that has struggles doing more, if they surrender that first pick, ends up running up against a defensive-sided map like this, well, you are going to be in some serious trouble. So great start by Ninjas in Pajamas as we just move past the halfway point in this first round.
The vending hallway, often the most difficult part of the map to take on this bomb site, Parker. It's so awkward, and with this Denari setup as well, it's only going to be even tougher. Despite the man advantage, I kind of prefer M80's positioning right now.
And you've got a great smoke, and Kino sitting in this position. Being watched from the stairs. They need secondary follow-up. 3 bodies now for Kino. An embarrassment of riches for him as he makes his way back to vending. A scramble from M80 as Nip has them on the ropes with just a little under a minute to go.
Yeah, they concede the hallway, but it doesn't matter, Parker. They've kept still 4 players alive. They're in a good position to hold down this site. NIP not 100% sure what's clear, what's not. Wizard may be moving over to reposition on the CEO side, but he does not have a lot of time. NIP have to get a push together.
It's about 1 minute and 30 seconds that Nip have kind of stalled out inside of admin here, so you've got to hurry. Now you run into those goo mines. You've still got to deal with the guns on the side of M80, but the guns so far good on Nip. Hates will find 2 kills. M80 has been reduced to just Diffuser, who will look to save the day. Marching into the bomb site, now ringing around the Rosie. All you can do is use Gavin for intel. Diffuser needs to play keep away. Pino and him in a 1v1. Wizard likely unretrievable at this point. There's no way that M80 plays the runaround again. No, they decide to go for the throat, and Diffuser wins the round to give M80 a 1-0 lead.
Oh, it's not the cleanest round, but Diffuser locks it down. A huge round from the 2024 Rookie of the Year. A big play coming out from Diffuser. Was just nominated by his peers in North America League as the MVP for 2025 of all NA players. That was player voted. So huge congratulations to Diffuser for that. And I think showing exactly why he's considered to be so deadly by players in North America. Still a young guy, 21 on this team. One of the newest players that we have still in the scene at this event, but so dangerous in that position. Knows exactly where to position himself in that clutch. If you include the down players, I believe a technical 1v3, and was always putting himself in the position where he really couldn't lose.
You get a team like M80, you have to ask the question, who do you want to go up against? There really isn't a good answer. When all 5 of these players are locked in, Jesse, they are oh so formidable. You would think after that early pick and then Hates getting 2 right as the cut and thrust of the round was occurring that Nip would be in excellent position. But they did really stall out a little bit in admin and they had to pivot. And when Wizard repositioned himself, you went from a more cohesive unit where you saw them maybe stuck in the mud on that admin side of the map to a bunch of individuals all pushing kind of offbeat from one another.
Sure.
That's really tough to deal with because there isn't a lot of trade potential. If Nip cannot trade back and you lose your star players quickly, you're going to end up running against the clock, running up against good opposition, and M80 took great advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, they had the downs. That was such a winnable round for NIP, but you can't linger on it, right? You've got to get back into the game. Make sure you can win this second attack as you get the opportunity to. It does go down to Piano. A lot of teams would go Garage here, but Piano has become more and more popular for a lot of pro teams as that secondary bomb site to play rather than trying the split site, rather than going down into the basement. I like the setup as well with both the Solus and the Pulse. It should give M80 a lot of information.
One thing you might note on the side of M80 is how all of these guns thrive in close quarters situations.
True.
You've got the Scorpion, you've got the Vector, you've got shotguns in the hands of the Pulse and in Mute. I mean, this is a lineup that can do some serious damage. Some of these operators will have secondary weapons that work as primaries, as you saw Hot and Cold as the Reaper, and then you got the SMGs in the hands of Kino and Diffuser, but M80 might be expecting early action and might be expecting it to be very close to where they're going to play. This suggests to me an aggressively held defense by M80.
Yeah, certainly this top floor is a big focus for defenders still up here for M80, and it's very similar to the last round. We're stuck on this vending hall. The Janari setups continue to be a problem for NIP. We're not holding it as aggressively for M80, of course, with the bomb site a bit farther away, but these close range angles that you were talking about, Parker, close with the shotgun, close with the SMGs, that's going to be the danger for NIP.
And they've surrendered the first pick, but look at that, another 2-piece for Hates. Back-to-back rounds where he can draw more than a single kill from the end of his gun. Hot and Gunner now outnumbered 2-1 as they sit and wait again, playing this close quarters position. There's a deployable shield that will give Gunner some information as you can hear those trip mines scattered about, getting activated. Houghton has some information from below and is looking to maybe gain some attention from Nip. They're not giving it to him, though. With only 40 seconds left, Nip have some time to do a bit more discovery before they close in on the site.
NIP are a traditionally slow team. M80 know that, so they have to win on the time, but instead they're taking gunfights. Gunner goes down to Pino and puts it all in the hands of his captain.
And win or lose here, this is the second round in a row that M80 will fight from behind. Will Houghton have the same success that we saw from Diffuser? gives his position away. No, Fantasy holds that position. Pretty light work in the final minute for Ninjas in Pajamas, as all seem to fall down from M80 at the halfway point of the round.
Yeah, and I think you really got to put a focus on Hates. Did not show up in yesterday's game against WEIBO. Was one of the lowest performing players on NIP, but today has really come out in full force. 9-17 was his previous stat line, and already rocketing up to very close to that 9-kill total in just 2 rounds versus M80. So I'm glad we're seeing Hates come more alive. A lot of the focus on this NIP team gets put on guys like Pino, gets put on guys like Fantasy. Hates can very quietly be the best player on this team, and I think today he has been.
I mean, there was a reason why they picked him up from that Vivo Keat Stars roster, right? For a long time, Hates looked like a terrific player that was just kind of on an island. And this happens in every region of the world. It's not unique to Brazil by any stretch of the imagination. But you get these players that just go on these heater runs.
Yeah.
And they stand out. Hot and Cold was that exact same position on the Mirage roster, if you will recall.
Yeah.
He got dropped from Dark Zero, ended up going over to Mirage, had a bit of a renaissance in his career, playing on support previously, going to Mirage, taking more of that buck secondary entry role, and he flourished. All of a sudden, he ends up on Space Station. Now he's here on this M80 team. He's had quite the career. He's back to playing support and IGLing on this team. He's somebody whose stock as an IGL has continued to increase. But going back to a player like Hates, you know, he's magnetic. He's incredibly good when he's given opportunities to thrive. Though I will say, it shows that he only has 2 kills, Jesse. So I'm guessing he picked up some downed players, which will show on the kill feed as a kill. But you're not actually the one getting the kill.
Yeah, Fantasy was a big part of a lot of those early clears. You can see him actually top fragging for NIP. So it's that entry duo of NIP that have been really working together to give them the early advantage. Now 2 rounds in a row, only 1 converted. This is a very roam-focused defense from M80. Obviously, bomb sites in the basement, but none of their 5 players are technically on that bottom floor. You got 2 roamers top and then 3 in the mid floor. The Dokkaebi calls come out from Wizard. Usually it's actually Hates that does bring that Dokkaebi, but today he's on the buck, and this clear will begin on the top floor.
And Dokkaebi is available. So, I mean, somebody's got a player. If you've got Dokkaebi as an option, a Deimos as an option, kind of foolish in a lot of compositions to not bring these operators, referred to as nuisance ops, enablers as well. They're just different words, but meaning very similar things. Nuisance ops can be a little bit hard to deal with. Gavin taking down Cons, but it's immediately traded off elsewhere on the map with Wizard getting Diffuser, and then Pino will jump in as well, traded by Gunner. All of these players getting singular kills so far. And there goes Wizard at the hands of Gunner, who continues to run over towards Yellow. Hates is in pursuit. It's not looking good for Nip as the advantage goes to M80 by 1 player and half the round to go, but saving grace for Nip. It's Hates and Pino as the last 2 remaining, and both of them doing mighty well from a kill perspective.
That's true, but it feels like mission accomplished from the roamers of M80. They got in, they got their kills. You lost a couple of bodies, but you should be fine altogether. They don't have any way to open the main breach. They can clear the bandit batteries, but no actual hard breach, as Buck has brought those flashbangs, so they can just work from up above. The hatch has been opened for them by M80 as an escape route, and they might be able to use it for some picks, but M80 have been smart here, Parker. They're playing really far back in the bomb site. They're allowing NIP to play up above because they can't stop them, but it's this time that's going to keep ticking down for the Ninjas.
You've got 2 things for M80 that you need to keep track of. The gas canisters for Hot and Cold, and Gunner's ability to spot you if that diffuse kit goes down. So you have options to deny the plant. Nip of 30 seconds to get that case into the bomb site. Hates is looking for clear entry. Pino's holding on to the diffuse kit. Softened up by M80, and now Hates will drop right into the thick of it, shoulder to shoulder. They thought they had something inside a garage. They had nothing, and they'll come up empty-handed as 2 kills go away of M80, and they regain the lead.
Yeah, beautiful round from Sean. Gunner having a big moment here on Consulate, as he has in the past. Nice to see him popping off on the roam, also closing things down on the bottom floor as well. I think we'll see maybe a Denari ban to come out from NIP just because it's been so effective at locking down that vending hall. I'm curious if M80 want to focus the shields. Cons has played a shield every single time so far through this game, but he hasn't had the most amount of success. So we'll see what this does come through. I'm wrong on 2 counts, Parker. It's Dokkaebi Smoke to close things out. So a big focus on Hot and Cold for that Smoke ban, and then Dokkaebi targeting, of course, 2 players who play it, Hates and Wizard.
I mean, and not even Hutton, but Kino as well.
Yeah.
Kino is widely considered to be one of the premier smokes in North America, maybe even stretching that out to the rest of the regions here. a great operator from just a loadout perspective. You've got that SMG, which is better than a lot of primary guns if you can hit your shots.
Yep.
You've got a very strong shotgun, and then, of course, you've got the denial. Denial not just when it comes to the kit, Jesse, but also denial into doorways, denial for early entries. Go back to round number 1 on that top floor hold. The smoke was used to deny an advance from admin to the corridor between the bomb site.
Yeah.
It wasn't used for denial. It was used to slow down Nip. So you've got versatility when it comes to an operator like Smoke. And, of course, Dokeby's Dokeby, one of the highest played operators yesterday. It is no surprise that she has been taken out. So it does give a little bit more freedom to Nip as to what they want to bring from an attacking perspective. They will lock in a Sens, but I imagine we will see the Deimos every round moving forward. I guess you've also got Lion, if need be. Lion did just receive a buff.
Yes.
Now his Lion scan, instead of lasting for 2 seconds, lasts for 3 seconds. So a small buff to the French operator in time for us to land in France for SI.
You love to see it. You don't love to see Gavin taking an early shot, but he does survive. Takes 1 bullet to the chest from that DMR, and Fantasy not able to do any more than that. We are again going admin side, Parker, so we're not looking to change up the position of the attack from NIP, despite a lot of these operators getting switched out on their lineup. I think it'll be a little bit easier to take it this time because they banned out the smoke, which you were talking about, sawing out. They're not playing that Denari either. Gunner moving over to the Bandit this time around after some really successful plays on one of Siege's newest operators, so going to be interesting to see how they try to lock down this site instead. I like Kate's going down below here. Of course, we've seen him on the Bucks so far today. Now playing that verticality with the Deimos can be really deadly, but only has tracks on the Tachanka and the Mute right now.
It's nice to see Denari's pick rate steadily tick upwards. Another reason why you'd bring an operator like Sens or even Lion, the operator we were talking about previously, the 417, by many, one of the strongest guns in the game. You ask players about it, that thing hits like a truck. If you are watching right now and listening to my voice, and you play Twitch or Sens or Aurora or any of these players or any of these operators that have the 417 and you are not running it, you load up the game right now and you change that.
Yeah, it's a pretty ridiculous gun, Parker. It hits like a truck, but we're in the site now, and Cons gets forced back by the Tachanka. Doesn't find anything, goes fishing, but comes up blank.
Active denial. Why bring it to Tachanka over the Goyo? Because you can use it not from just the B site, but also turn towards A. Fantasy's in a great spot here.
Wow.
Kino, a sitting duck. Diffuser goes down as well, but hold on. Gavin finds a 2-piece of his own. Gunner blows himself up.
What?
We're going to need an instant replay on that. And here comes the default plant. Fire will go down. Pino manages to get away with it. A swing on in. Gavin is last alive, and he tears through them all. It's Gavin on 4K looking for the ace. He will hunt down Hates. He's got a good read on him, but Hates will shut him down. Tie game.
He does the most, but it's not enough, Parker. Good try from Gavin on that top floor, but in the end, it's just the collapse coming through. Really got to focus on that entry game from Fantasy once again. Undefeated on his attacking opening engagements in yesterday's game against WEIBO. He really found that gap this time around. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact they didn't have as much denial for that vending hallway. Weren't able to stall things out without the smoke, without the Denari. So that gap was found then coming through from that player on NIP. Fantasy was able to get in, get deep, and get those couple of kills. Really not sure what was going on with Gunner in the midst of that. Probably not the focus here. He was just in he was CEO side. Must have seen somebody on a window or something and just got caught up in the midst of it.
Where did he blow himself up with the nitro cell? There
So
it
this
was.
must be it, yeah.
It happens. It happens. I guess we need some kind of distraction from the G2 debacle yesterday.
Yeah.
If you didn't tune into their matchup against the Shopify Rebellion on Nighthaven Labs, there was some tomfoolery afoot from the G2 lads. One of the most viewed clips on socials for this game yesterday, second only to our good Australian friend Xenox, trying to say the word successful and having a bit of problems with it.
He was not successful in his attempts to say
He was
successful.
not successful at all. No, that is correct. What's at stake for this matchup, by the way? For those of you that haven't followed along yesterday, all of the teams in this group, save M80, were in action. The team that has the day off today is Team Heretics. They were known as Project Zero. That's definitely a play by Wizard. Diffuser is there, and I'm going to be honest with you, Jesse. I would be steaming mad if I was Wizard.
Slammed him.
Why are you there is the question that needs to be asked. What's at stake? Well, one team in each of these groups will go home. From 20, we will go down to 16 teams. Ninjas in Pajamas are tied with M80 in dead last. The only reason why they're tied is because M80 didn't play yesterday. If NIP loses this without picking up a point, they will be in very serious danger of being the first team and the only team to go home from Group A. Though, if you watch the WEIBO FEARX game, FEARX is also on the bubble. They have just a single point so far, so not that much farther ahead.
Lots of Siege still to be played in these groups, but yeah, you're not liking your spot for NIP despite the opponents they've gone up against. We're running back the same bomb site, by the way, back to the top floor. M80 keeping everything the same with the sole exception of Gunnar moving back onto that Denari. I like this move a lot coming through from Gunnar. I was missing the Denari in the last round. He's decided to bring it on back. You've got double Scorpion play now too, with Gavin still rocking on that Ella. So we've seen the slowness from NIP, losing their first player and trying once again for a third time on this admin clear. A little awkward for Kino, but
a bit
he's
of premonition from Hates there. Fantasy and Wizard have now both died, as there goes Fantasy. Diffuser having a pretty good game so far. He and Gavin combining for 12 kills, 6 apiece. And Nip, who were very strong on this side of the map twice before, have once again stalled out. It's allowed M80 to reposition with just below a minute to go. Hates is on the board. He's having a great game. He and Pino now tied for 4 kills, sitting just below Fantasy. There goes Cons. Diffuser follows shortly thereafter. We have a Glass kill on the board. M80 with a numbers advantage of 1 with 30 seconds to go. They will stretch that to 2 as down goes Pino. And now Hates, who's been terrific, will need to be even better. I don't know what he'll be able to accomplish. Not much. Gavin takes him out, and this seesaw match will now tilt back in favor of the defending major champs as M80 goes back up by a single round, but that's all they've been able to lead by.
Pino, a bit of a madman in that round. I think you saw the writing on the wall in the 3v5, said, I got to try something. Smoke repels into the hallway and does manage to get a kill. It catches M80 off guard, gets deep into the bomb site, but that's really not where you expect a Glaz to be, and it's not where he thrives. Nice attempt from Hates as well, who I think has been playing well all game, but just not able to get any of that value for his team. Not enough after losing both Fantasy and Wizard early. I got to talk quickly about Cons. I know he's yet to find a kill. He's obviously the IGL and the main shield player on NIP, but it's been the early deaths for me, Parker. Before he's really able to take space, before his team are able to work some picks one way or another, feels like Cons has been going down a lot very quickly in a lot of these attacks. I want to see him locking in a little bit for this game. Playing on that Blackbeard now. One of my favorite quotes from Cons from back in the day was, I hate playing shields, but they are the meta, and so I have to play them. We're seeing it now from him, and I just don't think it's found that enough success on it so far.
I mean, I'm by far and away not a pro player.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I don't think I need to say the obvious. But you don't got to be a pro player to know that if you play Blackbeard for 3 rounds, you probably should pick up at least 1 kill.
Sure.
Cons will go off of the shield. Fantasy will play the blitz for the very final round of this first half. Shield operators played so far are Blackbeard and Monty, all of them played by Cons. Cons has been freed from this position on this cafeteria garage take now from Ninjas in Pajamas. All of the Hard Breachers receiving some very serious changes, and this will be the first LAN event that we have outside of the regional finals with those Hard Breach changes live. Technically, they were live for the LAN finals, but because the season before was played on a previous build, none of those Hard Breach changes were live, so the changes to Thermite, who now has 3 exothermic charges, Hibana, who no longer needs to reload her X-Kairos, yada, yada, yada. We will now actually get to see them in action. Jesse, what did you say about entry stats for NIP as they've now surrendered 2 players, putting themselves in a 3v5 with 2 minutes still to go?
Yeah, the recovery rate was brutal for NIP. They didn't win a single attack yesterday where they didn't get the opening pick, so losing 2 early is not a good sign for them. They do get 1 back with Gavin going down, but again, just like in round 3, M80 are happy with how their roam game has gone. They've cleared out 2 of the threats, they've left themselves in a man advantage, and they've retreated back towards the basement. Now this time, NIP actually have Hard Breach, both Cons and Hates bringing that utility. I know Hates last time was on the Buck, of course, no longer has access to those can openers, so is bringing the flashes, it's all that that he had access to. But still, with this utility in hand for NIP, the question is going to be how do they manage the clock? You've got all the tools you should need. Smokes for a plant, hard breach for the walls, soft destruction for up above on Pino. But can you get it down? Can you keep track of all these members on M80? It's going to be a very difficult task from NIP. They've got the tools available to them, but there's a lot that they've got to keep track of in the last 60 seconds.
And they got bogged down in this exact position the last time they had to attack this bottom floor bomb site. Difference was, at the time, they had completely separate tools. They've still got those boogie drones, which will give them a bit of an advantage against M80, at least when it comes to lines of sight. But the dangerous task will be, do you go for yellow stairs or do you go for a dead drop through that hatch? Why is it called a dead drop? Because most of the time when you drop, you end up dead shortly thereafter.
Yep.
If you recall, Nip had 2 separate players drop the hatch, huddle together near that cafeteria wall, and get picked off quite effectively by M80. M80 does have an advantage of 1, and they just need to wait. 20 seconds left on the clock. M80 have yet to lead by more than a single round. They have an opportunity to put the first half in the books up 4-2. There goes Diffuser as Hates marches in. Kino on the board as down goes Pino. Hates has found quite the opening. 3 for him, looking for a 5th. It's Gunner who's now retaken from above, searching for an angle. And an ace from Hates. 6 rounds in, 3 for M80, 3 for Nip. My goodness, no closer to a conclusion as we change sides.
How's that for a bounce back, Gabriel Eduardo? An ace coming in through this game to finish off the first half after being the lowest fragging player on NIP in yesterday's game against WEIBO. He has completely turned his game around and has kept NIP competitive in this match through the first half. Excellently played by him. I was a little concerned because despite having all that hard breach, Parker, they didn't open the main breach. They had one guy playing above, and then they funneled everybody else through the yellow door. That's a risky play. But because they had good information, they had pings on where those players were at, they saw that it was free, they saw how far back M80 were playing, they made that call. They had the right decision. Not sure if it was Cons or someone else who made that call, but it was really smart from NIP, and they do a great job capitalizing on the issues that M80 maybe had on that defense, being a little bit too passive.
We have a very brief tech pause here. I'm not sure what the culprit is. Usually you can tell by the admin being somewhere nearby. We are being told that Fabian has broken his headset.
Classic.
Classic Fabian. Just goes to show you that 3 hammers and you still don't know how to handle a headset.
Well, hopefully it'll be a fast fix. I'm sure it will. These teams are more than used to situations like this, so Fabian working through it with his team. I honestly don't think M80 should be in so high of spirits right now, Parker. I know there's not a lot of data out there, but just because of the current patch we're on, but Consulate is thought to be probably the most defender-sided map in Professional Siege with Skyscraper's removal. That's been one of the big talking points. We swapped Skyscraper, a very defender-sided map, for Fortress, which many are expecting to be an extremely attacker-sided map. It's going to shift all the statistics a little bit more offensively sided. Consulate now kind of the lone holdout where defenders, in theory, should be dominant. A 3-3 split for M80, while it might look even on paper, I would argue actually favors the Ninja on the opponent's map pick.
I agree with you. I absolutely do. And we're back in it now. I guess the headset is working once more. That first half was quite the back and forth, and it was individual performances by some of those Ninjas in Pajamas players that really stuck things together. Round number 1, won by Diffuser, clutching in that 1v4, 1v3, technically, if you want to count it that, when the bodies hit the floor.
Yep.
And then ends with Hates clutching out by sweeping his way through the back hall, through that small office, and taking no prisoners en route to what might be the first ace of SI. I didn't see one yesterday. You might want to fact check me on that. With the conclusion of M80 versus Ninjas in Pajamas, Group A will be finished their matches for the day. Tomorrow, the team that has the day off is, for fans of the team, FEARX. Team Heretics and Ninjas in Pajamas will do battle first before M80 plays up against the red-hot WEIBO Gaming. Then it goes FEARX versus Nip in a match that could honestly determine which team finishes last in this group, depending on, of course, what happens in this game today. Heretics and M80 will then play in the final matchup. And then the last set of games in this group, Heretics and WEIBO Gaming And FEARX and M80, if you are NIP and you do not manage to put up enough points by round 4, you have the final day of groups off. That is devastating. That means that your fate will very likely be in the hands of somebody else. No team, no player ever wants to be in that situation. That's just the lay of the land for Group A, as we've got quite a long set of groups here in Phase 1 of SI.
Plenty still to be played for, but a scary spot for NIP nonetheless. I did do a fact check on you, Parker. There were no aces on the first day of the Six Invitational, so unless there were some aces in our first set of games, I didn't see any, but unless there was one or two earlier today, that will be the first ace of the event from Hate, so congratulations to him. We've gone through operator bans. I like the Glaz ban coming out from NIP. A lot of respect being shown to Kino, in my opinion, the best sniper player in the world, so removing that tool from him. Yazami also being removed from M80. That was the primary operator played by Hates on the defense in yesterday's game versus WEIBO. So I think showing some respects to what has been the best ninja in the server today.
We get confirmation from our wonderful analyst, Fresh, that there were no aces. So this should be the very first one, other than the operator ace and the caster ace. So both of whom are in action. This is a quick one. Hot and Cold surviving. They try to sweep on over. Where is the coverage? Hot and Cold manages to get Diffuser down, and all hell will break loose with 9 players still alive. Candela's tossed out by Kino. A shotgun in hand. As Gavin plays from down below, very leisurely picks off Hates. Pino eliminating Kino means that the disruption from the Candelas are no more. Cons will drop, still searching for his very first kill. Through 6 rounds, he escaped that first half without being able to draw blood against his opponents. Diffuser on double duty, watching the Diffuse kit, but they are very quickly running out of time on the side of NIP. Wizards last alive, Diffuser gets 2, Gavin and Gunner 1 apiece. And what a quick tempo for the very first round of this second half. M80 will regain the lead, something we've said now 3 times.
And a very M80 attack to start their offensive side here in Paris. I love that play coming out from them. I think a really important piece of that push was Gavin playing down below, because often what you're afraid of in that plant is being denied from that verticality, being denied from down below. Gavin had secured piano, so they knew they couldn't get denied horizontally. The smoke was playing over towards admin side, so the smoke was not going to have any opportunity to stop that plant. All they really had was the nitro cell from Cons, and that's great, but when you've got a Monty planting, he can block the vast majority of that explosive damage. Hot and Cold does go down, but he does his job before he does, so he managed to get the kit onto the floor. M80 really successful on that plant-focused push, and it shouldn't be a surprise to any of the fans of this North American team, because coming into this event, M80 had the highest plant percentage of any other team through the regular season of 2025. So we expect M80 to be very objective focused. We expect M80 to be very shield focused, and that's coming through in their first attack.
Hot and Cold back on the shields. Expect him to run Monty Blitz, one of those operators, through and through. No shield bans, as we see on the side of Ninjas in Pajamas. No shields were banned out by M80 on attack either. This is something that is a bit of a change. We saw an awful lot of shield bans leading up to the LCQs for this for this SI, and through those qualifiers, lots of shield bans. But at this point in time, I think there's just too much utility. Operators getting a lot of buffs. Maybe shields aren't the big focus for teams.
I think a lot of it's the map too, right, Parker? Often with Consulate, you're struggling to get into the building, and shields aren't really what's going to help you do that. Normally, that's going to be more things like a Grim, like a Capitao, like a Ying, these displacement operators to actually get you through some of these really annoying windows. M80, no problems getting through the window in round 7, but still, that will continue to be an issue for them. Might be go to the basement for round number 8, and this is going to be a bit of a separation from what M80 wanted to do on their bomb site rotation. Already deep in through electrical. They're going to be hitting the server side very quickly here.
And with the wall being shot out the way it is and this door being barricaded, there's no way that M80 makes it without Nip hearing first. Nip is prepared and ready for this, though they are, for the time being, standing pat. They spy the Monty. At this point in time now, M80 knows that Nip knows. So they both know. Now you know. But what we don't know is what will happen next.
Do they know about Fantasy? No. They obviously know Wizard's position, but Fantasy's been behind this pillar, I believe, the entire time. I don't think they know he's here, Parker.
Oh, Ooh, and he kind of bottles the recoil on the SMG-11, so the element of surprise can only get you so far. Down goes Wizard at the hands of Kino. A flash goes in. Fantasy hits the shot onto the Monty. That might have defanged the entry from M80. A brawl will break out. Gavin coming out ahead as he breaks double digits. 11 kills. It's just 2 remaining for Nip. Pino sitting at 7 kills, second on the team. Cons still searching for kill number 1. Up against Gavin and Gunner, you're going to need some real heat on the side of Cons here. Gunner's assault going down spiral stairs as Gavin is waiting near the bomb site. He's just got to hope that Gunner can get there quick enough.
Yeah, at this point, the push from M80, I think, has done pretty much what it wanted to do, but now you've got 30 seconds to get a plant down. Really strong mirror windows still going to be in the site here. If they haven't cleared those out, the drop coming through from Gunner, hoping to find a pick.
And Gunner's got one of those death marks remaining. Gavin needs some help. Khan's getting on the board. Gunner, in hopes of keeping this one close, will need to pull off a 1v2. Shotgun out, and he runs a little bit too quickly. 2 kills for Khans, both statement kills. High impact, high value. It's one thing to break that goose egg, but it's another to get 2 kills to win your team the round. Yet again, a tie game. M80 has not been able to shake this Nip team whatsoever.
He might not be at the top of the scoreboard, Cons, but he gets the kills when he needs to. Great anchor play coming through from him. I think M80 just a little bit low on time for that push. I thought their server clear was relatively successful, even given the misdrone of Fantasy. Of course, the whiff helped them a little bit in the midst of that, but regardless, they full focused on that server side push, ended up in the 2v2, couldn't really get the coordination that they wanted, pinching from 2 different angles. We see the shots coming through once again. Really nicely played, I think, by both teams on that server side, but the anchor play a bit better by Cons. And Gunner, you know, sometimes you're sprinting, you get a wrong call on where someone is. The time was pretty low there. It looks a little goofy maybe in the 1v1, but it happens.
I am impressed with this Nip team. This is M80's map. Nip kind of defied the odds in that first half and have now kept pace through 2 rounds. I'm going to say that round 1 of the second half was a bit of an aberration. M80 rushing and getting a plant down very quickly. That's not the kind of thing that you can look at and say, I know how this team is going to play moving forward. What you do is you look at it and you say, that's a bit of a cheese play. M80 does cheese plays from time to time, and Consulate is a map where you can get that very quick cheese plant down. So I get it. But that round we just saw was much more traditional Consulate, and both teams came as close as you could get. A 1v1, about as close as the scoreline has been through the entire match. So Nip obviously learning from their matchup yesterday and bringing a little bit more fire up against a team that absolutely warrants it. If you showed up off your game, M80 would be making mincemeat out of you.
Hate's going to be playing on this Boss G Vigil. We saw this from him on the Piano Bomb site back at the Munich Major, so this is not going to be brand new, but obviously Vigil Boss G is not what it was a couple of years ago, so it isn't always as effective as sometimes you want it to be.
Well, hold on a second, but the people I play with in Ranked, they make it seem like nothing's changed.
Listen, King Stompin was putting some crazy work with that gun yesterday, so it can still have a lot of impact, but you got to know how to use it correctly. Early entry once again from Hot and Cold, sticking on this Montaigne, yet to find the space up against Pino on the stairs.
And this would be 2 rounds in a row where Nip were very successful at rebuffing that Monty.
True.
That is hard to do.
Not so hard to clear at the Vigil if you're Gunner. He does find him on the window, so not as successful with that gun, but you are okay losing the Vigil. He wasn't going to be a critical part of this defense anyways.
It's not true. He had the Boss G.
You were just hoping to work a pick with him. It didn't happen. You've got your hard anchor operator still up, right? Pino on that Warden, Cons on that Pulse, even Fantasy on the Mozzie with that Nitro Cell could be a really important operator. They have conceded top floor with that Vigil's death, so that offers a lot of space to M80, but that doesn't mean it's going to be easy to get into the bomb site. It doesn't mean it's going to be simple to take this, especially if these Nitros can land.
I mean, Hates has been their best player from the mid-round on.
Yeah.
Losing him so early in the round means that that parachute that you have is significantly weaker, if even there at all. Yeah, it relies on your player like Fantasy to step up huge, or your support/anchor players, which Nip has some, and there goes Kino, not expecting Pino to work his way up those yellow stairs, evading the Gridlock's tracks that had been spread out. Diffuser has no more track stingers available. Hot and Cold has found safe shelter inside the bomb site, and he has Diffuse Kit in hand. Nobody from Nip seems to be any the wiser. Great coverage. Nitro Cell comes out, but it's a bit belated. Khan's starting to heat up at this point. 3 kills through 2 rounds, Jesse, and an advantage for Nip. But in the post plant, Usually you have to wonder, what can the defenders do to regain this position? Fantasy hops on the Diffuse kit, a rush in. Easy picks for Diffuser and Gavin. Diffuser shrugging off some damage above. Gunner side by side. There goes Pino. And now it's up to Fantasy to clutch this one out. Trying to long arm through the wall, avoiding the fire of the Capitao, being tracked by the death mark. And Gavin gets the job done. So much gadgetry saved by M80 for the post plant. I feel like a broken record here, Jesse, but M80 will take the lead again.
A bit tragic that reinforce and disable are on the same button. But it happens. I don't think it would have changed the results of that round. Strongly held in M80's favor. I have to imagine this is going to be a Monty ban coming through from NIP. Hot and Cold has been way too good with this operator. If it doesn't get removed, I will be shocked. It's Deimos instead. All right. They clearly have a game plan. They think they can counter the Monty. Let's hear how they're going to do it.
Do we do listen-ins on the B stream?
We might not be doing listen-ins on the B stream, Parker. That's my mistake. So
we do as much as we can, Jesse.
My apologies. Well, we will not hear
Sorry,
how they're going to deal
chat.
with it.
Jesse is too much of an A stream gal today.
My apologies. You know what? We wouldn't have even understood them because they're in Portuguese, of course. Anyways.
I'm letting you steer the ship. You wanted to do a non-existent listen-in in a language you don't speak, and I admire you for that. I really got to say, that's some A+ planning there.
I shoot for the stars, Parker, and sometimes I miss, but at least I'm shooting high. I go back to this Monty point with Hot and Cold, right? Coming into this event through the 2025 season, Hot and Cold had more plants than any other human being on the planet in Professional Rainbow Six. Entered the game with 69 plants. With the 2 plants so far through the third quarter, he'll be up to 71 on the season, which continues to be the highest of anybody in the world. It's something that NIP really need to focus on, I think, through these last 3 rounds, because twice now, Hot and Cold has just snuck a plant down under their nose. That time, he goes in through Closet to very default plants, just through the closest window available to him to the bomb site, and the players on NIP were really scattered. You saw the flank going up yellow stairs. Fantasy was all the way over towards Spiral when that plant was going down. You had a couple other players kind of towards benches and over on the east side of the map. Nobody was really near the site there for NIP. So I hope that tack timeout was something about reining things in, not letting those diffuse kits get down so consistently, and finding some way to stop Hot and Cold on this Montaigne.
I don't know if Maria is able to hear the timeouts. I don't know if she's in the pit, but I know that she did some translating for the A stream yesterday. It is quite advantageous to have a multilingual translator. Maria is here to do interviews and hilarious content, like when she gave Psycho his birthday cake. She is now 2 for 2 on delivering birthday cakes to players who have just lost.
Yes.
The cake was very good, by the way. I had a little bit of it yesterday. It was, look, defeat is a bitter taste, but the cake was delicious. So, some good, some bad.
Yeah, Psycho turning 27 yesterday, of course, and was on that NIP roster when they won the Six Invitational a few years ago.
Here
in Paris.
In Paris.
That's true. Ninjas have been doing very well in Paris historically. So
Ninjas in Paris.
Ninjas in Paris. With things coming back here, you expect them to maybe rekindle some of that old magic, but it's a very different team. Only Pino, of course, sticking along with that roster. So time will tell if they can bounce back. This last quarter is going to be absolutely critical. With us returning to the top floor, I really want to see them adapting a bit to that window play. I don't think it's going to happen from M80, but you are seeing that Tachanka playing a little bit closer towards the west side of the map. That should do them some good.
It's been so long since we've been in the saddle together that I forgot you were doing the quarters thing.
What do you mean doing the quarters thing? We're in the fourth quarter. With the op bans, the game's separated very nicely into quarters.
Okay.
And halves, but quarters too. I believe in our viewers' ability to divide 12 by 4.
I don't. The reason why... never mind. You know what? Let's just focus on the game here, because this round has gone by very, very quickly. We are already past the halfway point. Cons is taking a bit of damage. At this point in time, if you're Tachanka, you need to play more sheltered and get the remaining 16 of those Molotovs shot out of your Shumika launcher. Maybe not. Oh. Gunner will use his flames, which happen to be a little bit more damaging, to take down that Tachanka. Cons is gone. Diffuser is gone. Now Kino looking for follow-up. Kino just 2 kills so far, but he hasn't been in a position where he's been relied upon, especially with Gavin and Diffuser gobbling up all the kills, and now Gunnar heating up here in the 3rd and 4th quarter.
You don't think of Gunnar as a Capital player, but he gets great value out of that Firebolt, and now we can see M80 starting to get things a little bit more opened up. Hot and Cold Yellow is still going to be the brunt of this push. That's where he wants to take this, but he's actually exited the building and is going to rotate over to the CEO window, regrouping with Gunnar, hoping to do a similar plant to what they did last time, but the difference, Parker, is they have very little time, and Hot and Cold is on a sliver of HP.
Capital receiving a buff like many other operators just a couple weeks ago. It's nice to see him here. Gunnar will find yet another. Using the parents of the DMR is a bit of a choice. Nip finding a succession of kills very, very quickly. Now Houghton just has Gunnar for that coverage. Down goes Houghton, and Gunnar is outside. No team has won consecutive rounds. And it will happen yet again. Nip clawing back. Nip has tied or trailed through this entire match. Through 10 rounds, 5 for M80, 5 for Nip, and we are guaranteed all 12.
Tough push coming through from M80. Obviously, the adaptations were there for NIP, and we got to see how M80 tried to adapt to that. We did see the C4 coming in from down below. Previously, it was Gavin that controlled that portion of the map for M80, didn't stop any vertical denial from coming through. This time, he was pushing up the yellow stairs. He gets caught off guard midway through that push. Kino is well on the Ying, not having a lot of impact in the midst of that. So despite some good kills from Gunnar, the game plan wasn't quite enough. That's the death from Kino that you saw, not a lot of impact. And then there goes the Nitro to finish off the planter. So good adaptations from NIP. You can see some of that tack timeout coming through, how they're addressing that CEO window plant. A little surprised that M80 chose to go for it again, but it did feel like more of a backup plan given they didn't have the buck and given they started towards yellow stairs.
Look at the lineup for M80 now as they load in here for what should be an M80 win, at least based on the precedent that's been set. No team has won back-to-back rounds, but the color that they use, both of them using this like yellow-green color,
Okay.
so far 100% success rate. That color green has won all 10 rounds. It's really good stuff.
My stats shows that they lost all 10 rounds, that color.
That is also true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure.
The color has won all 10 rounds, but also lost all 10 rounds.
Well, not a bad day to be the color of...
I don't know what color it is. I have no idea.
Green?
Like, yeah, like a snot green. I don't... It's a
Sorry,
little bit more
sorry.
yellow present.
Wow.
I'd love for if anybody here from Ninjas in Pajamas or M80 have like the Pantone that you want to just tell me. Is there like a hex code that we can use for your color? I was actually kind of taken aback by that because also like the BNK FEARX logo is more yellow.
Sure.
But when I was looking at the groups and I was doing notes, I was like, oh, all these teams share that. And then it's like you've got like the kind of like yellowish orange
Yeah.
from WEIBO as well.
And
so
Heretics as well, kind of
yeah,
brown
Heretics
and yellow.
is in there. Kino now sprinting in. He's on shield duty this time. Hot and Cold freed from Montaigne. He'll be on a very typical hard breach. Gunnar staring at a position where one of the funniest clips to come out of the Munich Major where he played Keep Away occurred. Down to the stairs now patrolled by Cons. Halfway point of this round. As we have gotten deeper into this matchup, Jesse, things have slowed down quite a lot.
Yeah, they certainly have, Parker. With this heavy roam game that was being played by NIP, it wasn't an easy thing to clear. They've mostly cleared it now. Hate's still going to be playing a position on the east side of the map over towards Visa Stairs, but broadly, these players have all retreated back to the bottom floor without any casualties. Now, Fantasy flanks up Spiral. This might not be known by M80, and if the young player on NIP could get away with something, it could be big. They pop a logic bomb and he runs right back to site.
First Bloods really have not been a huge factor in this series. Only impacted 4 of the 10 rounds so far. And M80 have been exceptional at drawing First Blood, and it just continues to get better and better and better. The first flawless round of this series will come in round 11, and M80 regains the lead again. M80 has never led by more than a single round. That still holds true. Nip yet to have a lead in this map. And now they find themselves on the ropes. M80 will look to do something they have not been able to do, and that's win 2 rounds back-to-back. If they pull it off, they put Consulate, their own map, in the win column with a 7-5 scoreline. If they falter, we go to overtime.
Still attack timeout in M80's pocket as well. So if things start to fall apart for them, they have that coach to fall back on in terms of Fabian. It's a great push from M80, I have to say, Parker. They were really pulling the attention away from NIP by forcing that plant. You saw Kino over towards Radio by Pillar, getting that plant on the ground, but that didn't mean that they were ignoring the top floor. The flank from Fantasy eventually got shut down on his retreat down the spiral stairs. Then you saw Gunner front door finding 2 players who were trying to get re-aggressed up onto that mid floor, so it really did feel like M80 had all the bases covered, forcing the plant on the bottom floor while still watching for the aggression on the mid floor. It feels like they're in total control of that push. They won't get to attack that bomb site again, at least not until we head into overtime, as that is Piano for our final bomb site here on the map. Last time we went to Piano, Parker, that was round number 9. It was a successful M80 attack. It was that hot and cold Monty plant, but he gives the operator over to Kino, which to me signals they might be going for something a bit different.
Teams are 50-50 on this bomb site, but the attackers are at a 100% victory. NIP played this bomb site back in round number 2, and it was their very first successful attack. And as you pointed out, round number 9, M80 successful on attack as well. So something's got to break at this point. Either the defenders have to win, or that back-to-back round stat for M80 has to be broken. All we know is we've got just a little over 2 minutes to go, and if you're NIP, you got to be happy with where you're at, but there's still a little bit more work to be done before you set yourself up for your own map.
I want to see a big round out of Hates. He's roaming top floor and CEO, playing on that mute this time around. And don't forget, he ended the first half with 9 kills.
Yep.
Now almost concluding the second half, he is at 10. The best player on attack for NIP today hasn't really been impactful, but here on the site, he's the first to fall.
I believe Fantasy had 7 kills in the first half as well.
Yeah.
The fraggers on the side of NIP have completely fallen off. Cons has picked up 5 kills now just through this second half. He's gone! Hot and cold and Diffuser taking no prisoners inside the site. Diffuser lucky number 13. Gavin on 13. Gunner on 12. The kills are certainly there for M80. But what about the map control? Halfway point of a very pivotal 12th round. NIP still holding on that top floor. So plenty of time for M80 to try to flush them out. But you have to go quickly. You cannot fall behind on this clock.
Yeah, we've fallen back to a plan B, not dissimilar to round 10, where M80 initially tried to rush the bomb site, get something very quick down on the ground like they did in round 9, but this time it doesn't go so well. They're not as confident with their Monty dying, so they pull things back. Hot and Cold jumps back out the closet window, and they're going to try to reposition. They're still there on the west side of the map, so I still think they're going to try to play around those windows, maybe yellow stairs, but it's just going to be awkward with all these defenders around this spot.
They're trying to bait out Diffuser, and they'll do so successfully, but immediately shut back down in response. Hot and Cold and Gunner now will have to sweep the leg as Fantasy and Hate still remain. What a duo for NIP to have remaining. Hot and Cold thinks he has the idea. He had a good read on to Hates' position. Hates just looking for it, and he'll pull trigger. Pino still down. Gunner with 30 seconds left will take matters into his own hands. M80 going for a very linear execute. Up gets Pino. Control over towards yellow. A scamper towards the bomb site in the post plant. Gunner will now have his hands full in a 1v3 to try and win this map outright without needing overtime. It might be a Herculean task, but Gunner has pulled this off. He's a major winning MVP for good reason. He hears the herd of elephants from above. Waiting patiently. NIP biding their time. They'll double up, looking for the push into the bomb sites. There goes one. Pino down for the count. Gunner repositioning. Tearing strips off of Fantasy, but where is Hates? All the while just killing time. Can they hop on the Diffuser? They'll get it by a second. NIP hangs on, and we'll go to overtime in map 1 of this series.
It does not get much closer than that. Gunner nearly does the impossible again on the piano bomb site, but this time it just is a little bit better for NIP. Coordination is good. Timing is close, but it's good enough for the Ninjas. They get down for the disable. Really nicely played by them. They never conceded that top floor. Big difference between that round and the previous time they played that bomb site, Parker. They continued to play up above. Hot and Cold with that plant spot really was optimistic, trying to get it down. It's difficult to deny from the verticality, but it's not impossible, and NIP were very ready for it.
And he knew they were there. He knew Hates was there. He looked right at him, but because of the way that the floor goes, there are those metal beams. He couldn't see Hates' head because of his vantage point.
Yeah.
If he had stayed ADS and just stepped maybe 1 or 2 times to the right, he very likely would have had a read on the mute.
Yeah.
But he did not, and because of that, they were able to hold that top floor. M80 had 90 seconds to put one person up on the top floor. We knew they had top floor control. M80 knew they had top floor control, but they decided to gamble on it. It's not a bad gamble, but it's still a gamble. And you often want to go for the sure bet. M80 figured that with the clock being what it was, a linear take was all they could get, and they almost pulled it off.
Yeah.
But 1 second difference is all that matters. And now we have at least 2 more rounds.
Just didn't have time to, I think, go for anything a little bit more thorough, but sometimes that is the game that we play. I want to credit Hates as well. He got that vertical denial onto Hot and Cold, and I was just talking about how we went a little quiet in that second half. Well, he gets the kills when it matters and forces this game into overtime. Keep in mind, this is M80's map pick. They are expected to win this as the reigning major champions, but NIP are no easy opponent despite their result from yesterday, so they're giving them a run for their money. M80 do get a start on defense, and on the most defender side of map that we have in the competitive pool, that should be a boon for them. Gunnar bringing out the Thorn, which ranked players will know has been devastating the lobbies recently, and of course with those new buffs to her traps, it can be really awkward running into a doorway if you don't know they're there.
Almost every part of Thorn was buffed.
Yeah.
It was an incredible amount of changes that Ubisoft doled out just a couple weeks ago. My goodness, and Gunnar almost losing his life before we could even see the Irish operator do all that much. Thorn having about the same presence in pro play as I do, so it's nice to see her active. And now, this is also a map where Thorn works really well for plant denial. Because of the changes to the timer on those Razor Blooms, you can throw a Razor Bloom while the diffuse is going down, and it will activate quickly enough that it will kill the planter, almost like a Nitro cell. The hero of the previous round, Hates, is given a pretty anticlimactic send-off as we hit the halfway point of the first round of OT, and Hates and Deimos are in the ground.
Nice kill from Diffuser. Vaults his 2 teammates to get most kills now in the lobby, but it's not over just yet. NIP looking for one of these picks. Vending Hall not being contested so heavily this time, Parker. That was a boon for NIP the last time that they won this bomb site. And Cons on the Blackbeard finally gets his first kill on attack.
Pino has been deceptively good. The highest rated player for Ninjas in Pajamas through these 12 rounds, just as he was yesterday, the highest rated player too. Again, you typically don't want Pino to be the guy who's getting all the kills, especially the high-value ones, but hey, if you're Nip, you'll take all the help you can get, and boy, oh boy, has Pino's presence been welcomed. Khan 6 kills through the last 7 rounds. That is a pretty terrific metric, and he can do more on this Blackbeard. As you said, his struggles were on attack, though. Down goes Gavin to Fantasy, who exchanged an awful lot of his HP, as did Pino, to take up a bit more map control. Final 30 seconds, Diffuser finds his second. Down goes Pino to Diffuser. Everybody dying at the hands of the player who clutched out in this exact same position all the way back in round number 1. But Diffuser is making it a little bit easier. With 10 seconds left now, M80 just needs to be ever so patient. Razor Bloom's going off, giving position away. Cons at the halfway point of the Diffuse kit. Gunnar and Hot and Cold are there to finish the job. M80 regain the lead. Nip must win this round to stay in. They are almost out of runway. And again, no team able to win back-to-back rounds here on Consulate.
Another close one coming through from Nip as well. Saw them rotate their east push over to the north side, over towards Bathroom and top spiral, and it almost worked, but M80's positioning was too good, Parker. Gunnar retreats to the east. We see Hot and Cold retreats towards yellow. Diffuser kind of sticks inside a meeting tucked close in the meeting window. They really spread apart their defenders, but they did so to allow NIP to walk into the site. Time was low. They're in a man advantage, and as long as NIP are planting, that's a 3v1. M80 played that so well in the micro. They knew exactly how they had to win that round. Didn't get over aggressive, didn't overextend, and did get that 7th round to take the lead in overtime.
Nip are looking in mighty fine form. Go all the way back to the Munich Major. Yes, we've mentioned that M80 won that event. You will hear the terms defending major champs used a lot when M80 are playing, and you just have to get over that, whether it's Jesse and I or any of the other talented folks here that are working on our broadcast team. But Ninjas in Pajamas were a team that were deceptively good. They took out a lot of heavy hitters in North America. They were the North American Reapers on the way to that main stage performance that they had. And if you talk to a lot of the teams that were present in Munich, they told you people are sleeping on this NIP squad. When NIP are on, they can very easily be a top 5 team at that event. I don't see any reason why they couldn't be here as well. Yes, yesterday was maybe a bit of a frustrating game, but there are teams that have had those first day jitters and gone on to win the whole thing. So, small sample size, NIP showing up really, really well. And again, even if they lose, this is M80's map. NIP have been able to keep M80 on the ropes, and that is a point of pride. Who knows what will happen when we move off of console.
I really like this castle setup coming through from NIP. They've put it on the closet door so that M80 can't do that quick rush in that they've liked to do on this bomb site. It's going to force some adaptations to come through from the North Americans, and we see that in their positions. A lot of east side players from these guys. We see Gunnar, Gavin, Kino all working the admin/Visa side of the map. Gunnar inside of servers for the basement as well. So a lot of pressure going to be focused on, I think, clearing through the other side of the map before they get towards the bomb site. Does that mean full clearing the players up above? That's what we're going to find out.
I mean, if you think that they're going in too quickly, Castle's a terrific operator to slow it down. Denari's available, Legion's available, Ella is available. We've seen all those operators get brought a few times. Hot and cold, the first casualty for M80. That is not ideal. You have lost your IGL, you've lost your hard breach.
Yeah.
He's not on shields, though. They have shuffled that around. Now, Kino is on a very familiar role.
I believe it was just a meeting window where Hates was able to take down Hot and Cold on the balcony, so his team now left alone to clear somewhat one-dimensionally through the vending hall.
Ella finding an awful lot with a single Guzmat mine. Gunnar taking down Cons again. Cons has been one of the best players for NIP over the last 20 to 30 minutes. Without him, things might be a little bit trickier. You draw even in terms of player count, 4v4 with a little over a minute to go. This is sent from M80 now, looking at Projector over towards Long Desk. Wizard holding this spot just in case somebody pushes over towards Lobby. Now it's Gunnar taking some damage from Fantasy. The ump being buffed as well. Added to the list of things that got a little bit better just a couple weeks ago with the mid-season changes.
Yep.
Castle Barricades, though, still really annoying if you don't have any hard breach or a sledge.
Yeah, don't forget, top floor is not the bomb site, so despite this clear coming through from M80, they've still got a lot. They don't have much time to rotate this now down to the mid floor. Kino has made his way into lobby. He's just outside the bomb site, but there's a lot of defenders holding this, and they've got the mirror windows.
And he's completely fearless. He'll just charge on in. They were seeing him in the black mirror. He walks in, but you have to have some faith in your teammates. Diffuser is there to hold it together. Kino now taking some damage. Fantasy struggling his own way through. It's Calamity. Pino with 3 kills. Gavin as the last man standing. 10 seconds left to pull off a 1v2. If not, we go all the way, all 15 rounds. Gavin against Hayes. You gotta be kidding me! An incredible flick by Gavin, and we are all dumbfounded. His teammates dumbfounded, the look of surprise on all of their faces. It seemed certain that we would go to round 15, but Gavin pulls it off with a second left.
Nah, indeed. That was one of the nastiest shots I've ever seen. That might be the nastiest clip of Gavin's career. Jesus, the flick up to the roof, knows where he's gonna be. He's got the game sense to expect that angle, and then he doesn't even see him, Parker. That is all just reflex. What a ridiculous shot from one of the star players on M80.
To borrow a phrase from one of the legendary casters of another esport, inhuman reactions. I am just astounded with that one.
You can't counter that.
There's nothing you can do. You can't teach that. You can't prep for that. Ridiculous stuff. And it will break the hearts of NIP and their fans. But again, win or lose, winning the goal, NIP need to be happy ultimately with that performance. Still coming up a little bit empty-handed. M80 finally winning back-to-back rounds. NIP spent the entirety of that game tied or trailing. It was a tough one. They will look towards Bank, which is map 2, hoping to draw even in this series. But what more is there to say about this match?
Parker, I think the numbers speak for themselves. 15, 16, 17. The trident of M80 really came alive today. All 3 of those players have fantastic performances. People might talk about Kino 2-12, but I thought he was playing his role. I didn't see any massive mistakes coming out from the Brazilian on M80, so I don't want to flame him too hard for that. NIP played a good game too. Maybe took him a bit more time to get locked in with things, but end of the day, they really did find some good spots.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, everybody really seemed to show up. I don't think there was really any weak links there. Yeah, we'll point fingers at Cons for that first half.
Sure.
But the first half still ended 3-3.
Yeah.
But if the Cons that showed up in the second half, who's clearly a little bit more confident and a little bit more mechanically talented, had shown up even in 1 or 2 rounds in that first half, who knows what would have happened. We probably wouldn't have needed overtime. We probably would have seen a nip victory. But for Ninjas in Pajamas, they've got their own map choice up next. Bank will either decide the fate of this series or propel us to a third map. What will we see? We'll find out in a couple minutes. Well, a sensational end to an incredible map that honestly, if it had gone 14 rounds, 15 rounds, doesn't matter. Still would have been a thrilling affair, but my, what a highlight reel clip from Gavin to break the spirits of Ninjas in Pajamas. Now, Jesse, Bank is a good map for both of these teams, but it is Nip's pick.
Yeah.
What are your expectations when we cue into this second map? Do you think it's going to be a 2-0 for M80? Or do you think we go to Chalet for map 3?
I think we're going to see one of two different NIPs this map, Parker. We're either going to see the NIP that came into today confident picking Bank because they know how M80 like to play on it. M80, 3-game winning streak on this map, but there is a lot of footage going back to the major, going back through stage 2. We kind of know how M80 like to play this Bank, even though it's been a while. They've probably made some new strats. Of course, you're never going to know fully what a team's been working on in the background. The other reality is that their minds are so shaken from that pistol clip from Gaveni that they frankly forget how to play Rainbow Six Siege, and they show up and the mental is just not there. It's something that I remember talking with, I think it was Fox in the green room about just yesterday, where NIP are a very mental team. You know, they can get in their own heads. We've seen that from them all season long in the SAL League, and it really has kind of been a story of this NIP team who are great when they're great and almost losing to Los when they're not. So we hope to see the best version of NIP in this game. If we do, I think this goes to a third. I think they can take a map off M80 and bring this one close, but given the stakes, given the situation where they're at, there's no guarantee that that's what we get out of NIP.
This is a situation where we will have such great benefit of hindsight once we move past this series. We go, well,
sure.
yeah, of course. Gavin broke their spirits. No wonder it was a 2-0. Or, oh my, did you see how close map 1 was? No wonder we went to map 3. This is why our job is sometimes easy. But certainly easy for us when we can pretend to be these experts. In all reality, the experts are going to be the coaches. The experts are going to be these players. You saw the prep work that NIP did for this series. They played significantly better against M80 in map 1 than they did at any point during WEIBO yesterday. So maybe it was just a little bit of the first day jitters. Again, teams struggle. Sometimes teams are a bit jet lagged. Sometimes teams don't boot camp in Europe. M80 flew to Fabian's home country of Sweden. And it's not just that he lives in Sweden. He lives in the northern remote part. Basically, as he puts it, in the middle of bum blank nowhere. A word that I choose not to say on the broadcast. But they went up there, they boot camped, they spent some time in the sauna, they didn't get to really see the sun. And would you believe it, now here they are in gloomy, rainy Paris. And they were ready right away. Some teams don't get to boot camp, some teams aren't ready. Maybe NIP just needed to shrug it off. They looked really good against the defending major champs in map 1. I expect that will carry over to map 2.
Yeah, not exactly sure what the boot camp situation was for NIP, but I know historically, I mean, NIP is a Swedish organization, so they have done boot camps in Sweden as well. Wouldn't surprise me if they were in the same country as M80 during that boot camp, but now they're in France. Now it's time to put the real pedal to the metal. Make sure that you can get everything going on this second map, and make sure you're not in your head too much. We saw it from Hates. He had a really good start to that game and then fell off a little bit on the defense. I'm really going to be looking to him and his entry duo of Fantasy to start things strong on Bank and give the team the best chance that they can have.
Now, I'm actually very glad that you mentioned that, because even though they are a Brazilian organization, in Counter-Strike, another esport, one that a lot of us are fans of, you've got some legendary Swedish players that have played for the Ninjas in Pajamas, Freiburg, Get Right Forest, etc. They might have a Brazilian team right now, but their roots run through Sweden, and they'll have to deal with the Swedish coach on the other side of M80. Ninjas in Pajamas hoping for a better result on Bank than they had on Consulate. If they don't get a better result, it's a 2-0 for the defending major champs, and NIP stays at the bottom of Group A in serious jeopardy of going home with 0 points. So you're not in the danger zone just yet, but NIP can see it, and it's coming pretty quick.
Yeah, and we didn't see any shield bans on Consulate, Parker. I think we will on Bank. That's my general prediction, and it will be Monty immediately removed. So hot and cold, not going to have that liberty afforded to him. Of course, we know how good these teams can both be on shields. Kaid, the first ban, very common on this map. Mira would be the standard second defender to get banned out on Bank. But they go Echo instead. A bit of a curveball being tossed by M80. Echo's one of those operators that we definitely can see getting a lot of play, both on the bottom floor, but also on the top floor to give some of that information. really easy to hide yokais around this map. It can be so big. The ceiling's so hard to scan for some of that utility. So I definitely like the Echo Band coming through. They just need to make sure they have answers to the Mira if it does come out on the side of NIP. Not being brought in round 1, but you talk about that janitor position, and it can be so annoying to clear that operator out.
I don't know if anybody here watches the former major winning coach Mint. He used to be with DZ and then very briefly was actually with a great deal of this M80 roster on that unwanted team that competed and finished in the top 4, was it, of SI at Boston last year.
Yeah.
But Mint did an excellent video on Thorn's application as an operator, and this particular bomb site was one that he highlighted for both Thorn and Echo. Echo also received a buff. Now he has 3 yokai drones. Thorn obviously can be used for plant denial on the very common A-bomb bombs or A-bomb plant site. Now there's 2 default spots by A, which kind of defeats the purpose of being called default, because there only should be 1. But typically, you've got the one right next to the bomb chassis, and then you've got the one up by the hole in the wall that you can see towards the top of your screen. So usually they'll open that up, they'll get in, they'll plant, or they'll plant right next to that A-bomb site. That you can throw a razor bloom there, and it will kill you immediately if it's thrown well enough. So do we see her for this map? I want to say no, just because I don't think teams have figured out strats with Thorn yet, but we did see one round of her where her razor bloom did actually have quite a bit of impact on Consulate. So you never know.
I don't think it's a surprise that Gunnar brought out Thorn for the first time in overtime as well. Once you get to the later parts of the game, when probably your mind isn't thinking about all the stuff your coach was telling you before the match, like maybe watch out for Thorn traps, that can sometimes be where those trap operators find the most amount of success. So not going to see it starting in round 1, but wouldn't be surprised if we do see it later on in this game. It is basically a full anchor setup. We can see a little bit of aggression coming out with Hates playing on this elevator hatch. Still, we see Pino on the server stairs, but broadly, this is a full 5-man anchor, and M80 brought the proper tools to deal with that. You've got a crazy execute combo coming out from M80 with Ying and Grim and Capitao and Deimos. I mean, other than the Hibana, every single one of these operators is built to push the site, and they're going to use some of that util now to push the stairs as well. I can't imagine Pino was long for this world.
I want to say thanks to Nova as well for observing and just showing off where exactly that razor bloom can go. Just past the halfway point of this round. And the assault from M80 over in server. Are they aware of Pino's position over on these blue stairs? Pino and Kino in a collision course. This happened a few times on Consulate. Pino will win the duel, but Hot and Cold immediately refrags. Not exactly the best to lose your Ying with all those Candelas going in pocket, but so it goes sometimes.
Cons has been downed as well. He was actually all the way back in around gold. Not 100% sure how he did get downed, but picked back up by his teammate now. So you're happy to see the Tachanka back on the board. Losing both him and the Mute would have been brutal for this defense, but 40 seconds to go. So here comes the util.
They're just trying to deal with the clash. Fantasy tried to put it away, but you can't bikini booty your way out of that position these days. Khan's taking quite a bit of damage as well. That's a minute eclipsed from the clock. So M80 steadily chipping away at this NIP defense. Shamika Launcher will fire out those Molotovs, denying safe passage for M80 to walk in. What a shot from Wizard. I mean, after that Gavin shot, everything looks very pedestrian at this point in time. Gavin's still very much alive with Diffuse Kit in hand, felled by Wizard, who himself is having a great round, and my goodness, he does just about everything himself. NIP winning round number 1, and for the first time in this entire series, Ninjas in Pajamas have a lead.
Nice to see them finally get up on the board with an advantage, but it really does feel like M80 had the tools to win that round, Parker. The time was low, but not brutally low. They had server control. They had, again, so much utility with all the operators that they brought. Losing Kino is unfortunate. And, you know, I said after he went 2 and something on map 1 that I didn't think he made any brutal mistakes. Round 1 here, that's one that you expect to win. You're the Ying on server stairs. He goes with the shotgun. It's a little bit too far on the range. Maybe he did the secondary out for there. Loses this opening duel. Dies with a bit of utility in the pocket as well. And then in the end, it gets a little messy. I'm not exactly sure what Fantasy was doing there in the Clash. He doesn't play Clash on this site historically. I don't think he's ever played Clash on this bomb site, at least not with my data. So bit strange to see, but Wizard locks things down from the long angle inside a garage. Great play coming through from him. Maybe if there is a Monty there to help with the plant, you can avoid that. But in the end, they just don't have the bodies. They go deep. And NIP, as you said, take their first lead of the series.
I know that he's not one of the two star fraggers on the side of Nip, but Pino has really been putting in an immense amount of work and providing terrific value. He did so in the WEIBO match. He did so in map number 1, and I expect him to hold on here. Honestly, we focused a lot on fantasy.
Sure.
And a little bit hates, especially that fantasy stat that was touted a few times in Munich, which is that if fantasy is able to draw first blood, or if he goes positive, the likelihood that Nip wins rises exponentially. Ignore all the other 4 players, just focus on one. If fantasy dies, Nip's chances usually go with him. But what both of these teams really have in common is incredibly deep support. Yes, both Kino and Hot and Cold did not rack up a ton of kills in the previous map. Same with Wizard and Cons. But if these support players can do well, provide value, provide calls, that allows players like Hates, that allows players like Diffuser and Gavin to pull off the unthinkable. Best player of the previous round for Nip is their support player, a Wizard, and he's unfortunately the first one to die here in round 2.
And I'm going to have to file that one in under a caster curse, Parker, because as you hype up Wizards.
No credits.
Great support play in round 1. He is the first to die, just droned out. Really nice util play with the nade. There's not a whole lot that he could have done from that position. Great push to come through onto the top floor, but now you've got to look even farther. This bomb site is up above. There's one roamer you've got to worry about downstairs. That's Hates, and if you caught it earlier in the round, he did manage to hack one of those drones on Mozzie, another operator that got buffed. And maybe with that info, they're getting confident to go for swings. Cons catches Hot and Cold on a drone and equalizes the numbers to 4.
I'm a little surprised that Houghton nor anybody else on M80 had the wherewithal to protect that double door at square stairs. It is not uncommon for a defender, if nobody is holding the rappel outside or the skylight, to swing somebody on drone. You can swing them through the double doors. You can swing them through both of the windows inside of that stock trading portion of the map as well. Houghton was very exposed there, and unfortunately, he's gone. Good news for M80, you've still got some secondary hard breach, as you've got the ace with 1 Selma remaining. But you're running out of time if you're M80. Down goes Fantasy. I don't know if that was an ego swing. I don't know what he was trying to accomplish there, but a relatively free pick for Kino.
Not sure if he didn't hear the castle being blown up or what, but the nades have done great work for M80 in this round. Effectively resulted in 2 kills for them so far, and we start to repel in. It's immediately nitro out by Kino, but the Fuser still has the kit.
And just trading back and forth and back and forth. M80 coming out ahead with all of these blows. It's Hates and Cons now as the 2 last standing for Nip, outnumbered by M80 as Gavin just runs in, heads for the hills. He didn't expect Cons to be playing in this connector position. A swing in. Where is the intel? Nobody from M80 seems to be working with what info they have. Cons now just biding time as Gunner walks up. 1 second left. And Cons will hit the deck and win. Back-to-back rounds for Nip to start their own map, and things look a little bit out of sync with this M80 team.
And immediately one thing you're seeing from NIP is they've done a great job of disrupting some of these pushes from M80 before they can get to the execute phase. We talk about M80's playstyle, Parker. They love the shields. They love the plants. They're going to be focused on the objectives every single time. So if you can disrupt their plans, if you can get a pick early, kill the Ying early on round 1, kill Hot and Cold on the Habana early on round 2, it starts to force M80 to adapt. It forces them to go to these backup plans. And I think they're a great team when it comes to adapting, but so far through these first 2 rounds, they haven't been able to turn them into round wins. Lost a lot of time with that defuse kit getting dropped by Hot and Cold. Diffuser had to recover the diffuser, and in the end, Cons' position just wasn't one that they had utility to clear on out. Mentioned how good the nades were. Another one would have been great to put pressure on him, but they'd used all their nades at that point. So ultimately, they just don't have a great way into the bomb site. Gunner not enough time to clutch out the 1v1, and NIP looking strong on their own map pick.
10 seconds to insertion.
This is where we can talk about hindsight, right?
Yeah.
This is where I can be like, well, of course they're up 2-0. Did you see map 1? They were so good.
Safe to say they're not choking after Gavin's little pistol clip to end out map 1.
And Nip picking this map and starting as defenders suggests that this should be the weaker side. They don't get to pick their own side, right? M80 would have chosen to attack first. Nip, therefore, should be struggling with this, but there really hasn't been, I guess, that much of a struggle. Both rounds were quite close, but something's just a little off with that M80 coordination, and Nip did an excellent job through both rounds of punishing those mistakes.
Yeah.
A lot of times, the success that you find, especially in the final moments of a round, are a combination of missteps from one side and capitalization from the other. So if you're going to wag your finger at one of the teams, which we're doing at M80, you've got to tip your cap at the other, which is what we're doing with NIP. Now the assault from M80 is coming on the windows of this top floor where the bomb site was previously but is no longer. Both Diffuser and Kino posted up on this position. Problem with Bank, Jesse, you were exposed from an awful lot of angles, so usually you need somebody watching main lobby, and that's exactly what Gunner is doing. Logic Bomb will go out, and the advance will continue from M80, but Kino has been cut down from that rappel at the hands of Fantasy, and there goes Gavin to Pino. Intel has been such a problem for this M80 team. It will not get better in round number 3. Fantasy finds his second. And M80, within the span of 10 seconds, has been reduced to rubble.
Diffuser and Hot and Cold have so much to do at this point, Parker, with so much time still on the clock. But look at this. Back-to-back kills, and we're all even on the scoreboard. Now, I'm worried about Hates. He is top floor inside of stock. I don't think M80 know this. Look at Diffuser staring through the floorboards. If Hates times this correctly, there should be no hope for Diffuser to win this out, but it's a really big if. Diffuser with no information, assuming 2 are in the bomb sites. That's a bit of info for Hates. His Elamine will trigger, and he'll go for the push.
And immediately read by Hates. This has happened in all 3 rounds now where somebody on M80 has tried to take up map control either because of bad intel or bad clock management, and they have been very swiftly punished. Now Hates and Cons get to compete for who gets the trophy that is the IGL of M80. Hot and Cold working his way towards the A site, and Hates is prepped and ready for it. A quick pop-up. Down goes the captain of M80, and Nip have won 3 in a row. That is a perfect bomb site rotation. Do you start to sound the alarm bells at this point if you're M80?
Absolutely. I expect to see attack timeout coming through. We do need the operator bans first, but we will, I've gotten confirmation, see an M80 attack timeout after these operator bans do come through. So hopefully we can see M80 adapt a little bit. These opening picks have been very strong for NIP. They've won 2 of the 3 so far, but it always feels like they're winning the early engagements. I think that has to be the focus for M80 in this attack timeout. They can't hear him.
Yes, we can't hear him, but Fabian said they can't hear me. So it seems like the headphone issues that were all the way back in map number 1 persist. Just like the horrors, they persist.
Thankfully, this will not waste attack timeout.
That's correct. The timer might continue to run in-game, but there will be opportunities for that to be reset. Fabian's still trying to work through this problem. We get a brief tech pause all the way back in map number 1 to address this issue. The thing is, while M80 is unable to talk to their players, the headset is working on the side of NIP, so they can talk to each other.
Yep.
So what will happen is once the tech issues are resolved on the side of Fabian and M80, there will be another tech pause, but this one will allow for open comms for just M80. So Dan has already done his job talking to the rest of NIP. There will be a slightly longer delay as that headset gets fixed, and then Fabian is given an opportunity to talk to them once again.
And again, I hope the focus from Fabian here will be how do we stop M80 from, or stop NIP, I should say, from getting aggressive on us early, from breaking up our push before we get to do what we want to do. It feels like NIP had a great conversation between maps 1 and 2 where they got to say, hey, listen, maybe we haven't been as disruptive as we need to be. NIP are known to be kind of a slow and methodical team. But up against a squad like M80, you really do have to bring it to them when you're on the defense. You have to be able to play aggressive, and I think that's what they've done a great job of so far on the side of NIP. So for Fabian, finding an answer to that will be the focus. I'm sure he's got an answer prepped and ready, and as soon as he can communicate that to his players, then they should be ready to go for the second quarter of this game.
Turn your volume up real high. Crank it.
Crank the volume. As Matt said, we're so fucking slow that they just rotate to every single position. They kill you on the limits twice here. We need to fucking change things up. We can't be as predictable as we are. We're playing the first default shit, right? And sure, it works sometimes in practice. But if we know this is one time we can play one position, then we change it. Maybe even fucking walk their own out. I don't know. Honestly, I don't have the answer. We just kind of not listening to each other, not tying it together. I figure them out in your own individual positions, and then let's go together.
Key points there. If you didn't get to hear it, maybe you just simply can't get your volume up high enough. Basically, Fabian said, we are too slow. We are not working well together. We are allowing them to rotate and pick us off one by one. And then said something that I don't think Fabian has ever said once in his life before, which is, I don't have the answers.
So figure it out.
So figure it out. You guys have to figure it out yourself in the server. And boy, oh boy, when a coach is saying that, that is not an ideal thing to hear. But when a guy named Fabian is saying that,
Yeah.
you know he means it, and you are maybe in a little bit of trouble.
I think it's also, though, a lot of trust in his players, right? I mean, M80, despite being one of the younger teams at this event, are a very smart team. Hot and Cold, in particular, deserves all the credit in the world for being able to view the game in a specific way where he can break down exactly kind of what is going wrong on a micro, or on a macro, I should say, and how he needs to fix it with his team. Hot and Cold has been playing this game since year one. He failed to make SI 3 years in a row before finally qualifying with Dark Zero in 2020. Since then, he has cemented himself as one of the best players and one of the best IGLs in all of North America. This is kind of his time to shine, Parker, where he needs to step up and start to deliver solutions for M80, because it's not going to come easy when NIP are playing this well.
No, this is a team that is firing on all cylinders. You know, when you see a team do really, really well on their opponent's map pick, there's usually a couple things that go through your head, right? Number one is there an imbalance between these teams in terms of genuine skill? I would say not as much as you'd think. Yes, M80 on paper should be the superior team just based on what they've won over the last year and a half.
For sure.
But NIP, again, has been one of the top teams in what might be the most competitive region in Siege in Brazil.
Yeah.
And at their best, they're regional counterparts, teams like FAZE and Furia, who know a thing or two about winning and success, will then turn around and say, oh, NIP could be one of the best teams. But you do have to wonder what is going on with this M80 squad. M80 are on a 3-game win streak on this map, so they know Bank decently well too. They just haven't been able to show it through these first 3 rounds. Gavin starts things off well, taking down Hates, who was on the roam as his first floor push is coming in the bomb site, all the way in the basement. So M80 has to go for a full clear before they can translate that to the actual site.
And again, this is the early round that I've been talking about where it needs to be better for M80. So far it is. There are still defenders inside a cafeteria. Don't be confused. Bomb site's going to be down below, but they've got a lot to still clear for on the side of M80. They're looking for these attackers. Fantasy in a very difficult position. He is known, but that doesn't mean he's easy to clear.
And down goes Houghton at the hands of Wizard, who now has the shield turned yet again so many times. M80 confused by where NIP will strike from. Goes back to what Fabian said, Jesse. They're able to make rotates and catch us off guard. M80 will have to workshop this problem. They will have to do it live. They succeeded a little bit more here in round number 4, but ultimately success is something that will take a little bit longer to materialize. Wizard now on the run, taking down Gavin. A beautiful shot. And he's got Gunner in his sights, pulling out the Deagle to get the job done. The timeout does not pay off. A competitive map 1 and a blowout so far here on map 2. NIP is in full control of their own map choice.
And Parker, I gotta praise the versatility coming out from the youngest player on NIP. Wizard has been so good on that bomb site, but played completely different styles in round 1 versus round 4. First round, he's playing inside the garage, hard anchor position, long angle with a TCSG. He gets 3 kills and wins the round for his team. This time, he's roaming top floor. He's flanking up square. He's playing a lot closer range operator in terms of the Valkyrie. He's staying mobile, and he's still getting a multi-kill to win the round for his team. That shot onto Gavin playing on the Deimos was incredible. This third frag with the Deagle as well, just perfect to lock things down. Wizard has been exceptional on that bottom floor bomb sites, and again, the 21-year-old flex support player for NIP has just been really lighting up the server on Bank.
Wizard and Cons are the 2 top frags on this team. The support players.
Yes.
What did I say at the onset of this match? Sometimes if your supports are the ones getting the kills, good things will happen. Hates has found himself in a very fragile state as he continues to get hunted down, allowing M80 to strike first on 2 separate occasions, one of which was for Hates. The other, admittedly, was on to Wizard.
Yeah.
Both times that M80 has drawn First Blood, well, obviously they have not been able to translate that to a successful round victory. First Bloods were not very important if you go back to Consulate either. So a lot of early action where you might have an isolated pick, but it's not really impacting the overall ebb and flow of a round.
And I think one very clear example of how this is NIP's map pick is how many different strats they brought out, Parker. This is round 5. They've repeated 2 bomb sites, basement and top floor, but this is their 5th different defensive lineup. They've changed things up dramatically. We saw it on round 4 with the cafeteria extension. They did nothing like that in round 1. Now they switch things up a little bit more, notably with the Clash being brought out by a Wizard. We didn't see this through the first 3 rounds, but now he's bringing it out, and this Janitor position with the Clash is such a nightmare to try to clear through. It can give a lot of advantages to the other players on NIP and keep your Janitor player safe.
Well, Diffuser having some competition for the first player on M80 to get a kill as Gunner breaks the ice here in round number 5. All these conversions have fallen short on the side of M80. Can they finally break that streak now as M80 still searches for their very first round victory? What a turnaround from map number 1. M80 was in control through basically the entire map.
Yeah.
They were leading or they were tied. Nip had to wait until round 1 of this map to find their first lead of the series. And man, they've taken that lead and they have absolutely ran with it. A second pick now for M80 is just a little bit over a minute remains here in round number 5. And Cons and Hates have been removed from action, yet Wizard still remains.
This should be the most winnable round so far for M80, but I warn you, we're less than 60 seconds and only one player is actually in the building. This is a big map. It's going to take some time to get to the bomb sites, and if you're just relying on rappelling in through these windows, could be dangerous. That didn't work for them the last time they attacked this site, and Wizards in a great spot to stop them too.
And I mean, they just keep picking apart this defense, though. They're not allowing to rotate. This is a much more static hold from Ninjas in Pajamas. Down goes Kino at the hands of Pino. So finally, with 35 seconds left in this round, Nip will get on the board, blindly firing towards the door. Diffuser collapses. Gunner killing everybody, including Hot and Cold. But blood for the Blood God as M80 get on the board. It took about 10 minutes.
Yep.
But better late, almost 15 minutes actually, but better late than never. Still 4-1 the scoreline with one more round to go. Nip will assuredly win the first half. The only question we have to answer for the next 3 minutes is, will it be a 4-2 scoreline or will it be 5-1? 5-1 with Nip starting on potentially the worst side of their own map.
Yeah.
They might just run away with it in the second half.
Yeah, that difference in scoreline could be critical in how the second half does play out. NIP getting picked apart there from M80. They use the long angles that Bank does provide to you. You look at some of the operator bans. They left open the Azami. They left open the Castle. These operators were being played and will continue to be played. That should keep the defenders, in theory, safe on the top floor, safe from those long angles, but it just felt like M80 were doing a great job of finding some of those gaps. The drones were really nice to them as well. You see that hard ping onto Cons playing down below. This could have been a kill from Pino. I really think that 2v4 was somewhat winnable for them, especially if Pino can get that shot inside a Janitor, but in the end, the UMP, it gives a little bit, but mostly it takes away, and that time it takes away the life from NIP. So one more opportunity to get a dominating round score. 5-1 will be it, and open area will be the bomb site, cafeteria.
I feel a bit foolish referencing stats at this point because basically all of them are pro Nip. Oh, this bomb site's only been played one time and it was won by Nip. Well, no doubt. Take a look at the scoreline. But we can pick apart the operator choices. This is the very first Denari that we are going to see on this particular side of the map. Castle's being brought to slow things down. Wamai and Azami will also work to slow things. So if they're a little bit worried about the pacing of M80, you've got some great operators to get your opponent stuck in the mud. Added benefit is that whatever destruction is being brought on the side of M80 will need to now be used sparingly because the goal will be use these defender gadgets to eat that up. Fantasy takes down Hot and Cold. Hot and Cold having a bit of a rough map so far. He has found himself in danger very early on, maybe too often for M80's liking.
Yeah, it feels like the defuse kit is getting dropped early every single round, and it hasn't been every round, but it's been a lot. And something that maybe M80 needs to clean up when they get to the next map, or maybe even overtime, is this is their last attack through the first half. Got the man advantage. Taking top floor becomes a lot more awkward. Eventually, NIP will give it up, but you'd like to take it before they choose to do so. The flashes can come in from lobby side, but the aggressive move from Fantasy, he's hungry for blood.
Wizard will pick up one, but Diffuser trades him right back. They've got an idea of Gunner's position down by ATMs. Diffuser is on the ground. Pino losing a bit of HP. There goes Gunner to Fantasy. Gavin is last man standing. Not until he gets Diffuser back up. He was down but not out. So now 2 guns from M80 will turn their sights towards the bomb chassis inside of open area. That big double door patrolled by Pino. Long range with the TCSG and ACOG in hand. If Diffuser's the first one through, you basically hit any part of his body and he is as good as dead. Gavin softened up as Pino gives his position away. 3 other players on the side of Nip unaccounted for. And one of those players is Cons, who will strike onto Diffuser. Now it's Gavin still remaining. Instrumental in the previous map, but ineffective here in the very final round of the first half. Pino gets the job done. 5-1 for Ninjas in Pajamas. Jesse, we were a little worried that it would have broken the spirits of Nip with the way that map 1 ended, but it looks to be quite the opposite.
Yeah.
Nip showing up more prepared and more steady for Bank than at any point back in map 1.
Yeah, and for me, Parker, that first half was really a difference in the support players. We saw Wizards single-handedly winning multiple rounds on the bottom floor for NIP. At the same time, Cons hard support IGL, an immovable object inside the bomb site. That anchor position was something that M80 could not root him out of. At the same time, Hot and Cold falling a lot early with that defuse kit. Kino playing a lot of shields for that first half, doesn't really find a lot of success. Part of the problem with Consulate and playing shields, it's difficult to get into the map, but I feel like that was a struggle here even on Bank for M80. I gotta give credit to NIP strats as well. 6 different rounds, 6 different setups coming through from the 3 different bomb sites they played. They came in with a really strong game plan, and it's just something that M80 were not able to prepare for because we haven't seen so many maps still here in this tournament so early at the Six Invitational. It's a tall task, winning 5, if not 6 rounds on this defensive side to stay alive and potentially close this one out 2-0, but it's one that M80, I think, are capable of. Keep in mind, 3-game win streak on Bank and a ridiculous 21-4 win rate or record since September on match series overall. So you really expect them to be able to bounce back, but how does that look? What is that going to require? Only they can tell us.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the history of these teams, right? You've got M80, a team that has a great track record on Bank, especially recently. You've got NIP, a team that very recently wins this map, but usually has to go to OT to do it. So you just look at those two things and you think, okay, well, M80 should have, pretty good odds. And yet it's been NIP dominating them all over this map so far. I feel a bit vindicated, though, now as we turn our sights towards round number 7, as Gunner is playing the Thorn yet again. And on this bomb site, our good friend Mint talked about this operator on this site, and we will get to see it in action. Maybe not in the way that we had hoped. Maybe this will be an extended roam upstairs.
Yeah.
But those Razor Blooms will function in a couple ways. Yes, they might do some damage, but they will certainly act as intel devices. So if you don't have any cams and you don't know where exactly the assault from NIP is going to emerge, those Razor Blooms will be mighty handy. And Gunner will keep one in back pocket for added measure.
Really interesting hold from M80. This is one that would be nice to break down from a top-down POV if we get some YouTubers or analysts in after the game, because they've got a really big extension top floor. They had players all over kind of tellers and even lobby side to start things off. They've reined things back in to just open area where they'll have that hatch that they can use to drop down. I think providing a lot of early pressure, showing a lot of map control to NIP, but not committing to a lot of it. This might force NIP to take things slowly. It might give them a bit of pause on their clear without actually risking as much as they maybe would if they had actually played players up on the top floor or committed to guys sticking around inside of archives.
I think you just saw a read there from NIP as well. They might be able to capitalize on one of these M80 players that isn't staring in that right direction. Yep, there we go. And the Fenrir Hot and Cold is picked off yet again. It's the team captain dying early. Now, you were hoping that with the side swap, he would maybe stay alive a little bit longer. Not going to happen in the very first round of the second half.
Not to be, unfortunately. And these roamers, they're not really giving up their positions, Parker. Now we'll start to see some players run down staircases. You've still got a couple guys up here on the mid floor, but with that, everybody will drop. So 75 seconds on the clock. NIP have a man advantage, and they've got full top floor control. This is about as good as it gets for an attacking team on this site. There's a lot of plant-focused util, right? You've talked about those Thorns, even though they were used top floor, that there's going to be Goyos, Toxic Babes, even the the Zoto canisters, right, from Diffuser. There's a lot to go through if you're NIP, so working through this utility is going to be the name of the game, and then getting a plant down as quickly as possible.
And this is pretty good timing, right? Like, there's this juggle, there's this rhythm to the bottom floor bomb site. You got 20 seconds on the Goyo canisters. You've got to bait out the 3 remaining smokes. There's nitro cells on the board. So the good timing from Nip is going to end up with about 1,000 things thrown at you. Gunnar will take matters into his own hands, but he'll do so with a gun. No utility being used here. Khan's surveying the wreckage of this bomb site, looking for a golden opportunity to get the diffuser on the ground. But he's just biding his time as Wizard takes down Gunnar. There goes Diffuser as well. Nip has full control of this site. Out go the gas canisters. Khan surviving. Kino fed at the hands of Fantasy. Gavin now swinging his way in. Down goes the Monty. Kino taking him out from the grave. Gavin will ascend upstairs with the sidearm in hand. He had one of the best shots we've ever seen in pro play in the previous map. What can he pull off now? Dancing around the fire, Gavin. Beheading Wizard in a 1v1 against Pino, doing some serious damage. Can Gavin do it again? Dancing around the bomb chassis. Pino biding time. Gavin running against the clock. Turning his tail, and Pino gets him. Map point for Nip.
The 25-year-old veteran wins it in the 1v1. So smart inside a server, Parker. All the opportunity for Gavin to make that clutch happen, to break the hearts of NIP one more time, but it's not to be. A really good push coming through, and I think you got to give a lot of credit to the captain. Khan's on that Monty. A lot of captains, a lot of shield players in that position would have gotten in, immediately hold F. Do your best to get the kit down as fast as possible, because there's a lot of anti-plant util. You're scared of that, but that's not the approach that Khans takes. He goes deep, and he spends a lot of time just gathering info for his teams. He tells them where those defenders are. He allows his teammates to work those picks, and only once he feels confident in the space that his team has taken does he start to put that diffuse kit on the ground. I think Khans has really played this map fantastic, despite maybe some struggles in map 1 on the shields. He's really been reading the game correctly, I think, through this second map, and M80 don't seem to have any answers at the moment.
At this point in time, I think what's most likely is we just move on to Chalet. Obviously, crazier things have happened. Comebacks have been mounted from this exact same scoreline, sometimes even worse. We've seen teams claw back from a 6-0. But there's usually some kind of underlying issue that gets addressed.
Yeah.
I just don't really see that here on M80. They've come close in a couple of these rounds. Round 1, decently close. Round 2, decently close. Now what we just saw, decently close. But decently close is not a victory.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how many times you lose a 1v1. Yeah, you can huff some copium.
Yeah.
And I'm sure some fans of M80 are doing that right now. But Nip has been in full control of this map. Let's not kid ourselves. This has been a very dominant performance. This is showing us exactly why Nip chose to go here.
Yeah.
And now you've just kind of got to recenter yourself and think, what do we do in this round, and how do we prep for Chalet?
Yeah, as well as they played on map 1, M80 are not a team to win 2-0. They played 5 series in the Munich Major Playoffs, and they didn't get a single 2-0 win despite winning that entire event. So we maybe should have known that a third map was coming if M80 were going to walk away with the victory at least, but still in this game, we saw a rat spot being played by Gunnar that I believe has not been cleared out. He's inside of lobby in the far northwest corner, hiding behind this little tipped over chair so that he can avoid the drones, do his best to stay silent, and maybe go for a play later on in this round. He's in a great spot to clear off the window players, of which Wizard is one of them.
Gunnar stayed hidden down here, and it will pay off. Almost getting a second now as Fantasy gets cut down from his rappel. 3 separate players remain on rappel for Nip, so a dangerous position for them to be in. And one of them will almost certainly need to keep a set of eyes on that main lobby, either through an operator or through a drone. With Fantasy dead, throw a drone down there. You've got the great guy to sit on it, and he'll just be able to watch. But either way, you need to be a little concerned. And Pino might actually get caught off guard by Gunnar here.
No, they're hunting Gunnar. They know where he's at. No, they don't.
Do you want to retract? Do you want to retract your?
They
statement there,
They know
or?
he's here.
They knew he's here as he almost kills Pino, but actually does an absurdly low amount of damage with that P90. And guess what Gunnar's going to try to do again?
No way.
Are they still out there? Survey says
Wizard is.
Yes, but he's got an idea. Again, maybe there's a drone waiting for him. How many times are we going to see clips of Gunnar just running away?
surely this is the last one. They've committed all their resources just to killing Gunner. It's basically the entire round at this point.
There are still 4 more players on M80 that we have not even said the names of in this round. And there is under 30 seconds to go. 9 players alive in the server. 20 seconds to go. Cons holds defuse kit, and the entire focus is on the soulless of Gunner, who has frozen and immobilized this NIP team. You have to get going if you're the Brazilians, and you will do just that. Running into the bomb site and picked off one by one by one by one. An excellent round from Gunner. The rest of the team on M80 does their job. Maybe a comeback might be brewing here.
Gunner, just the perfect roam. You could dream of roams like that. Dodges the drones, was able to play for that opening pick inside of ATMs, and then the entire round, I mean, we said it, they're chasing him down. They did know he was down there. They knew approximately where he was, maybe not the exact angle. The drone's a little bit slow when he's playing in that small office down on that main floor, so they miss a few opportunities, and maybe more than a few opportunities, to kill Gunner over the course of that one. But in the end, that site execute just has no time to come through. Gunner really does win it for his squad. He had his tongue scraper stolen from his hotel room, or lost, thrown out from his hotel room earlier in this event. So I'm not sure if that is fueling his play in their opening game, but he's been fantastic the first 2 maps.
I am not as terminally online as I used to be. Tell me he tweeted about that or something, and that's how you saw that?
Maybe. Maybe I know about the going-ons of the hotel.
Did you steal his tongue scraper?
I plead the 5th.
That usually means you're guilty, but don't want to incriminate yourself. Also, we are Canadians in Paris. The 5th Amendment does not apply to us in any universe. I don't think you're allowed to do that.
We're casting an American team.
I didn't even realize people brought tongue scrapers. I just figured like most toothbrushes have the tongue scraper on the back of it.
Well, Gunner is big on oral hygiene, which I can appreciate. It's important to his game.
This is why people love hearing you talk.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that, Parker.
Not really much more to say there.
Well, we've got a bottom floor bomb site to come through from M80. Obviously, they didn't win this last time, but it is the strongest site on Bank, so they have to commit to winning it again before we hit the final 3 rounds, just so that you get another chance to play it in round 12. You have to believe that we'll get to round 12 if you're M80. There's no other way to play this game. Not really a roam setup, a very passive style of play from M80. They've ditched the Thorn, they've ditched this 4-man roam up towards Archives and open area. We're going all in on Plant Denial now. Smoke, Tachanka, Goyo, Tubarao, everything that can stop a plant is being brought in this game. Monty will start to push out Gavin, who's just playing in this elevator. Quick to drop, he doesn't want to risk his life, and it's pretty much how every player would play that position.
Yeah, I mean, you killed a bunch of time there, and you don't want to have to gamble, especially if there's follow-up, right?
Yeah.
The one thing NIP has been doing on both of these maps is they have largely been working in a group. So if you see a Monty, safe bet, he's probably not alone.
Yeah. While full top floor control is easily gained by NIP, I think they've done a good job reading what this defense wants to do. It's not exactly a secret. Clearing out through server is often a bit of an issue, but I don't see anybody down there. I like this Goyo setup as well on the main hatch. It's going to be a little bit awkward, should deal some damage to Hates, but bringing the Maverick should be able to open this without wasting too much time. And there we go. Tiny bit of damage, but he really doesn't struggle with it the same way that maybe an Ace or a Thermite might.
Again, what's at stake here is points in Group A. NIP looking for their very first point. They have not won a map just yet. They were bounced by WEIBO Gaming 2-0 yesterday and are now down 1-0, but sitting on the precipice of winning their own pick here of Bank. This is a relatively tough group. WEIBO have looked mighty good. Team Heretics are a bit of a wild card. NIP should be a team that skates their way through. I mean, for a lot of these teams, they're looking at the 2 matches that FEARX have played and hoping that that continues so they could skate their way to the next phase of this event. Gavin taking down one Gunner will also get on the board. M80 suddenly firing up the war machine. Hates with the only kill up to this point for NIP. He's inside a vault. He's got 4 more checks to cash. Make that 3. Make that 2. I think the greater issue here, Jesse, is time. Hates can do as he likes, but M80 will give him nothing in those final few seconds. They sit back. They allow the timer to run out. When you are defending, it's usually a 6v5 because the clock is almost always on your side. 3 rounds now for M80. The gap between these two teams shrinking minute by minute. When I was just about to ask, when do you potentially start to worry if you're NIP? And immediately we hear in our ears, timeout NIP after operator bans. So I guess now is when you start to worry.
Yeah, and I think this is the right time to call it. We'll see what the bans come through. You could go for some of those plant denial operators. We've seen a lot of good smoke play, Tachanka play. It'll be Goyo instead, so that is kind of the line of thinking for NIP. Give yourself a bit more of an opportunity to play that objective. And it really does feel like in that previous round, Parker, they had all the steps there, but ended up losing a couple of crucial gunfights. Had a lot of players gold side, actually. I believe it was 2 pushing down the hatches and 1 on main stairs. It left really Cons very alone with Pino on that server side of the map. And as soon as Pino went down, it was a great push by Kino, don't get them mixed up, to walk up and take down the Monty in the midst of that plant. They can play a little bit more together. If they can kind of be all in on one strategy rather than bouncing around the map, they might have a little bit more success. This M80 team are a very good defensive squad. They can be really tricky to pin down, just as NIP were on their own defensive side. It's going to be on the coach of Dan to find some way around this because M80 have been looking red hot on defense.
Very defender-sided map. After you spent multiple times tripping over yourself to talk about how defender-sided Consulate was, and now Bank is saying, hold my beer. The defenders are just having a terrific show of it. I mean, Bank is a big map. It can be friendly territory for either. There's lots of opportunity for successful attacks, especially if defenders are not well coordinated. And yet there have only been 2 successful attacks through the 9 rounds played. That is quite dominant for the defenders. M80 won round number 5, attacking the top floor. NIP won round 7, attacking the basement. And would you believe it? The first open area to be defended by M80. Now, because of the way the bomb site rotation works, M80 won upstairs, they won downstairs. Now you have to go to one of these middle floor bomb sites. Keller's Archives is the redheaded stepchild of this map. It sees some play. It is generally poorly regarded by most teams on defense. So you're going to go to Staff and Open Area, which was won back in round number 3 by NIP defending, and then won a second time by NIP in round 6, also defending. So defenders, 2-0 on this site. If you're a fan of M80, you're hoping they go 3-0.
Really interesting to see Diffuser on the Scopos. Historically, it would be Gunner running Scopos and Diffuser on the Valkyrie. It seems like they've made a bit of a role swap between the Major and the Six Invitational. So we see Diffuser on the Robotic Operator already taking a bit of early damage playing on that top floor, but of course, the main ability of this op to teleport back to the main floor to the second shell where it's likely seated inside the site should be a big opportunity for Diffuser to escape with his life. NIP know the game plan. They know how important clearing top is going to be. They've got a lot of drones up there at the moment. There's not a lot of util that they need to clear out. Maybe looking for an Electroclaw right now on the main Kanto wall, if they can find one there. I'm not sure if it even is electrified. I don't believe it is. So ultimately, these drones are just for information. They've got plenty of that, but that doesn't mean M80 are leaving. No, they actually have left. They're all gone. You know what? They did leave. Okay.
Down goes Wizard to a Nitro Cell by Gunner, so he doesn't find himself in any real danger here. Cons surveying the wreckage as he sees that explosion below him. Down goes one of the off-site Scopos, the only off-site Scopos, so Diffuser is just a single robot at this point in time. On the run will be Gunner as he works his way through the bomb site. No surprise that the Valkyrie is in the site. Not a lot of information gained there from NIP, but they know where Hates is, which is quite beneficial on the side of M80.
Diffuser may be the main problem inside of the basement. He's going to be able to play those server stairs. If they go for an open area take, he'll be the guy hitting that flank, and it's going to be something that NIP will have to watch out for. Could be really awkward with that Scopos down there, so they need to be ready. At the moment, this push does look like it's coming more through Archives, though. If they can just focus on open area, ignore Cafeteria, then that could open things up for them. 45 seconds, they find the claw, and the open wall will start to breach. So plenty of options for the attackers.
He means open area wall, for those that were wondering when he says open. I know it can be a little confusing.
Open wall is open.
I was giving you some credit.
Thank you.
I don't do that all that often. Down goes Gunner at the hands of Khan. So Nip looking to keep this one close. There goes Gavin. Hold on. Nip finally firing it up themselves. Hot and Cold and Diffuser will need to save the day. You talked about Diffuser aplenty. He gets spotted, and Hot and Cold manages to survive to the very bitter moments. Fantasy does not have the wherewithal to get the Diffuser down. He'll attempt now with a few seconds left. Hot and over by Printer. Spotted and swatted. Nip allowed M80 to get their hopes up only before dashing them. Both teams winning their maps. It took M80 a little bit longer to put Consulate in the win column. Nip, a brisker affair. We've got Chalet as our third map, but that's a bit of a statement from Ninjas in Pajamas, isn't it?
Yeah.
To walk into a map after losing to Gavin the way that they did and say, you know what? We're going to take the first 4 rounds. Our mental is fine.
Yeah, it really does not get easy for the North Americans. Never is it so simple. And I think a lot of credit got to go to Dan. Really good strats coming out on the defensive side. Gets them that 5-1 half. So much variety on how they were playing. And then when things fall apart on the attack, it's his tactical timeout, which gets the team back in the game, gets their head on straight, and wins them their immediate first round after.
Yeah, I mean, when you have one of the greatest coaches in the game and one of the most successful players and one of the brightest minds that's ever played the game in Fabian, saying during the timeout, I have no idea how to fix this. What do we do?
Yeah.
You guys have to sort it out. That usually means that there's some trouble in the water. Just a little bit of trouble in the water. And it took some time for M80's fraggers to start fragging and start working together. And they definitely looked like a better team towards the end of this map.
Sure.
But when you go to your opponent's map, you get to choose the side you think, A, you'll do best on, and B, your opponents will do worse on. M80 did not get that memo. They didn't really look that much better on either side, though the numbers show they did better on attack.
Yeah, and I think this is a really interesting stat line from NIP because despite being the bottom of the EPS leaderboard, I think Wizard was probably the single best player on this team.
Agree.
He had the most impact individually in a few specific rounds, single-handedly winning a certain bomb site for this team over and over again. So you got to give credit to all 5 members on NIP. It's very clear that they're playing as a unit. They're not relying on just one guy to step up and make big plays. All 5 of them are able to have their moments, and I think it's really impressive to see that stat line.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 guys that you want to top frag, Hates and Fantasy, did just that. But Wizard had so many high-value, high-impact kills while also leading the team that he's got to be, in my heart, the MVP, even if the numbers don't back it up. One more map awaits us. Chalet, a clean best-of-1. Do the defending major champions win their first match here at SI? Or does Nip bounce back after a rough first day? We'll find out in a couple minutes. Well, it was a tough map 1, but map 2 was a little bit easier for the Ninjas and, most importantly, their pajamas. Both teams you expect to win their maps, and they have done that. So now we go to Chalet as the ultimate tiebreaker, and this is a bit of an odd map for both of these teams.
Yeah, that's right, Parker. Chalet has not been one that either team have been incredibly comfortable on in recent moments. M80 going 0-2 on Chalet through the North American Regional Finals. That was obviously not a hugely important event for them, and it's not one where they finished very highly, but still, Chalet was a map they struggled on regionally at the end of 2025. NIP, however, have not really played this map at the end of 2025, ignoring Copa Sudamericana, where they played some Tier 2 teams and some less than important games. They've only played Chalet a single time since the season began in March of 2025. They really don't like to play this map. That was back in Stage 1 as well. So a lot of mysteries for NIP in this one, and that almost makes me a little bit more concerned for M80, because M80 didn't have a lot of footage on what NIP were going to do on Bank. They brought out a lot of new strats. Felt like NIP were very prepared for that map, and M80 couldn't adapt well. If that is also the case on Chalet, if NIP also have some strategies that M80 are not prepared for, which I think is guaranteed, we could see similar problems for M80 than what we saw on Bank.
We've had a bit of an odd day across both channels. We obviously here are on the B stream. Up next, we've got, is it DPLUS Shopify Rebellion, I believe, is the very next game. That'll be an interesting one. DPLUS obviously competing out of APAC, but with a team that is not originally from APAC. Over on the other stream, we had a bona fide APAC team play. Southeast Asian representative of Daystar played up against the North American team of Wildcard. And, well, it's not exactly a good day for the APAC teams, Jesse. Daystar getting demolished by Wildcard. We were well ahead of schedule here, and they are now finished their second matchup and are waiting for their third to begin. So, an interesting set of games so far. Don't always love to see blowouts, especially at the most competitive event of the year, but they are bound to happen at some point.
It's always going to happen when you get regions clashing that maybe don't always match up, but hey, that's the beauty of the Six Invitational. Chalet is a map where I say you have to ban the Asami if you're an attacking team. They do so. We sometimes see a clash. I've seen Solus get a lot of bans actually on Chalet so far through this event. It's going to be the Mira, a bit more of a traditional ban choice from NIP coming through for their first decision, and then M80 banning out that Monty and that Ying. We know how good Cons is on that Monty. It was huge for him to be able to win some of those rounds on Bank, and even I think on Consulate he had some great plays despite early struggles. His overtime shield plays were excellent. So interesting ops to come through from both teams, and top floor is going to be our first bomb site from M80.
Yeah, I mean, Cons obviously doesn't have very good underlying numbers at the moment, but he probably shouldn't on his role. Like,
of course.
If Cons and Wizard aren't the two lowest performing players on NIP, something is usually quite wrong. We also said this about Shopify Rebellion, the team that we referenced who will be up in action after Chalet is done, playing up against DPLUS Kia. Yesterday, Canadian had a terrific day on Shopify Rebellion, was one of the highest rated players on his team and was instrumental in pushing SR forward in their victory against G2, but he's also not the type of person you want to see doing the best. Hot and cold on M80, similarly, usually a player that can compete against the best of the best, but you want guys like Gavin, Diffuser, Gunner to be at the very top, and those happen to be the three players that are.
And we expected a crazy first round from NIP, some unexpected strats. Well, I'm looking at a Finka, I'm looking at a Mara, I'm looking at a Glass. Parker, this is going to be a crazy start to the game. How prepped are M80 going to be for it? They have most of their players here on the top floor. It's not been an instant 30-second rush, but with the tools that are being held by NIP, there's no doubt that they're going to go for an explosive execute at some point in this round. Most of their players still over towards Solar side, still outside the building. Bathroom window could be a big focus for them as well. They take a moment. It's not necessarily a rush, but a delayed rush that can do a really large amount of damage if M80 aren't ready for it.
I am loving the amount of Denari that we are playing as well in this level of gameplay. Having a Denari show up frequently is also great for the casual side of the community. A lot of people who play this game at a Tier 2, Tier 3, T4, T500 level, which is about where I play it, can take notes from these pros. Denari's a great operator to slow you down. His traps are quite effective, gain intel. There's a lot that Denari brings. The only real knock against Denari is usually the loadout, but the teams here at SI have been really liking the Scorpion. A lot of Ella and a lot of Denari running that gun.
Comes the push from Fantasy. Smoke comes through, knows one's close on the wall, and he does find the angle. A sliver of Diffuser's head peeks out, and he will get the opening pick on map 3. This opens the door now for NIP, but they got to be careful of who might be lurking below.
And they've got control of Chimney. They've got control of this top portion of the map. Wizard is in the basement, which for an Amaru is a very peculiar place to be. He knows one's tucked into the corner, and with the shotgun out, will very easily collapse on Gavin. A great start from Nip here, as now they can double up on these library stairs. A very quick run out of the smoke of Kino will give his position away. Maybe they think that a Clash could get particularly aggressive. It's not uncommon to see Clash wander outside as well. And with 45 seconds left, Nip have not had a single point of damage done to them, though the Adrenal Surge used by Pino might have covered it up.
Yeah, and this is really looking like an awkward push still. They've not got exactly the positions that they want to. The Amaru can't do the jump in with the rappel being played, but here comes the push.
On Gunner finds 2 with the Scorpion. Fantasy on the board. Right now, in terms of numbers, Nip still leading at this point in time. Fantasy gun down. How do you lose that engagement? Gunner feasting on them. There's already been 1 ace in this series. How about another?
Fucking him! Let's go! Oh my god, that's my first ace in 3 years. Oh!
3 years. Hates with 1 ace, Gunner with the other. And M80 looked like they were on their back heels in that first round, but they were able to put their foot down and find themselves with a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, you talk about the Denari play, and Gunner shows exactly why he can be such a strong operator, not only with the Scorpion singing from that top floor position, but also just making it awkward to get in through those windows. The Blackbeard bathroom window, probably the most obvious example, where you just don't have a great way in without taking some damage. Gunner's able to find an angle onto him. Looks a little bit awkward on the man count, but I always loved M80's positioning in that NIP did not have a great way to get in and get a plant down. They had to flood. They had to go for kills. I loved this play from Wizard down to the basement. He plays it perfectly, but in the end, Gunner is even more perfect than his teammates. Good coordination coming through from Hot and Cold on the Clash. Not sure if he could have done it without his captain, but in the end, this moment is all Gunner's.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, just see, it's an interesting thing, Nick has the very first ace of SI. And then how about the second ace of SI? Unless an ace occurred in the wildcard Daystar game or at the very conclusion of that Falcons matchup earlier up against Elevate. It's possible, but...
It happens.
It tried.
Yeah.
It tried.
Where she goes.
You can't win them all. That is just that, like, you know that's coming. Somebody will try to spawn peek big window at some point. It's bound to happen.
Yeah, Chalet, probably the most prone to spawn peaks of any of the maps that we have here in the competitive pool. Action not stopping yet. Gunner is hungry for more, but he does get stopped at 5 as Pino inside of Mudroom does get that frag. Another shield pick from Cons too. They are flooding through this map and have very quickly brought this down to a 2v5.
It was a 3v2 for Nip just a couple seconds before this round began. It was obviously torn apart by Gunner's great play, though he did get a sizable leg up from Hot and Cold playing on that Clash.
Yep.
The Clash not wanting to be a part of the active engagements, just instead staying a little farther back and using the shield and information to his disposal. He's the IGL on the team. If there's anybody on the side of M80 you want giving you calls and info, it's going to be Hot, and Gunner capitalized off of said calls. Now it's Hot and Kino to take matters into their own hands. They will need to be more than just pylons, as Nip have all 5 players still upright and over half of the round to play with. A bit of sloppiness by Kino. He couldn't hit water if he falls out of a boat. An ace by Gunner to start round number 1, and a flawless round by Nip to cap off round number 2. Both of these teams showing that they can play ball.
It's not Kino's day today, Parker. Hasn't had a huge impact in any of our 3 maps just yet. Not able to work with Hot and Cold to clutch up that 2vx. in the late round either, but it really comes down to the early aggression. NIP, they don't let how round 1 ended affect them, just like how they didn't let map 1 ending affect map 2. They were really right back into things. One thing we maybe didn't get to see was the Deimos tracking coming through from Fantasy, had a really good ping onto Gavin, which fed some information over to Cons for that 3rd pick, giving them that 3-man advantage. So a lot of this really fast intel that's being gathered by NIP and relayed very quickly, which can make the difference. Great shot by Pino in the midst of that as well, and through the spawn peak. It's interesting, we did actually have a ping onto the player that killed Diffuser on the window, but in the end, that player was ready.
Are we gonna see the same thing we saw all the way back in map number 1, where we go into the grittiness of overtime, just round after round after round, trading back and forth and back and forth and back and forth?
I kind of hope so. I mean, that was one of the best maps of Siege that we've cast in a long time, Parker, so I wouldn't be mad at that.
It's been a couple months since you and I were able to cast in person together, and we honestly don't have a lot of game day reps if you think about it.
That's true.
We had, what was the Montreal Major was our first live cast together with an audience. Technically, we got a couple games in at DreamHack years and years and years ago.
2019?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Good old Corn Pop 16 in Intero Bang.
Mm-hmm.
I was using Intero at the time, but I just wanted to bring myself down to that level. So
Thanks. Appreciate
But
it.
yeah, it's a heck of a matchup for you and I to make our debut, and this is a heck of a match for M80 to make their debut as well. The North American team had their day off yesterday. We also had the day off, so we spent most of it sitting with the rest of the broadcasters, watching the match on the screens, talking shop. M80 do not disappoint. Win or lose, this has been an entertaining bout. How are two players struggling here? What was going on? Cons unsuccessful on attack on the Blackbeard through much of map number 1, and he's already doing significantly better here on Chalet. A 3v2 for M80 with a minute and a half to go. This is exactly the opposite scoreline, or we saw of M80 and Nip back in round number 1. Now it was Nip who had the numbers advantage, and they fell short.
Yeah, M80, they run the same bomb site back park. We're back to kitchen, but this time a couple different operators have been changed. Most notably, the Clash was not being brought, and so it allowed them to get a little bit more aggressive. We still see Diffuser taking the brunt of the focus, and while he's not having a good time, opens the door for his teammates to get a couple of kills. Nice play from Kino to get out of that solar position after getting a frag. In the basement at the moment, can play those west main stairs when he needs to, and it's really up to Pino and Cons to find a solution. Could mean clearing out Kino from the basement, but I think they're just going to go trophy window side. With these Sens walls, they could have an opportunity to do something sneaky with that. Not sure where they've been thrown out. He can still activate them, assuming the time hasn't run out at this point.
Cons is now able to conceal himself as he vaults into trophy. And Pino is there to get their attention. Cons face checking just about every other angle and has actually found some safety. The only question is there somebody above? We know there is, but that question is about to be answered by Nip. Hot and Cold still playing that position. Gunner is not too far off. And just like map number 1, back and forth they go. M80 taking the odd numbers. That leaves Nip for the even numbers. That's not good if you're Nip.
Nope.
You don't want to be tied or trailing like you were on map number 1. You want to be more competitive and fighting for that lead. Nip still have plenty of time to pull that off.
Yeah, I really like that round from Hot and Cold. Obviously, he got the main kill onto the Fuser planter just at the end of that, but he actually started the round in an anchor position. He started inside the site and was likely feeding information on drones and player positions to his roamers up above him. Then once those roamers evacuated the top floor, once they go back towards the bomb site, Hot and Cold moves over towards games. He goes up the library stairs, and only once NIP concede the top floor, they go for that execute. That's when Hot and Cold retakes the space, always avoiding the positions being held by NIP. So I really like that movement from Matt. Gonna play that Solus one more time, so can do similar things where he tries to avoid the enemy team, but this time they go right back up to the top floor to try to play that bomb site.
Solid plays and coordination from M80 that were absent on bank, right, Jesse? That was Not the same team that we saw back on Consulate. Bank was groups of individuals, and they are much better practiced. I did get a second or two to listen in to M80's conversation after that second map concluded, and boy, oh boy, it was not exactly a friendly affair.
Sure.
But they did seem to identify some issues, just some coordination that plagued them, and they weren't able to fix it in the midst of the match.
Yeah.
Plenty of teams have found themselves in that exact same circumstance. So M80 would be in good company. Not exactly the company you want to be if you want to win the Hammer. Well, I think irrespective of what happens here, most people had these two teams at the top of this group.
Yeah.
So if anybody is going to give M80 a run for their money, it'd be Nip. You even said that. If there is a loss for M80 here to be had, it will likely be at the hands of the Ninjas.
Yeah, I call this the most losable game in group stage for M80, and I think we are seeing exactly what that looks like. One round goes differently back on map 1, and this would have been a 2-0 for the Ninjas. So still plenty to play for M80. I do like their position, but they can't rest on their laurels. Blitz got banned out, so Constance forced back over to the Blackbeard. A couple of roamers down here inside of games that have just been droned out by Wizard. It's going to be a full assault on these roamers to try to root them out and get a man advantage before they look to sight.
Grenades go out. They've got a good read on the Ella of Gavin sitting inside a bar. Now it's Gunner's turn to be determined or found as they determine he's the one that the death mark will go for. Cons is in a dangerous spot. They're trying to bait Gavin into a more favorable engagement. He's not taking the bait yet. Kino dies at the hands of Pino. Nip has been very good at drawing first blood on this map. That's something we haven't been able to say through the previous two. An advantage now for Nip. As Fantasy sidearm shreds through one. Fenrir of Gunner. Countered yet again by this death mark. And they will hunt him down. He'll hit the deck. My, this is a tricky spot to be in. They've got some coverage. His bomb site is above. What a good shot from Gunner as he managed to outduel Fantasy, but Hates is there for the assist. Nip now doubling up on numbers and have a minute left to find the two remaining players. Hot and Cold through that wall. Takes down Hates. Fantasy will trade him right out. And Diffuser, who uncharacteristically is without a kill, will find one, but that's all she wrote. Fantasy tying things up at the tail end of the fourth round.
Nice little push coming through. Every time we saw NIP get into a gunfight, they always had the numbers advantage, whether that was fighting the roamers over towards game, working their way over towards kitchen. It's always like a 2v1, a 3v2. The numbers were always favoring NIP. They're able to get that because they're setting themselves up really nicely with strong drones to give information and the Deimos tracker from Fantasy as well. Really nice information coming the way of the Ninjas, gets them that advantage early, allows them to isolate those solo players. And they do tie us up at 2.
What the hell's going on over there?
Was that SSG I just saw in the booth? It was quick. I could be wrong.
I mean, maybe.
It sounded Portuguese, though.
Yeah, it was. It's Fluxo and Enterprise on the A stream. Enterprise, our Australian friends, will be doing battle against Fluxo 7M, Flux W7M. Not really sure because they use different tags.
Yeah.
I've seen FX7M used before. They use FX in their names. They go by Fluxo W7M, I believe, on the jersey.
Yeah.
You love Fluxo.
I'm a big Fluxer.
You're a
personally.
Fluxer.
I'm a big Fluxer, and I'm a big fan of the players that are on that team. Formerly the players of W7M, who won the Montreal Major last year in a big upset win over BDS, now known as Falcons. Didn't really have the Munich Major that they wanted, so hoping for a better SI at this tournament. Also making their debut today along with M80, Wildcard, and FaZe Clan.
This defensive lineup, by the way, for M80 has remained so static. They ran the exact same set of operators in rounds 1 and 2 and have now done almost the same through the last 3 rounds. 3 rounds in a row for Gunner, Gavin, Houghton, and Kino on their respective operators. Diffuser ran a Malusi back in round number 3 and have now swapped on over to the Warden.
Just the bomb sites, Parker. They're playing Kitchen and Master over and over and over, which is kind of the same site when you think about it. They play very similar, so they can maintain the same operators. A big vault Not sure what the game plan was from Gunnar there, but he gets hard punished by Wizard as he jumps to his death.
Nip are looking to gain the upper hand in these seesaw matches. In map number 1, Nip never had the lead. They had the lead for all of map number 2. They are hopeful that map number 3 looks a little bit more like Bank than it does Consulate. The lead, though, that was grabbed by Nip has evaporated at this point as we see a 3v3 now unfold with not as much time as you'd think, just a little bit over a minute left.
Yep.
Nip need to get their way into the bomb site. Many of them on rappel now. Hates heading to the roof. So Nip will very likely swap things up. Oh, there's no way. How have they not seen that drone?
Oh, man, that's brutal. It's just sitting on the desk, but sometimes it's not what you're focused on, Parker, and that can be a big mistake that could lead to the doom of M80. It was Diffuser who just walked right past it. Ace wall being opened up. Nothing you can do about this now. The rappel in comes through. The Toxic Babe hurts him, but he does get deep.
Managed to eat a bunch of damage from that Toxic Babe. One remains in pocket for Kino. Down goes Wizard. The advance from Nip now seems to be stuck outside of the building, but on those windows, you can still see your opponents. Hates teaching Kino about different angles. Hates is across as well, as now Cons will join him. Spread out far enough. Cons moving from Solarium. Hates on big window. Diffuse kit in the hands of the Capitao of Cons. They need to flush out these last 2 players from M80 with 10 seconds left. I don't know how confident I would be having to deal with this. Ella! Crossfire established. Gavin and Hates in a 1v1 now as Diffuser is on the ground. Hates rushing up and he gets it done with the side shotgun. Oh my goodness. Back-to-back rounds for Nip, and they gain the lead for the first time on Chalet.
Unbelievable that Hates clutches that one up. You know, that was a really tough read from NIP. A lot of worse teams would have gone for the plant there, but I think Cons realizes I cannot plant. The cover is not good enough in the 2v2. They could move into bathroom and punish me. So he says, I'm going to go for kills. They manage to down Diffuser, and then Gavin is prone inside a bathroom, Parker. Hates looks the wrong way at first. He looks to the right. He has no idea where Gavin is in the dying seconds of that round, but with the shotgun in hand, it doesn't matter. He's able to flick to it in time, and I gotta say, Parker, there have been more mistakes from M80 in, I think, the first 5 rounds of this game than we saw all through map 1. This has been very, very rocky, I think, from the North American squad. That vault from Gunnar, one that I'm going to be going back to question a little bit. It just feels like the window angles on the top floor have been really catching them off guard, and NIP, they look like masters of the late round decision making.
I mean, through all 3 of these maps, there hasn't been anybody on Nip who's noticeably performed poorly. Cons was really the only one that jumps to mind, and that was how he did in the first half of map number 1. Fantasy and Hates maybe took their foot off the gas pedal a little bit in the second half of map 1, but all things considered, the numbers across the board for Nip are pretty good. The only thing that they were behind on before Chalet began was they were consistently running behind on opening picks. But even that has changed now, with 4 of the 5 rounds being an opening pick for Nip. They are looking mighty confident. They are attacking on Chalet. Typically, attackers on Chalet have a better time than most maps. So you're in an advantageous position. I think for Nip at this point, your win con, break M80's back. Get 4 rounds, win 3 in a row, force M80 to do some reflection, maybe tilt them inside the server, and make it harder for them in the second half of this game.
I can tell you as well, Parker, M80 got side choice for this map, so they chose to start on defense, so a 3-3 scoreline would be the bare minimum that they're hoping to escape the first 6 rounds with. They're playing just at the top of these library stairs for the first time. We go to the south side of the map. And despite the good angles being held by NIP, it is Gunnar who strikes first, running out of Big Garage to take down Pino, but Fantasy for the trade loses the fight!
Oh, my goodness. He had the shadows helping him. You could see that one of them was approaching, and yet he just could not get the shots that he needed. Devastating. And now Gunnar has, I don't want to say he's won this round because it was a 5v3 for Nip in the previous round, and it got close real quick. But I mean, Gunnar's broken this round wide open, and Nip are struggling.
I mean, this is possible for NIP. I like M80's position better, but my worry is that NIP in these spots tend to stall out, Parker. I've seen it over and over again in this game and in previous NIP matches. Sometimes they just get a little bit too comfortable with the clock, and it runs short on them. No picks still with just 65 seconds to go. They've got one player top floor in Hates. The rest of them are still outside the building looking to find some kind of an impact on the main floor. Gavin's still in the library spot. They don't have the tools to clear him out. I just don't know what the game plan needs to be for the Ninjas.
And Cons is in a collision course with these defenders playing over by library. Hates looking for the follow-up as they will double swing Gavin's position. Gavin finds one, Kino finds another, and how about a flawless round for M80? All they need to do is make sure that Wizard disappears. Gavin sustaining some serious damage. That DMR is a mighty thing in the hands of Brava. A follow-up from Hot and Cold, pick your poison. Do you go for the Malusi Banshee that's now opened up, or do you go for the player? Either way, you're giving yourself away. I guess the right call is to go for the player, but I don't know if he saw the leg of Hot and Cold in that particular position. We did, but keep in mind some players also play with stretched res, so they might not have. 3-3 through the first half. Neither team closer to victory.
Sometimes there just is no right call, Parker. Sometimes you're just screwed. And I think in the 1v4, 30 seconds to go, that's kind of where we were at. Good from M80 to battle back. Despite some of the mistakes that have been made on that defensive side, they escape with a 3-3 split, and they can move over to their own attacks. Now, keep in mind, NIP have not played Chalet since all the way back in Stage 1, at least in the official circuit. A couple of Copa Sul-Americana games, but otherwise not a whole lot of VODs to watch back for NIP. So M80 aren't going to really know what they're walking into. Chalet is one of those maps where all 4 bomb sites are viable. The basement definitely the least favored in today's meta, but certainly does still see play from time to time. So M80 are going to be going a little bit blind, and they end up banning double Scorpion, Denari, and Ella being taken off the board. Both incredibly strong ops on this map, so I don't hate it.
A Denari ban is very odd. We don't typically see Denari bans.
I agree, but you know.
Odd is in the sense that it's unusual, but not odd is in the sense that it's suboptimal.
Yeah.
I think on a map like Chalet, Denari is a perfectly fine ban. You can do some serious redecorating, especially on that top floor, that allows those trip mines to gain insane value.
Yeah.
Denari is a powerful operator even in limited situations, but when you've got the opportunity to tailor it to where you think your opponents are going to come from, guarding multiple windows and doorways with those long lines, Denari is a pain. Just get rid of him. The Glass ban is the one that's been really interesting to me, but I mean, you said it really early on in this series. Kino is a good sniper player.
No, I said Kino is the best sniper player.
I think that makes him a good sniper player.
Okay. Just want to make it clear where my position on his sniping play is.
For the record, Jesse thinks that Kino is the best sniper player.
Thank you.
There you go. Either way, Kali and Glaz are the 2 primary sniper ops. So if you don't have those at your disposal, makes your job a little bit harder. Kino has been rocking a lot of shields, though. Maybe that's because of the glass bans.
Yeah.
It's also freed Hot and Cold up from that role. He did seem a little uncomfortable playing those shield ops through much of this series. So putting Kino on that role does allow Hotten to frag a little bit better, though even Hotten has struggled on that hard breach to frag. I
think it's one of the strengths of M80. They have multiple shield players. Already we're seeing some of these ace charges getting blown off. That's excellent util work coming out from NIP. They keep their mez position very safe and sound with that little play right there. So going to make it more awkward for M80 to take this library position. A lot of early damage as well. I think he got hit by a thorn trap as he hopped inside of games.
Oh! A nice play with pistol in hand and shield versus shield as he's tucked it away, and Kino will run, hopping out the window. The Thorn of Fantasy is down. Wizard able to repel those remaining M80 players. Hates gets traded out immediately. He drags Diffuser down with him, not before M80 can put him in the ground. 3v3. Not only are we close in terms of scores, but we're also close in terms of player count, Jesse.
Yeah, it doesn't get more even than this, does it, Parker? 90 seconds, 3v3, and M80's still outside the building. They really want this library control. It's relatively free at this point. The most aggressive defenders that we'll have on NIP are going to be Pino and Cons inside Piano, droning this out now, but they don't have a ton of information, so they're going to spend some time clearing this through. Likely you'll see an office plant at some point in the midst of this, but how do we clear out Wizard? That's got to be the next thing that you're concerned about. You can work a couple different angles, especially if Gunnar can get in behind him through that office door, but otherwise, they don't have any specific anti-clash utility. There's no Nomad, there's no Capitao, there's no answers.
I think Gunnar got a good read of 3 players there on his drone. Very valuable information. A swing and a miss onto Pino, but that was mostly just because Pino moved out of the way.
Yeah.
Gunnar thought he had the read on him, and that really could have done some serious damage to this NIP defense. Final 30 seconds now, and NIP getting a bit more aggressive, taking more engagements than what we saw before. Gunnar being softened up by multiple players. Nitro Cell goes out, does not find anything. Hot and Cold taking down Pino, a 2v2. This is for the lead, by the way. NIP had tied things up. M80 sits on 3 kills as well. Which team will persevere, the attackers or the defenders? Not much happening. Only Wizard remains now for NIP. Shield still very much on the board. And Kino and Wizard will do battle. An entertaining end to the round. M80 takes the lead.
Baffling round. Crazy is the right word. I'll accept crazy.
They have a million traps we have to clear. It's not like we can just hop in that bitch.
It was an extremely heavy trap lineup coming through from NIP. There was the Thorn, of course. There was the Frost being brought by them as well. And then once they got to the late rounds, there was still the Clash they had to deal with. And I thought Wizard on the Clash was going to make it impossible. I thought that was going to be the final nail in the coffin that slowed things down. But honestly, M80 did a really good job of finding those players in behind the Clash. It's Pino to get taken out early by Hot and Cold. And then right afterwards, they down Cons as well. Some great shots being hit by Matt in the midst of that push. Gives them enough of an advantage, and Hot and Cold wisely at the end there starts to go for a plant, realizes that killing the Clash shouldn't be that easy, but Kino, even under the threat of the Thorn, bashes and hits the head. That's a good reason why he plays so many shields, Parker. That's a good reason.
Kino picking up some kills on these shield ops. A tale as old as time. We will see another Thorn yet again. Steadily, the pick rate rising on this Irish operator. If you did not hear us talk about Thorn on the first 2 maps, will allow us to take some time here on Chalet to repeat ourselves. Thorn receiving the most substantial buffs in the mid-season update that was published by the devs just a couple weeks ago. Basically, every part of Thorn was improved. Razor blooms go off faster, the radius is a little bit smaller, and the damage radius is a little bit different. So if you're on the edges, the fringes of it, it doesn't do the same amount, but it is almost an insta-kill in most situations. Yeah. Now, obviously, there are rare exceptions and outliers, and we will potentially see that the more Thorn gets played. But the big change to Thorn is how quickly those traps activate. You can now throw a Razor Bloom at an attacker who is putting down the diffuser, and it will arm and then explode before they can get off of the plant, or rather stick it and hope that it goes off afterwards. It can be fatal, and it can also work for plant denial.
Absolutely. And listen, I don't have the stat on me, but it would not surprise me if after the second day of SI, we've seen more Thorn picks at this event than every other international event combined. It's Wizard to open things up onto Gavin. That's the Crim to take down, but Kino is inside the site and fighting the Warden.
Damage being done now from NIP as they find 2 kills. Kino, the only one of M80 that's been able to strike some blood. He's now going to try to play at that diffuser with all 9 kills of Gunnar. Will be gambled on this. Kino hopping off. 7 kills, 8 kills. But Wizard takes care of him. Tie game yet again. We have an answer. Chalet shaping up to be very similar to Consulate.
Yeah, I like the idea to go for the rush there on M80. There were a lot of players kind of off-site. You saw Wizard all the way over towards Master. You saw Cons and Fantasy up on the top floor, while it really just left kind of Pino and Hates inside the bomb site. But in the end, it just didn't seem to matter. The anchor play was really good, specifically from Hates. And then once the roamers came back to site, I thought Wizard and Fantasy were excellent in managing to find those picks.
No timeouts have been used by my count, correct?
No timeouts yet.
They are saving it for the depths of this series. 8 rounds played so far, 4-1 by both of these teams, so dead even. And with both teams having their timeouts, the question will be who blinks first. Both teams get to talk when a timeout is called. If Fabian decides to call it on the side of M80, that means NIP gets to talk. If Dan chooses to call it on the side of NIP, that means Fabian gets to talk. So 2 opportunities to settle things down and get some decent strategizing going. Honestly, kudos to both of these teams for their ability to bounce back after rough matches.
Yeah.
Match number 1, or map number 1, rather, very easily could have broken the spirits of Nip. Did not. Nip showed up, firing on all cylinders in map number 2, immediately putting M80 at a sizable 4-0 deficit. After that Gavin clutch, I think we all could have seen Nip implode on map 2 and gone, yeah, that's pretty normal.
Yeah.
M80 had quite a dreadful second map. Things did get a bit more promising towards the end, but too little too late. And yet they immediately started off on good footing here on Chalet and have been in contention or leading for the whole map.
Very exciting strategy coming out from M80. You've got Hot and Cold on the Amaru in the basement. He's going to jump up the dining hatch and try to get a plant down as quickly as possible under the chaos of a million flashes. At the same time, Diffuser can push up West Main. The calls can come out from Gavin, and this is the plant. Here's the flashes. Gavin opening pick onto Hates, and here comes Hot and Cold. Doesn't go for a plant, though. He's hunting for kills, Parker. The whole site is free. There's nobody here to deny him.
There's no Dogoby on the board. Oh, there's a Dogoby on the board, but not quite the phone call that we were expecting. Still one Logic Bomb recharging as Diffuser's taking down Fantasy. Now Pino, a flick of his own. Trying to be Gavin, but not quite doing what needs to be done. Now it's Wizard in a 1v5, though 4 of them were still upright. 1 was down. A flawless round. Is that our 3rd flawless round here on this map?
Yeah, it might be a really nice play coming out from M80.
And we know who just blinked first. It's Nip. They've called their timeout.
Yeah, 5-4. We're starting to get towards the end game. There will be an operator ban to come through first. Not sure what we might see. M80 have played a wide variety of strats. We did hear the North Americans complaining about the trap operators. I wouldn't hate a Thorn ban. I think it'd be the first Thorn ban of the event. But it's the Clash. We're staying boring.
Don't say that. Shield bans are intriguing here. And now the Nip timeout will occur, obviously right after the bans came in. We can't speak Portuguese, so there's no point in us listening to Nip. All we can do is, study body language, which we're also not experts at.
No. He's also not in our camera frame, so we couldn't even do that if we were.
You can listen real. Where is he gone?
He's behind the players on the far left. That's his head. You saw him for a second.
Oh, I can see him.
He's
Yes,
behind
right,
Pino.
Right, of course.
See this a lot from Norris, the coach of Fluxo W7M, where he likes to kneel, get down behind his teammates, kind of get on their level as he talks to them, rather than lording above. Part of me wonders if this might be maybe a bit of an early blown tack timeout. I know we're already 9 rounds deep entering into our 10th, but the fact that you might be headed to overtime where M80 have the tack timeout and you do not could be the disadvantage that tilts this game in the favor of M80. It's always a gamble, though. You need to ensure you get to overtime, and I think that's where Dan's head is at. Just make sure that you can lock down these next couple defenses, and if you're flawless, you won't even have to worry about an OT.
Now, here's something interesting. Clash was played 1 time by Ninjas in Pajamas so far. It was played on round number 7. M80 won that round. If you remember the Blitz and the Clash doing battle as Hot and Cold got the diffuser planted.
Yes.
That was the only Clash that appeared. Clash was not brought in the next 2 rounds.
10 seconds to insertion.
An intriguing choice because maybe M80 is gambling on the Clash appearing more or being more concerned with a Clash disrupting this Master Office tape.
Yeah.
There are other operators that have shown more prominence and had more power. Thorn being a great example of that, and you even referenced it. This will be the 4th round in a row that Fantasy is playing this operator. Now, it's possible that M80 just don't see Thorn as being such a hindrance, not quite a thorn in their side.
Yeah, I do think it's an operator that with proper droning you can counter, and it shouldn't be a problem, but sometimes it is just a lot to get that proper droning done. M80 certainly feel like they have the tools to deal with the Thorn. Wizard, he was the one that played the Clash last time they went top floor. He's going to grab the Malusi instead, an operator that was banned by Nip all the way back on map number 1 of this series. We'll get to see it come out and hopefully give a little bit of information to Nip as to where these M80 players want to push. It's not so much of a surprise that it's looking like a solar take to begin things here. You're sometimes a little bit worried about a run out, but I believe that they'll have some drones watching for that. That we do see Wizard down in the basement playing this new operator of Malusi, so always a bit of a threat to watch out for. Whoa.
For those of you that can't see what's happening, Hates is being carpet bombed by grenades at this point in time. Surviving explosions all around him as Wizard makes Gunner disappear. Nip striking first. It's something we've said a few times on this map. Now it's Hot and Cold absorbing some damage as Fantasy stands pat inside a Solarium. Not just covering that position, also covering the window down below. Goodbye to Diffuser. Fantasy doing double duty here, now worried about the trophy stairs. Monty standing menacingly inside a Solarium as now Gavin will try to push him out of position. Death Mark used, and immediately Gavin will march his way upstairs. Hot is given the all clear. Oh! A gamble!
Dude.
I can't believe they let Cons get away with this. And down goes Hot into Fantasy. Another flawless round.
Jeez.
My goodness! An incredible showing as both of these teams battle for every inch they can get. All 12 rounds needed for the second time in this contest as it's 5-5 match point, series point for the team that takes the next round.
M80 seem like they've got the information. They know what they want to do, but that doesn't mean they can execute on it. That round, pushing through Solar, an impossible task. They knew where Cons was. They tried to bash him with the Monty. They tried to get a free pick on him, yet somehow he still manages to peek out and get the kill in the midst of that. Starts things off really nicely in the brunt of that push. Fantasy, of course, playing from the bathroom position, gets this first kill through the floorboards beautifully, and then capitalizes on the distraction that Cons is making here to swing back out through the bathroom and take down the Monty. We also saw a couple of aggressive plays from Wizard. That was the last one caught on the camera, but got a flank from the basement up the library stairs to get the opening pick onto Gunner earlier in that round too. So some great moves from Wizard after they ban out his Clash. They go back to that Operator ban. Is it exactly what they needed at this moment? Certainly didn't help them for round 10.
7 of those 10 rounds have been in which Nip have struck first. This is in stark contrast to the previous 2 maps where it was Nip trailing in the first kill department. Though it is a bit odd that Nip struggled to draw blood first and bang, yet the dominance that they have.
Yeah.
Again, it was that mid to late round for Nip where they were so successful. This time around, they're successful all across the board, but mostly in the earlier rounds. Conversions have actually mattered an awful lot in this map. Converting that first kill, really not that important in maps 1 and 2 statistically. Here, all but 2 of the first bloods have determined who wins the rounds. And would you believe it, but those two examples were Nip striking first and then losing the round.
So Pino was decided to hide in the prep phase on this Kaid, so it's likely not something that M80 will be aware of. He's used those claws on the south-facing walls, one inside of dining, one top floor as well, I do believe, on the office wall. It can be really annoying to clear these out. They do have some nades. They've got some answers for how to open up these walls, but no EMPs have been brought by M80, so it's going to be a bit of a tricky task as Wizard starts things off.
Goodbye to Kino. Hot and Cold very swiftly looking for the Azami. It looked like he might bottle it, but he makes it work. Fantasy on the board this round as well. Houghton will have a crossfire in front of him if he goes any farther, and he does, but he takes down Fantasy, and immediately Nip heads for the hills.
Already, we're seeing the captain thriving on this Dokkaebi. It's not a common operator from him, but he's done quite well with the SMG and DMR combo. 3v3 and lots of time for M80 to work with. This is a great position for the North American team.
Plenty of time. One Nitro Cell in the pocket for Cons. Grenades for Diffuser as he brings Striker, who has multiple of those secondary gadgets that can be used wherever. Still a Logic Bomb for Hot and Cold as well. It looks like we will see it get used. That's an ego peak from Pino, maybe challenging for info. In a 3v3, you got to raise your eyebrow at those sorts of decisions. Down goes Cons. Wizard now in a 1v3. Oh boy, it was so promising for Nip, but it looks like time has run out on this round. Which of the 3 lads from M80 will find this final kill? Will Wizard be able to stand against them? No! Gavin gets the kill, and it's series point for the defending major champs.
Oh, it feels like map 1 again, Parker. We go back and forth, but M80 continue to be in charge. I think they played those last 60 seconds fantastically. They took their time, picked up the defuse kit after it had been dropped, I believe, by Kino outside the solar window. And then I think, there were some interesting swings there. We saw Pino go for the swing of the trophy window. I think that's NIP recognizing that with 60 seconds, they don't have a great chance of winning, so they've got to take some risks. They've got to go for some plays. They've got to try to catch M80 off guard if they have a chance of winning that round. Ultimately, though, M80 were ready. The major champions don't make mistakes like that often. Good entry through the top floor as well, which is what we saw from Hot and Cold in that early round. Some of the information maybe missing a bit from NIP is they didn't necessarily know how deep Hot and Cold had gotten pushing in through Piano. It's not something they can linger on, though. This has to be a successful defensive round win, Parker. Their entire match depends on it.
M80 has only won consecutive rounds with the side swap, so technically they have yet to win back-to-back in the same side.
Fair.
It does seem like a lot of the parallels from Consulate are present here on Chalet. Wizard is spawn peeking. This is an interesting decision.
Nobody spawns north, won't get anybody.
At least he tried. I mean, it wasn't as unsuccessful as when Diffuser did it.
That's true. That's true. I actually think Diffuser might have spawned north, but didn't walk the right path.
Yeah. All told, if Nip does fall here, it is a massive step up from their matchup yesterday. Going into overtime in map number 1 on your opponent's pick, demolishing your opponent on your own map choice, and then on the tiebreaker going all 12 rounds. This is, of course, if they lose this round. Naturally, that isn't going to be reflected very well on the scoreboard. And Nip will still be fighting for that very final spot in the group, which is in elimination territory.
For sure.
But there will still be 2 more matches to go. And Nip still has to play FEARX, who right now look like they might be one of the weakest teams as well in the group. So major improvements here from a Brazilian team that other Brazilians say don't sleep on. And well, if you watch today's matchup, maybe you were sleeping depending on the time zone. It's worth going back and seeing maps 1 and 2. There were some serious fireworks in there, particularly map 1.
No one can deny it's been a great game, but it's not going to feel good if you do lose it at this point. NIP, desperate to hold on, defending inside of the top floor library. Bar Games is the site. All the utility being tossed out by M80 now. The Capitao, the Ace, they're just trying to break into Mez, force that player back. I believe they've been successful, but Fantasy is actually still up there. M80 don't care, though. They're in the site.
And this is for the match. Nip reduced to just 4. Hot and Cold looking like he is the all clear, but hold on a second. The cavalry riding in from Ninjas in Pajamas, firing away. Hot and Cold off of the defuse kit, waiting for the call. Cons dies, it's all Wizard again. He'll have to clutch out. He was unsuccessful before. Can he pull it off this time? Gunner on a single point of HP. Kino, full HP. Gunner gets it done. 1 foot in the grave, but 1 foot out of the series, and M80 takes it 2-1 despite a scare from Ninjas in Pajamas.
And that's a bold call to make it happen right at the end. They say, we know there's guys above. We know there's a lot of players still alive on the defenders, but screw it. Let's go into the site. Let's figure out how to win this game. And Kino, the guy that I've been saying has maybe been a bit quiet this series, steps up to steal the top frag from his teammates, ends with 11 kills, and looks very good to end out Chalet.
Kino was kind of the player on the outside through most of this series, but again, when it matters most, he steps up. You know how good he can be in a clutch, even if it is clutching on a relatively small operator pool, but he knows them quite well. It takes an entire team to win a major. They did it in Munich a couple months ago. Nobody should doubt the abilities of this M80 squad. And despite their loss, a massive improvement for Ninjas in Pajamas today, as they took the defending major champs to the brink, not once, but twice.
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, NIP, you look at the aggregate, arguably played a better game. Their win was dominant. Their 2 losses were close, but that's not what's going to matter. M80 better on 2 out of the 3 maps, and so they'll take the series here. NIP, I really do think, will be a huge threat. Despite where they're going to be on the standings after this, they're a dangerous team in playoffs, and I think even through this group stage. Watch out for them going forward, but there's just no beating the major champions today.
No, and I mean, it's the first game for the major champions. If they had some jitters and they were a bit rusty, I think you could kind of write that off,
For
right?
sure.
Yes, they did boot camp in Europe, but they're on unfamiliar soil. They still need to work their way into a new meta. You know, when they played in the NA League Finals about a month ago, they openly said, we are not trying. Our focus is on the new patch.
Yeah.
Our focus is on the Six Invitational. And maybe they got to save a few strats. If anybody knows anything about saving strats, it's going to be Fabian, their coach. Gunnar, the MVP of this series. He was sensational. He got an ace. Hates also getting an ace. And again, despite the numbers, Wizard had some really good moments, despite the fact that he was the third lowest rated player in the lobby. Again, there are thankless roles. There are sexy roles where you get all the kills.
Yeah.
You have to be comfortable doing what you do. Nip looked a lot more comfortable today than they did against WEIBO. M80 looked a little uncomfortable at times. And you could hear that frustration from the players, especially Fabian when he talked to them. They will have to sort that out moving forward.
M80 have never been a team where things come easy. It took them 3 maps every single series in Munich. And I think this group stage might be more of the same if match 1 is anything to go by. But a win is a win, and they'll take their 3 points today.
We've still got 2 more matches here on the B stream. DPLUS Kia going up against Shopify Rebellion next, and then rounding out with FaZe Clan versus Black Dragons. We'll see you in a couple minutes for match 3.
Welcome back here on Towards the B stream. I am Fluke, this is Demo, and we are going to take a quick trip towards Group C. We have had a very quick opening series that you and I got to cover, then we've had an absolute brawl as the second series, so what do you think this one's going to go, Demo?
Well, obviously, whenever we look at Group C, this is kind of dubbed as the Group of Death.
Yeah.
I may not agree with that. I actually think Group D is. Just
Okay.
A lot of great teams in that group. But certainly, whenever you think about the teams that we have, we've got Shopify Rebellion.
Yep.
We've got FAZE Clan. We've got G2. Automatically, 3 massive teams in there. So I think that's why a lot of people think this is the Group of Death. But as we know, we've seen DPLUS and Black Dragons. They went up against each other. And hey, I thought, a pretty good game on all 3 maps as well.
Yeah, it's sort of the way things have shaped. Obviously, there was a 2-1 and a 2-0 yesterday, and you would be surprised which way round it went. Shopify Rebellion, they're the ones that currently sit top dog, top of the packing order, and made their way to success, but it was DPLUS Kia that had the bitter fight against Black Dragons, against folk from the same country, but living on the other sides of the world right now in different regions. That was the one that was a sort of a bit of a testamental. But you, as a self-declared, self-appointed, self-assured G2 fanboy...
Self-ashamed.
Well, we'll get to that in a second. First up, DPLUS Kia. And, I mean, what can you sort of take away from the game that you and I cast yesterday?
I thought they were a tidy unit. I think, apart from really the bank, I think the other 2 maps that they had, yeah, pretty clear-cut in terms of how they wanted to play the game. I think the roamers, I thought, were really good. The roam presence they're able to put down on maps, really looking for those large extensions and trying to control the pace the way they want to, I thought was very impressive.
It was obviously, as we said, a bit of a test from them as well. Experienced players out of a region, you know, some of the, big storied historic players from some of the bigger rosters.
There's a major winner in that team, yeah.
2021, 2022. Then things start to get a little bit thinner when you talk about their recent accolades. But they did the first thing, which is show that they can still step toe-to-toe and beat people from what is, and we can't really argue against this right now, the best region in the world at Siege of Brazil and South America. Their opponents, though, well, could they be the best of the US and the America above? It is Shopify Rebellion. It is Canadian on the Dream Team. And it is, well, a Dream Team that really was living it yesterday.
Yeah, Canadian has 4 children. That's usually how it goes. And, yeah, look, I think overall you look at the stats, that's kind of what you want. I think if you're super, this is ideal.
Yep.
You've got Canadian. Obviously, he's going to have the lowest kills. I mean, it's not as though we're saying
it's
Canadian, that's a bad thing, but it's just the role he plays. That's always going to happen. Look at his primary operators, a Blackbeard and a Clash, okay?
Yeah.
Then you look at everyone else up there, all hitting above 20 digits without don't forget, only 2 maps. It was a 2-map series. So I think a very impressive scoreline yesterday from Shopify Rebellion.
It's sort of the split of it as well. As you can talk about how you expect, Canadian to maybe a little bit be further behind. Him pulling himself even, it wasn't just 2 maps, it was 2 OT maps as well. They were stressed, they were pushed to the brink by a G2, which we know has these players that have the sort of capability, the possibility of popping off, and they pulled through with some great collected siege of Canadian and the gang. But where are we going? Where were we? And where will we be? Always that eternal question. And I have a feeling we're not going to get the map where DPLUS Kia got 7-1'd yesterday. I'm going to expect that to be in that first little quadrant. And as they start to roll in, it is a lair, a chalet, and a border.
Yeah, no surprise. The bank gone straight away from D+.
Yeah.
They didn't want to repeat the same map that they just got slammed on by Black Dragons yesterday. No surprise, I think, in terms of the bans from Shopify Rebellion. They've always kind of went with the consulate ban. That has been one that they haven't really wanted to venture outside of it. I mean, the curious thing about Shopify Rebellion is they have not involved any of the maps that they played yesterday or would have played. This is a complete new veto for Shopify Rebellion.
I think it's sort of the thing that you want, right? What's the old saying? Every single major, every single SI is, we're not made in best of 1s in league play. You're made in best of 3s and an eventual best of 5. And you've got to have a wide map pool. And this is Shopify Rebellion sort of stretching their legs. First 2 days, get as much out there as possible and say, we don't care where we go. Well, where are we going? Let's have it all start here in the lair. I am so excited to see how this one plays together. Obviously, we will get maybe that true sort of test of everything, a true test of these two teams and how they can try and piece things apart. We had Shopify Rebellion, as we said, do great prep work, right? I think that's one of the main things that you can take away from yesterday.
I seen Super at the printer earlier today.
Already at the printer.
So he was getting, I'm assuming that the bits of paper you can see on the desk, hot off the press, I believe is the term that we use. Yeah, so look, we know that they have great minds. I think it's a very clever kind of structure that they have. You know, the experience that Super has, and obviously the experience that Canadian has is undoubtedly up there as one of the best in the game. I mean, is he still like the oldest?
We were talking about this the other day, or literally last night.
I'm pretty sure he is, isn't he?
Yeah, there's a decent possibility. I mean, James Divmata was like, there's only like a few players that are old.
There's no virtue here, and that's usually always is the oldest one.
MV Taylor used to be one of the ones that had the accreditation. It's got to be Canadian.
Yeah, so a lot of experience there based on, I suppose, life experience comes into
Well,
it.
James, as I was saying, James was heartbroken when he realized that, no, even at whatever age he's at, 27 or something, most players will be younger than you. You got to learn this, buddy. You got to learn this. Welcome to our side.
I know better not to ask your age.
Yeah, okay. Forever 27.
Sure.
Yeah, all right.
If that helps you sleep at night, by all means.
It doesn't. All right, we're in.
Indelair, which, to be fair, is a really favored map for DPLUS.
Yeah,
they like this map. They play it a lot. We've seen it yesterday. They won it yesterday. It was a close game. Don't forget, went all the way to 15 rounds, but still a win's a win in my books. So let's see how Shopify have done their counter prep. You know, I think it's pretty obvious what DPLUS were going to do, because straight away, look at the bans. Look what Shopify Rebellion have went for. They've got rid of the smoke. They've got rid of the Tachanka. That was the win condition that DPLUS used against Black Dragons to get that map under their belt.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, how many times did you and I see that push across this perfect wall on towards the plant spot just tucked inside? That is your win con, right? That is your win con, is holding onto that wall, and then if they get rid of it, throwing over the smokes, throwing over the fire, throwing over everything to stop them being able to plant. And as Ambi plants Nia's, FAZE, wherever you are. Oh, looking at the scoreboard and cams for the rest of the round. Immediately gone on the Skybridge side, and that is not how you wish to start your day, Demo.
Yeah, good opening pick. It's pretty obvious the way that Shopify Rebellion are going to attack this round. It seems to be using the gridlock. They're going to try and push in towards the green side of things, so in towards storage is their main goal. But they still have got the fun utensils. You've got the Glass, you've got the Blackbeard, you have the Ying, so you have that pushing power. But really, it's just establishing map control right now for Shopify Rebellion.
Well, there's still plenty of work to be done, obviously, at this point. As you said, establishing control. You've got the positions that you'll want to take. Canadian on the shield, leading the boys round, getting in the pressure on towards Art Window, maybe cut across and force the players into uncomfortable situations. It's still early work on Skybridge. Yeah, you've got to win, but Canadian's not the kind of guy to start chasing those into the depth of the woods. No, no, no. Let's take it tree by tree until we know where we are. The first pop fired. A minute 30, he's sort of stuck in a little bit of a hard place. The Glass wasn't swinging onto him, but we know that Spoit isn't shy of these kind of engagements, and you can see a bit more support is coming over to the shoulder, so right move, Midi.
Yeah, this is really good timing, I think, from Shopify Rebellion. They've been able to burn for the Goyos early on. Now they can start dumping in their own util, use their smokes, use the Glass, use the Yings that are being tossed in towards Art. And again, they've established that map control. Now they're in towards storage. Now they can start looking at opening up walls, which they have to try and get the Capitale rotated around and open that up. So Rexon is ready to go with the 10 openers, and he now will create that breach. 2 breaches to be specific. And don't forget, he still has the flames he can utilize here too.
Oh, this is lovely. I said that's the win condition before, but, well, that's that prep. They know that they can put pressure on the backside of the site because this wasn't tested at all. Yesterday in any of the approaches, the C4 won't quite get the take, but that sure will. Falls and bullet. Find one apiece, and now they've lost the Candelas, which is on the back of Art, so they've lost that point position. They've got 2 where the diffuser fell for the Blackbeard, and they've got Ambi on walkway, on Mez, trying to just cut some attention. He's either got a fight to his left, which he just slips on by, puts this pressure on, keeps cooking, but 15 seconds. They've still got to get into the site, and at this point, a 3 versus 2, And this back take might have failed. Rexon screams his way across. Spoit gets ahead. 2 versus 2, but Rexon needs to plant. Bullet can just swing around the corner on Art Door, which he baits into, but well predicted and held on.
Yeah, good patience there from the Cade. Knows he doesn't need to make the move until either he gets the call swing of his teammate, or he just listens for the sound cue of the diffuser going down, and with such little time, yeah, Rexon it just couldn't really make it happen with where both of the defenders were situated. Good hold from the defense. I mean, that the important kill is this one right here on the Warden. He's been able to see for the Blackbeard. Obviously, Canadian's thinking, oh, you know, yes, it's going to give me the shield bash, but there's a smoke right in front. Oh, it's a Warden. He can see me through the smoke and get the pick. So yeah, very important kill to take down that shield. That would have been their main man who would have had the diffuser and could have crossed through the bomb site and got into that plant position.
Well, from the top to the bottom, and we've talked about the sort of bans that have affected on the right-hand side of the screen, the things that will limit the defenders, but the double shield ban as well. Well, you assume the Blackbeard will join that tally after the round because you commit, right? You know the play you want to stop. You know that it's a drive that they like to have, sure. They've actually just swapped the hands. It's Spoit that will bring the Blackbeard instead this time round. They've just traded roles.
Spoit and Blackbeard. Never did I think I'd see the day.
Canadians like, don't worry.
Spoit, retirement's calling.
Oh, no.
The next step, you're on the Blackbeard. Next step is Johnny Jinxie.
Oh, dear. Well, hey, maybe he can make something happen. They've obviously still got a similar sort of idea, though. It's a similar sort of play style.
Yeah, more or less the same lineup, minus the glass.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I'm curious to see what the play is. I assume it's going to be a horizontal take based on the fact that they have no real form of soft destruction. We're not seeing a sledge or a buck or a ram involved in this, so it will mostly be stemming in from the garage side of things, and you'll try and take your way in through barrels and establish your foothold. The only thing you do have to be careful of is you can get bottlenecked very easily, as there's only 2 doorways that get you into that side of the map. And if they're held and if they're choked out by Goyos and obviously by the Fenrir gas, which is very common in this bottom floor because there are a lot of ways into this bomb site, that may cause some issues. And don't forget, there's still roamers upstairs. You can't have vertical work on you too.
Wow, Spoit immediately knocking on the door. Again, quick little pokes at utility, quick bits of attention. There's some back and forth, and those vertical angles that you mentioned before with the coverage of the smoke bolts here, Demo.
Yeah, I like this, using the smoke to try and cover the vertical angles from the defenders. And, I mean, if they go for that, they're just going to have to try and blitz the bomb site as quick as they can and almost just try and rush in, knowing that they're so light on the bomb site.
You can see Canadian on the far side. He's about to try and pop his way in, but he's taking a lot of damage from somewhere. He's not quite sure where, but there's Rexon. Gets the support, and now they can try and swing and pinch, but Nears finds Spoit on the backside. The Blackbeard is gone, but as is the player inside the side, Ambi. He's knocking on the door. Rexon gets the cross. Bullet tries to bite back with a double. Fires it round, but Ambi gets a post-mortem. It's Rexon and Canadian. They hit with the smoke. Bullet. He's waiting. He's baiting, but they've gone to the other side. They're going to plant. They're not putting anything to chance. They're a team that loves to play the objective, and the objective is something that they're pretty good at playing. Here's the divide. Crossed and covered a post-plant with 1 smoke left and 2 candelas. They can roll one out for their cover and then escape behind the back of it. It's wasting time. They can just peel back to the verticality, as you've seen, well placed and prepped, and they've got 2 stories of damage here, and Bullet, he knows he's going to have an awkward retake. It's the first bit to cross. There's a using the hard breach to give himself the angles above the kit as well. At this point, you assume it's pretty much impossible, but the first fight, well, proves it.
That is fantastic counter prep work from Shopify Rebellion. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That is what we expect to see from them. Super has obviously watched the game yesterday, whenever it was DPLUS versus Black Dragons on Lair. And even before I came into this, I said they're a very good roaming team. They roamed non-stop on Lair. They were heavily extending upstairs. And as you can see, for Shopify Rebellion, they've seen that strategy and said, we can just ignore the roamers altogether, utilize things like the Ying, like the Capitao being able to smoke off the verts, barge your way in with the shields. Like, they can only ban 2. This is the whole thing about banning the 2 shields. There's still always going to be some left over that you can still utilize. And then you kind of double up and you triple team almost the players on site because you know you have that man advantage. And if you secure those kills, those roamers are in such a bad position because they have to retake their own bomb site.
Talking of retaking a bomb site, this is at least one where you think everyone is going to be a lot closer together. You don't really get so much of a map extension from the defenders here. They'll get themselves above and might try and, you know, rainfall.
Might hold green storage,
and
that
then
corridor.
and then peel back. But otherwise, you know they're going to be above it, and you know there's probably going to be one person in it trying to swing and put pressure and slow things down. So I'm wondering if we're going to get something direct, or they're just going to go, let's take the fight up top above first. Let's go and put the pressure with the mirror, with the clash. You've got extensions here alongside the Keybers. But then, well, for the first time, no shield from the attackers.
Yeah, no shield, and also for this bomb site, we know that Sense is a very common operator that we see utilized to block off the vertical angles, and you just walk into the site and go for the plant. You can still do that because they have the Capitao, so there is still the kind of elements of that where you can utilize the smoke to cover off lines of sight, but it is going to be difficult because don't forget there is a Warden on site, so you need to make sure that he's either dead or if he's not in the vertical as you go for your take. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Shopify Rebellion take the fight to them. You know, you see operators here like Grim is now being picked, which letting that through the ban phase, that's a big no-no already in my books, and you'll see the power of that operator, especially towards the art window, because you can throw those Grims in through art window straight into the R6 room, and it's going to spot a lot of people. Where are you going, Levy?
He was just having an adventure. There's some pressure. The C4 went for the window, but it couldn't quite get Canadian. There was cover, and using the flashes to drive Spoit forward. Lovely bit of teamwork and utility drive, and now they have green stairs. Now they've got this little wedge between the site, and actually, I said there might only be one. There's a lot of them in the site demo.
They're all off-site. They have forfeited top floor entirely. What? I mean, now the issue is all it takes is one drone. They can see that no one's upstairs, and you are now dealing with a bomb site where there is full verticality on you as defenders. You have to then leave the bomb site, and then you're just going to be in the open arms of everyone else waiting for you.
I mean, Falls has gone a little bit wider. He's holding off on the flank on Green Corridor, around the corner itself onto Pillar. You can see Canadian now wants to maybe pay attention towards the external wall, get it popped open and see if anybody can read their way through. But as I said, with the mirror window, you can put pressure in. The clash is sort of giving a read, fine, but it hasn't stopped this.
Straight away, Canadians should be thinking, I'm going to flame this guy out of that corner. He is not living.
At this point, though, bringing their approach together, getting the verticality, getting these angles. Watch, we'll see how...
Air jab him.
I mean, a risk paid off. Great call. There's the fire. There's the air jab. They just need to cover close here. There's obviously a bit of a soft wall. They're in and they're off, and they're going to just plant behind the reinforce. They can watch the cover. They can watch the cross. They can watch the verticality. And, oh, they've gone round with the impact, but it's watched. It did stop the plant being confirmed, though. 3 versus 3. And now, with that kid in a bit of a dead man zone, but no clash to offer mobile cover, how do you piece it?
Bullet upstairs, though. He's going to try and go for the retake and try and put the pressure on the players above.
Well, with the kit recollected, do they know about Bullet? This is going to be the kill to probably dictate the rest of the round. He heard it. He pre-fired it. Surf. He rides that one home, and now a post-plant. Big risk, big attempt, but big clutch not to be made.
Well, they hold it out. Nice attempt from Bullet for the flank, but Surf, I know her. Just knew. Heard the footsteps. Little turn and burn. I mean, Surf as well. I think Jack on the analyst desk yesterday, or the analyst floor, is that probably better terminology?
The analyst's corridor.
The runway.
The runway.
There you go. And again, he really highlighted the way that Surf just pulls everything together. I think he plays, to be honest, a very boring role in terms of you're just sitting holding angles a lot of the time, but it's a necessity. And it gets you kills, first of all, because he had a really good day yesterday. I think he got the most kills out of his side. So, hey, he's doing the same again. That's exactly the way that they want to set things up. I mean, in terms of structure, the structure here from Shopify Rebellion today is very impressive. You can see the roles. You can see everyone has a part to play.
And a great cover, great sort of prediction of what was going to happen. The Ying has come through as the third ban. I think it's smart, but against the Warden, yeah, you're sort of just trading blows there.
I mean, there's still like just so many bans that you would also want to get rid of. I mean, Grim is still up. You've still got the Blackbeard you can utilize. The Sense makes an appearance, which is a little bit strange to see that we didn't utilize that operator, Shopify Rebellion, whenever we were on the kind of bomb site that we're used to seeing in that mid floor. But no, they're going to try and go for something in towards the top floor. I can only assume it's going to be used just to roll across the middle of a bomb site and run in and go for a plant. That's usually how we see this top floor play out with that operator.
Well, let's see if Shopify Rebellion can sort of remake the mark they tried to get on the board before. Losing the Blackbeard on one approach, sort of as you put it, took the wind out of the sails of everything.
Yeah.
And from this, they're not going to try and dabble in the same mentality. They've pulled the shield away. To be fair, the 2 rounds they had, the Blackbeard, it wasn't the most successful. Instead, see if they can try and make it land elsewhere. No early body, gifted and given from the Skybridge side, but the prep still takes about the same amount of time. There's a slight different bit of focus here, and we actually get some of the pressure on towards operation this time round. With the sense they can maybe even try and lead themselves in on the drone hole if they're feeling really creative, but it's a castle. There's a bit of a foothold swing. You know you're not really going to be immediately contested on this.
Yeah, I think the play is going to be coming in from operations. You then open up all the breaches as you typically do. And we see the sense be used just to cut across the middle of office. And obviously, we know there is a blind spot plant in that bomb site already. And that's where a lot of teams will go. But then you are kind of putting yourself up to being predictable and C4s get tossed at you. If you use the sense, you can theoretically plant anywhere that is covered. You can just plant in the middle of an open room, but you're covered by the sense.
So, obviously, utilizing the buck below, getting rid of the electrics as best as they can. We can see a bit of the damage, and Bullet's trying to find the fight through the verticality, but
leave it now.
yeah, you cannot really sit in this territory because you know it's going to be hit by so much pressure. There's still the buck going, but purposefully, he's not looking for the fights. He's looking at getting his job done first. He doesn't want to lose his life yet.
Yeah, pretty default kind of take, isn't it? You know, stemming from that main breach, which sometimes does get overlooked. Sometimes teams won't even bother with going for that main breach, but look at all the effort that Shopify Rebellion have put in. Yes, they're going to go for that side if they can. Rexon still has one of the Selmas, but actually instead is going to be using that on the castle barricade, so they're going to have to try and get the Capital rotated over and use tin openers if they want that main breach opened.
Well, less than a minute on the clock and all the players still standing. They've been able to, obviously, as you said, put the pressure on towards the wall, but not quite get the other wall open. So instead, we'll start to get some of this Mez approach. Kiba's relaying and slowing down, but the risk did not pay off. Rexon caught the slip on one side. A fight on Mez does go into the favor of Falls, who goes for the second. Great timing. And knew where things were about to explode from. They peel themselves back 20 seconds. They know there's about to be a mad dash for this plant, and if they can try and slow it down, it's the C4, the trick, the attempt, and, well, the pull back pushed off. Canadian got a kill in the meantime. 3 versus 3. They still have some gadgetry to try and make this happen. That C4,
Nice.
It's a trade out, but they are able to shoot it out of the air. Canadian, he's showing his practice. There's the C4 that connects, gets the double, a 1 versus 1, but Rexon, is he in time? Is he in place? Is he in position? The answer's no.
Oh, just hide. That's all you had to do, play the clock. Oh, Shopify Rebellion. Just out of time, out of luck for them. A little bit funny, because I think Shopify Rebellion had the right idea. I just don't think they were expecting the second C4. We've seen that they were so concerned about that position where you can prone behind one of the couches, and then you have that C4 line up onto the default plant position. That's where the Cade was trying to get himself tucked in towards. Obviously, the nade comes in. It forces him out. He can't use that anymore. But then the second C4 comes out, and just not enough time, and they didn't have any util to really think about that. So, hidden utility from the defense, being able to use that as in the latter stages of the round and win it out. Overall, I think, you know, Shopify Rebellion, we knew what they were going to go for. They just didn't have enough time, I feel, to get everything set up where they wanted to. Bit of a mishap with that Solus. That's what we have to come back to. They did not clear Mez well enough. Was it a flank coming up from Rocket stairs?
It was a flank up Rocket.
Yeah.
Oh, what are they hiding? Oh, no, they're not hiding. It's a Scopos.
Don't worry.
I was like, ooh, oh.
But yeah, it was that flank from the Solus coming up from Rocket. That's what kind of done them in.
Wow. The problem now is that they've only been able to win on the one side, on their defense. They've got to see if they can try and make things happen, because to be fair, when we were here before, yeah, it come down to a 2 versus 1, but what they took control of, and most importantly, what they ignored about DPLUS game that still came through to their favor, well, that's where lessons need to be learned. There's some of this phantom pressure being opened on towards the top floor, make them think we're coming, but I'm curious to see if Shopify Rebellion decide to try and drive themselves directly through the warehouse again. Just poke at the site, poke at the ground floor.
Well, you look at the lineup, they've got a bit of soft destruction this time. You know, you have the sledge in there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they have a go at challenging the roamers, mostly because you think about it from a defense perspective. we've seen a very direct take from Shopify Rebellion. They didn't look to challenge roamers above. They probably think, okay, now we need to maybe change things up. We need to pull more people in towards the bomb site. And then that's maybe where Shopify Rebellion can then go and hit above if they want to. Barrels is where Spoit is located, looking to, again, control that early game with that shield. Don't be called too. Not a whole lot of movement. I think Spoit has entered in now, but again, still coming in from the horizontal side of things, but you still got the same roamers, still got the same impact tools above you.
Getting themselves the coverage. As we said before, there's worry about the stairs. And that could be the first body that goes back and forth here. They're still cautious about all this verticality. Get the openings well open and hit Goyo canisters. It's more time wasted. It's slightly slower than last time, but not that bad, not that slow, not that worrying. You can see a lot of communication from the side of Shopify Rebellion. Keep learning, keep reading, keep talking, keep growing in towards the round. But at this point, when do you make the move? Bullet's obviously got the Scopos, so they can get themselves already back towards the site and put the pressure inside. Less than a minute. Where's the first fight?
I think Ambi's the danger man here if you're DPLUS Kia. He's going to lurk upstairs and wait until the attention of everyone else rushing the bomb site is going to drag those defenders upstairs away, and he's going to get some easy backstabs.
Ooh, here's the Grim, here's the Bees, and here's Mitty and Spoit and Falls, and suddenly it's back and forth and popping off inside the site. Nears gets Ambi, though, and that's that verticality gone. It's a 3 versus 2 with one loose player, and now these two are trying to group up, get themselves back together. Rexon rotates round to the cover of the shield, but he won't have as easy as a time of passing things, and whoa, maybe it wasn't that easy at all. Spoit looked the wrong way, got pushed down, and Rexon doesn't have verticality, doesn't really have anything in the canisters apart from a hard breach charge. Probably not going to be able to pull this one together. Hits a stun. Hits some coverage of the fire extinguisher. 10 seconds. They just need to play this well as they did.
Nice.
What a shot. Nice.
Yeah. Again, for Shopify Rebellion, it kind of reminds me of that first round that they had where things maybe didn't go to plan, and then they very quickly kind of went in the reliance of, Ambi, you have to hit a backstab. We've seen it with the first round. It was the gridlock coming up through Rocket. Didn't get the kill. Same thing happens there. Was hoping for the backstab onto those players in the verts. Didn't get the kill.
Well, one more chance to get themselves leveled up. And I said I was curious about DPLUS Kia growing on towards other sites. They did it very, very well there, right? They made sure that they had the responses. They were more than happy to get themselves into engagements. The ones and the trades of them in the maps where they were struggling yesterday, or the map they were struggling yesterday, and that was probably the main factor. They just kept on just almost killing people, just almost getting the end of it, and couldn't quite get the actual bodies down. Here it feels like they're more confident. Obviously, you've got Falls having a great game so far, but Bullet as well is a name that you sort of want to see pop off, want to see hit that sort of entry role, that sort of engagement role. On the other side of things, the structure approach here from Shopify Rebellion. There's always the level of prep. There's that conversation. Everyone preps very hard for every game, right? You come into this on a massive tournament. But you can assume that first game against G2 probably took a lot of their focus, because that is a must-win.
That makes the statement. That sends the message to everyone else in the group. Yeah.
And before anyone says it, not that I'm saying they haven't obviously prepared for this, but there was probably that moment of being like, oh yeah, we're running, we're riding.
I also think whenever it comes to a matchup like that, they will know G2 a lot more as a team compared to DPLUS.
So, things like those trade games, things what we saw that they were absolutely superb on yesterday, which are taking a little bit more time to build into, it's that familiarity. They're working out how this DPLUS Kia team that they've never played before plays.
Yeah, for example, Shopify Rebellion know how to get under Alamau skin.
Oh, easily.
How do they get under Bullet skin? Do they know? I don't think they know that much.
The books are not there, and well, the take here was brilliant from Shopify Rebellion last time round. They're driving the shield forward, but also, if I'm going to say Shopify Rebellion are going to take some time to learn some lessons, so are DPLUS Kia. They're not handing them that body.
I will say, for DPLUS Kia, it's the same kind of take again, isn't it? It's all stemming from that green side. It's going to be the heavy flank denial with the gridlock and the Nomad with the shield as that spearhead. Little bit of a difference, though, I think, coming in from Shopify Rebellion. They've taken in towards Bathroom, and Ambi has opened up in towards the R6 room. He's made it so anyone on these verts are going to have quite a difficult time if they start getting pinched from two ways.
This does feel a little bit more traditional from the hold as well, but well, apart from that, actually, all sort of down there. They've got themselves on towards green. They might try and just get the kit inside the door itself. It means you're a little bit more susceptible to the cross peaks, but talking about cross peaks, there is that one player above. Falls, gets himself a rotate.
He's stuck. Where's he going to go? Is he going to jump off the top rope in towards Mez? I mean, what options does he have? He can't go out the door. Oh, the hatch has a shotgun.
Okay.
There we go.
For a second, I was like,
I was worried because he used above the impact.
Yeah. Same brain, but then he dropped to that shotgun. Oh, there's a bit of damage. Taken from a C4, but he's probably kind of happy he didn't take any more than that. Rexon's still standing. Pressure on towards the external wall. And now look at this. The retake on towards green.
FAZE hasn't dropped either.
Oh, swinging around on towards the Blackbeard. Wants to fight. Gets caught out from the cross peak, though. And now it's the outside run. Great response on the trade game. Okay. FAZE, he's got himself back round. Nears, he's able to take Canadians, so FAZE can now move because, well, he's pressure. He's problem. He's only got 20 seconds left. You can see his army retaking on towards Green Pillar, and whatever Shopify took, DPLUS Kia just took big portions back. Missed the run out. Missed Nears! And Levy on towards one. There is the last and a 4-2 half.
Yeah, really good stuff from DPLUS. Brilliant bit of just 3-2-1 aggression. The call comes in, right, guys, we're just going to try a retake. We're going to try and catch them here in the transition phase. That is where Shopify Rebellion, they were able to take control upstairs. Now they were looking at gaining control of green and then start working their way towards the bomb site door and look for that plant. During that phase, you're going to have a lot of people not holding angles, and that's where the aggression comes in. And there we go, 3-2-1, everyone charges at them. They find the kills in the transition period. 4-2. Great half. Really, really good half from DPLUS.
Oh, and I think that's the sort of thing that I briefly highlighted at the turn of the rounds, at the start of that round, was it'll take time to warm up to each other, right? It'll take time to sort of get, because both of these games, both these teams yesterday, as we said, played familiarity games. They played players they know very well. They played teams they know very well. And as I said, everyone does all the prep, but there's a different experience of being in the server, in the lobby, up against each other. And DPLUS Kia, I mean, excellent growth in towards their defense. Will it be the same here on the other side when you sort of have to hit that strap, but have to start changing things on the fly and on the adaptation on towards their attack? We're going to start, probably, on the top floor again, as it'll all be revealed to you in a second. Oh, look at that. And it's a double electric ban.
By the way, do not let Amy fool you. Another monitor can see what the bomb site was. So own up your lies. Lies will not be tolerated here.
No, I didn't say I...
No, because you caught yourself... No. Whoa. Let me just pull you back.
Yeah.
You said, oh, it's going to be Master. Probably. Because you realized they can't see that.
They can't see it.
So own up.
I did do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I did do that.
No, say no more. That's it. That's
Okay.
fine. We'll move on.
Yeah.
Just don't let it happen again.
So the next round site that you'll see will be the basement. Okay, I can't see that far ahead, guys. There's no script. I promise. Cross that out. 4-2. Now we have the mirror trick. The two placements of the mirror on towards both of those default plant wall makes that breach uncomfortable, makes it a bit awkward. You can make that in some ways impassable if they flub the use of the hard breach.
Yeah. It stops really any thermite charges going down on that wall, because then you're kind of, if I put a thermite charge and it's a massive open kind of hole in it, it's going to make it pretty difficult to do so. So with the ace, you're still going to get it opened. Really, I think for that main breach, the exterior one, I don't think you need to have it open fully. You actually missed the impact, by the way, so it has made the full jump-in hole.
Well, that has happened on Rocket Stairs, just at the door.
Oh, dear. I think did Ambi go for a waddle?
Because he wasn't in a position to peek it. I'm wondering if they just shot open the door or just... I mean, they probably were setting up a drone down there, had it and went for it, but weird position to be called out on there. And, I mean, you've lost your Denari. You assume the gadgetry is already up, but either way, you've lost Ambi. You've lost a great gun. Kind of uncontested. However, the start of this game, the same thing was rewarded towards Shopify, right? They got that early kill on towards Skybridge and then still couldn't capitalize on the site. The site is still pretty sturdy. It's often why it is that first pick. They're getting themselves locked in. Mez is covered. They've obviously got this mirror window. They're worried about it being popped open. And look at that. The preparation of Spoit just going to go for the trick. That one worked.
Yeah, it did. And that is going to cause quite a few issues. as they have no more Selmas, so they cannot open up the default plant position, so they either have to try and go in through the main breach, which I think is risky, or they try and rotate and hit the green side, but there's a clash waiting for them. Never mind! Oh, a massive, massive overextension from Surf.
Oh, Niz gets spoilt on the site, and ooh, that was too far too deep, and Rexon, does he have too much left to do? Sees the Blackbeard, and that's not the person you want to be toe-to-toe with right now, but the Blackbeard themselves is... So what do we,
I'll just say this. He got his one. He got his one.
He got his one.
Got his one.
He got his one.
I'm not going to have any slander. He got his one.
Got his one.
That's it.
It happens.
CG2, that's how you can commit an atrocity and still get away with it, because he got his kill.
Did it bounce off the Blackbeard shield? Oh, so yeah, okay. So he tried to loop it a bit further. It hit the Blackbeard shield, land on the other side of the deployable
shield,
shield.
but then it still killed him.
Okay, it still killed him because he was too close. Yeah, not as bad as the G2 run. Don't get me wrong.
Got his one. That's all
one.
I care about. Got his one.
He learnt lessons in the game yesterday, but they were the wrong lessons. All right, 5-2, DPLUS Kia. It is their map, right? It's a map that they wanted to come to, and it's a map that they've been pretty comfortable with.
Yes, really high preference.
What? The drive out on green, there's an excitement about wanting to hunt that kill. They had the Blackbeard, and they thought they had him dead to rights.
Yeah, you see an isolated Blackbeard, and you have two people, one of them in a clash.
And the other one with the shotgun.
You go for that, but if you don't have the info that there's a guy in green stairs,
yeah,
come on.
Unfortunately, they were punished, but again, credit towards DPLUS Kia. They're making sure that they're in these positions on a trade game. That was another thing that sort of, in the early maps of yesterday, kept on popping up. They were losing these bodies. They didn't quite have that trade locked down. There was, unfortunately, not a lot of that, especially in the map where they got pushed to a side. It was the second map in the showdown. It was actually their opponent's pick, but it was a sort of constant ban. Either way, this one does definitely feel like their map. DPLUS Kia getting themselves in pretty steady. They've not going to play around too much with the hard walls, but also the Thatcher. I mean, where are you going to sort of get yourself utilized here against the setup that they've got, Demo?
I think overall for DPLUS Kia, it's just about that slow and steady approach and keeping the important operators alive. I mean, there's players there in Shopify Rebellion who we know can get aggressive, can get in your face. They know every spawn peak under the sun. They know all the dodgy tricks, the dirty deeds, whatever you want to call it. They know what they're doing. So I think just playing it slow, playing it safe is the correct way to go about it. You have a 5-2 lead. Let's not get reckless now. Let's try and keep it controlled.
Ooh, that is a bit of punishment. The frag grenade bounced around the corner, gets rid of the player there tucked in, and falls. At this point takes a bit more damage, but as he said, he's not getting too slippy with it. He's sort of holding on, and there's, I mean, pixels that my old eyes can't even really see. It's just the sort of setup here of the Blackbeard, slow him down in the corner and expect another follow through. There's the smoke canister, force them further back, takes a bit of damage, it slows them down, but it's a heavy bit of utility usage here. Think about the site, think about what they're trying to get hold of, and think about how he talked about the importance of this verticality. Shopify Rebellion are living by that motto and mantra right now and refusing them access towards that top floor.
Yeah, seems to be that Mighty's also got his way over towards Mezzanine and is looking for that backstab as the majority of his team is pushing in towards storage, but how much util is there left? Not a whole lot. All of the smokes are gone from Canadian. He is able to pick up one, and great bit of aggression from Surf, using the smoke grenade, knowing that no one can swing him from exit door. Fantastic work there from Surf.
Well, that's Surf cleaning up here on the top floor and leaves them in the 4 versus 2, but they know about Levy now. The kid is in an awkward position, and, well, Bullet does get one, but can't get the next. And Shopify Rebellion, they're able to find this defense, the second round. They make sure that they're not quite on map point yet. They're not quite on the precipice of being pushed over the edge. Still just 2 rounds between them. And that's the first defensive round, so they could, if they wanted, go back to the top. They're not going to do that, probably. Again, I'm looking at the other monitor. They're going to do something else. Let's see if we can hear anything.
Nope.
I'm pulling a face.
No.
You know that face you pull when you try and hear stuff?
Can you lip breathe? Let's bring a Habana. That's all I got. this is what I usually say to you, what he said to his team.
Yeah.
Don't overdo it.
Don't overdo it. Well, unfortunately, I came into work early this morning, and we had our amazing makeup artists, and I had a beret. And I was like, is this too much? And she went, you cannot have too much. So I wore a beret. There's no such thing as overdoing it. But he's right. That's an entirely different story in a different context. He's right. They were overdoing it. They were going too far. They were looking for, in some ways, just too much. They need to simplify what they're doing. They need to find the fights and go for them. That round, obviously, the aggression was great. They had the watch. But remember what we talked about the round before, where they tried a very similar bit of aggression in the same place, and it was overdoing it. It was too much.
Yeah, they overextended.
Yeah.
To a period where you kind of put yourself up to, if one thing isn't checked, you're going to get punished. So they set themselves up to be punished. And I think overall for SHOPIFY Rebellion and what we've seen in the last round, that's more like it. Use the util successfully. You know, they didn't know if anyone was at exit door. They had no idea. There wasn't. But they still went out their way as though they were. They weren't taking... Well, I mean, I always like taking risks, but not reckless risks.
Yeah. Do you like how it's the different site? And I lied again. I told them it's going to be the thing, probably. And now I've done enter the other site.
You've lied again.
You never know what to expect with me now. They've got...
Oh, trust me. We do.
They've got another chance. They've got another chance. And what are the changes that they've got on the hold this time? Well, a little bit more of an extension and pressure in towards up. They've still got the mirror and still got that location and that position. They've still got the clash, but, well, they still also have all 5 players. There hasn't been somebody caught out early on the rocket stairs up towards Mez. They've got the clash in that position instead. Spoit can sort of keep a keen eye and rotate. Not Spoit even, sorry. Surf can keep a keen eye and rotate back round if they need it. Spoit on a clash. That would be crazy.
Oh, that's retirement in
That's retirement.
Yeah.
Just a game.
Hang it up.
Ooh, Canadian.
He's very lucky there, isn't he?
Really lucky. They did not know that he was there, and he's able to slip away with just a little bit of a bullet in his foot.
Well, at least now they know that the buck's downstairs, so in terms of a storage take, that should be what SHOPIFY Rebellion are expecting to go up against. Still a lot of pressure over towards Ops, though, don't forget. You can see the Habana is in to the position that you typically expect the hard breachers, is sat here holding the long angles, using those open breaches. Now we see the rotation around and looking to take control of green and in towards said storage. He is up against the Tachanka, though, so FAZE may have a bit of trouble getting through this. And also the clash, so maybe a bit of a no-go zone. I don't know. I think trying to front up against the Tachanka and a clash, that may be just a little bit too much.
Burning out the util here for the Bees, and the pressure going to come around on the other side. It's Levy that actually gets Rex and gets the opener, and a lot of pressure onto the Hazami, but Ambi cleans up 2 on the back end. The flash around one corner, and the pickup on towards Ambi levels things up. Looks for the Kiba thrower, but can't quite get the connection. The health is thin, but it's still enough. Canadian gets one more, and they have built a barricade across the entirety of the Master Office. And the clash rolling in. Surf can sort of keep the other side on a lockdown, build a smaller box and a smaller play space, and force the remaining players through the single door, blinded. And doing their best. Now the clash is inside the top, and they're about to get peeked either side, either way. Missed the kill, gets the second, the follow through. 2 versus 2, but one of them's a clash, and one of them watching from the other side. They're trying to just cut the divide. Going close, go for the plant, and go for the cover. Now, where's the motion going to come from? It's over the top. They're actually not going to... Oh, they do stop the plant, but he gets the clash. The 2 versus 1 all down to the monolith of Northern Siege. Canadian cannot quite connect.
Oh, they're up for it.
Oh, they are. Huge clutch out there at the end. Obviously, they really didn't have a lot to work with. Baited and waited on that clash play, but pushed themselves on towards map point.
I have to say, Canadian, you need to get in there. You cannot just sit back while your clash is walking at them. He was sat so far back. You know, I would... Usually whenever we see a clash, you know, in a 2v2 scenario of a clash, it's always the clash walks up and then the teammate's behind. You know, just look how far away he was. He didn't even enter in towards the office. Yeah, just little things like that. Needs to get in there, needs to help him. I mean, fair play to DPLUS for even attempting that stick and then to come off it with 3 seconds left and then get the kill and go back on it. Wow.
Well, map 1, and this could really shake up this group a little bit, right? Obviously, we've, had some sort of upset results. We've had some positions. G2 would be very happy with how this is going right now, sort of on the day off, watching, waiting, and getting a bit of revenge from DPLUS Kia.
We did say, we think a Brazilian team's going to do really well in this group. We just didn't specify which one.
Yeah.
There's 3 of them.
But, well, no. APAC.
Yeah. Totally.
The August. Okay. 6-3, though. It doesn't matter where they're from. We know where they're going, and that seems like the first map is a victory, and that will guarantee themselves at least a portion of the pie and the prize, which, to be honest, I think that I'm not going to say it confirms them. I think this group is still very sort of scrappy and
still half the game later on as well. Don't forget. After this, we have Black Dragons versus FAZE, I believe. So
I do think, actually, funnily enough, there is at least one team across the games in the tournament so far that has already been confirmed for the next stage. And it's, I think, WEIBO, who have taken full points on both their games. And heck yeah, but we're not quite there. And we're not quite there. Obviously, Shopify Rebellion, there's always the chance they can try and pull this together. We know how well they can work as a team, and the coordination is going to start here. Straight onto a Blackbeard. Goodbye, Falls. Surf has had a couple of big little pop-off moments. But can he turn them into a little big victory here? He's ready to try and retake their kit, but he's abandoned the spot. He's abandoned the position, but losing your shield is always that sort of mantra of, okay, do we have a plan B? We're about to get a taste of it. The ankle hold in towards lockers, meaning they can't quite set up there as comfortably as they like, especially without that Blackbeard. So instead, we'll see if they can try and run on towards the top of the stairs. Swing down, get some control on those flankers, and put pressure in towards sites that, well, all the players are inside the site. Everybody comfortable down, holding a back line, and sort of waiting for this approach now, Demo.
But again, just think for DPLUS Kia, just nice and controlled as much as they can. It's not flashy siege, it's pretty structured. But they need to try and back up with some kills. I mean, losing that Blackbeard early on, it's going to just stop them getting in towards the bomb site a lot easier. You have that shield to utilize as that kind of battering ram, but maybe need to try and challenge the rumors upstairs. I mean, that could also be a way to get themselves back into, and that really falls down, I think, to Mighty to try and get up there and have a go at Spoit, which may be a bit difficult because it is Spoit, but still, you have to try and make a move.
At this point, here is that engagement. Is tracked as well, but actually just drifts away. Pulls himself back. The flash is over the top. He's buying himself time, but with 30 seconds, you've got to focus on the site. Bullet's trying to creep his way in deeper and deeper as Levy's on the door with the kit itself, and Bullet finds that cross peek on towards Canadian. Levy finds Rexton as well. They've suddenly flipped the balance. They're going for the plant, but they lose the cover back and forth. Nias finds it, and it's now a post-plant situation. If he can get there in time, he can't, but he does get the follow-through. A 1 versus 2. They have verticality, though. The buck is inside the site, and not for much longer afterwards. Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, he's not happy.
Would you be?
Well, from what I seen, it looked as though they had no idea that Bullet was in. They were shocked that a guy just slipped in through the doorway and picked up the smoke in the middle of the site. And I think it caused a little bit of panic. You know, that's a gap that is being exposed. I think it kind of shows just Shopify Rebellion under pressure. You know, if that's the way that Super's getting, they know it needs to be better.
I mean, this is where I think getting...
Like, this kill, this was the...
Yep.
They were so shocked at that.
Getting the kit, getting themselves locked in towards the end of it. You can see, obviously, how close the margins are, but now we're sort of getting into the site idea, right? Where do they sort of follow through? They've obviously lost Office twice. They've won this site before. They won it pretty standardly. DPLUS Kia get a second attempt, but say Shopify win this, where do you go next? You're probably going to have to go back upstairs.
Yeah, either which way you look at it, DPLUS Kia is going to get a bomb site that they're favored on. That's just the way it works out with the rotation. I mean, also don't get it wrong. They could also win this round. They could win this attack.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
We know how you have to defend this bomb site. We know how you have to attack this bomb site. It is fairly simple, you know, on the grand scheme of things. take a bit of map control, use operators like Sense, walk in and plant. You know, and there's not a whole lot that defenders can do apart from bring a Solus, for example, which sometimes deals with a backstab them coming in through art. So there's even more pieces to the puzzle for this defense. So it is very difficult. You have to try and keep track of a lot of moving pieces.
Well, the early break on towards the wall,
dear.
and Ambi unfortunately only loosed that at himself, but I think the mirror window did get popped open, which stopped the exothermic going anyway. Luckily, he has 3 now. They use the smoke to cover the distraction. They're trying to bait out more utility there. That's the play with it. This, though, another smoke, another ping. They know exactly where the player is. They're just going to tuck it in close, and there's that impact, but it doesn't quite go for it. Went for the exothermic first, then runs across and lives. Nias gets to stay another day, and they've got the breach open.
Could say nearly. Didn't. Sorry, chat.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I don't know.
I'll see myself out.
I apologize for nothing. Now, this is more of the sort of hole that we talked about before. The single player inside the site and then a lot above, right? You've got Ambi doing almost a dead man's job. He's going to try and delay. He's going to try and get a kill or two, but it's a tricky position to play because steadily you know there's not a lot between you and an angle where you're being caught from. Oh! Levy gets the head of Spoik twice in a row. He has been the first body removed on that position. Well, maybe that's the more dangerous place, top green.
Yeah, difficult place. You have that window right beside the staircase, then you have the window at the bottom of the stairs holding your runoff. If you play in that position, you're probably going to die, and it's all about how many kills you can get, how much utility you can waste, how much time you can waste. Spoik didn't really do any of that.
Now, this is the position that I was talking about with Ambi, right? He's got 3 angles he needs to watch. They're all quite quick, quite swingy, quite hopping, and they know exactly where he is. So he has to keep checking him, and he checks the first, and ticks Midi off of his list. Is he going to look for a second here? He's waiting to see if the Capital puts the pressure on a little bit too late. You could say, well, definitely there. Falls, gets revenge, gets Ambi, 40 less.
And that is the player in the bomb site dead. So it all comes down to the players upstairs. Losing that site player, it means that it's not going to be safe to drop back into the bomb site. So they just have to try and firm upstairs and try and hold it as long as they can.
This is the thing. Now it's all verticality. Now, with the pressure on green, they're watching the rotate with an upside-down rappel. They're going to try and bait out some smokes, but it needs to be a plant inside the site. 24 seconds, and the coverage is smoke bolts. The coverage is those vertical angles. There's 2. They know roughly where he's going to be planting, and it's a Solus doing that important job. There's the pressure, the swing, there's the watch, and he sprang too high, but they're still going to confirm the plant somehow. Double down. They know it's an important kill to win, and he can't quite get it. Bullet! I said we wanted a bit more from him. How about one more? It's a long-range shotgun. Get around the corner, but Nias has gone down. In the meantime, the second is found. Technically, a 2 versus 2 still standing. Canadian inside the site. He knows where the kid is, but the worry is he doesn't know where the players are. He's going on the pings. Canadian proves he's still got it. Last locked in the chamber. That is that engagement. That's that verticality. That is a Solus holding on, but he can't quite make it connect. DPLUS Kia take their map, the first map in this best of 3, and prove why they wanted to come here.
Yeah, a strong map for them, a strong showing. Shopify Rebellion, just too many gaps. I think that they were offering up to DPLUS. You think about that little jump in through art, put that backstab pressure, they're able to get into the bomb site. I mean, DPLUS has played that perfectly, how you kind of operate that round. Comes down to the 1v1, but he was always going to win that. He had the verticality. Canadian, all he could do was hope and pray that he could stick that, but it was never going to happen.
It was tough, right? It was tough. There was a couple of teething issues, as we sort of saw. They had these big knowledge rounds, but at the same time, as you sort of said, when you're doubling down, when you're bringing yourself back into a map where you've had previous experience, you got to make sure your game is locked. You got to make sure it's solid, and fair enough, they sure did. From this point onwards, though, it's obviously a best of 3, and that's going to be the mentality. You know, it's going to be heated discussions. We know what these players are capable of, where they're going to sort of want to go next, and you start to question, okay, what do you think Shopify Rebellion need to sort of bring in towards our next setup?
I think you have to try and clear your head. Obviously, the performance wasn't good enough for their standards. It's not over yet. You've still got your map coming up. That is DPLUS's preferred map, you know? And obviously going to a preferred map for a team is always going to be difficult. And a little bit of a slow start, obviously, on their attacking half didn't help. A 4-2 split went against them. And they just couldn't get themselves back into a position where they could lead the game. So, they need to go and give their heads a wobble, wake up a little bit, and jump into the next map.
On the other sort of split of it, and on the other kind of divide of it, you know, talking about them wanting to bring in Nighthaven Labs, we can see the stats here. You have to give credit towards DPLUS for getting 1-7 on it yesterday, and then coming back. This form, having a sort of loss, even that was Nighthaven Labs.
Yep.
I guess that means, you know what that means when I'm this wrong? Oh, it's time for the break! Let's go to a break before we're back with the real map.
Welcome back, everyone. Ready to get underway with our second map here in this best of 3 series between Shopify Rebellion and DPLUS. I'm by myself, which you might have noticed, but that's just because someone's a little bit late. Hopefully, I won't be too alone for too much longer.
Okay. I was here the whole time.
Yeah, sure you were.
Hi, welcome back. Maybe I'm just getting my stuff together after everything is falling apart. Help me. Are you excited for map 2?
Yeah. I don't know if you were. You were late to it. I don't know if you were excited for it or not.
Let me be clear. I had a really long way to go and get a drink, and I don't even have the drink because I realized I didn't have enough time. But enough about me! Enough about me and my many mistakes. Let's talk about instead of these mistakes that could be built upon in this, our second map of the showdown.
Yeah, and we do head in towards Chalet. There's Nears, who, again, good, solid performance. I mean, 12-8 is strong. I think the whole team played well. I mean, obviously Nears is going to get the highlight there because he was the best rated, but I thought it was a great team performance through and through for DPLUS.
I think it was one of the things where they just worked really well, right? And it's not just in the sort of trade game. It's not just in the sort of back and forth game. But it was how they made issues. They made problems. And as I sort of said at the time, they made Shopify have to work for things. They made them have to come up with new plans, new strategies, new ideas. And they're a great team at doing it. But the way DPLUS Kia did it in an unfamiliar way just sort of pressed them a little bit too far.
I think overall for Shopify Rebellion, it is just getting yourself woken up, get into that mindset, ready to go again into your map pick. Don't forget, we're headed into Chalet. This is where Shopify Rebellion had went into. This is what they chose. Obviously, going into Lair, I think, against DPLUS was a bit of a bold move. Obviously, I know that Shopify Rebellion, they also like this map. They also like Lair. They're happy with that. But, you know, whenever you know that DPLUS are just so good at it is a massive risk, and it could backfire, and sadly it has. And that's put them in the predicament where they have to win if they want to get even a point. I mean, don't forget, with the point system, the way it works here at Invite, if you don't win a map, you get 0 points.
Nothing, nada. Something they sort of distinctly handed G2 yesterday was that 2-0, was that setup. And, you know, nobody really wants pity points. Nobody wants a pity place in the party. And you are doing a pity point.
Canadian.
That is him.
Is he locking in? He looks very... I don't know.
Does he look Canadian?
No, because I know what 2 Canadians look like. One has glasses, and he's very small, and he carries around a laptop a lot. And then this other one, he looks like, where's Wally?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Where's Wally?
Yeah,
what
I
do you
have.
mean?
He was in the green room.
The
just walking around.
similarities is that they wear a hat. That is it.
And he had the round glasses, and he had the jumper on.
Yeah, but...
You know, I just... Yeah.
Listen, I think I'm going to buy you a book at one point. It's going to be a Where's Wally book. Anyway, there is one team, especially very happy about this, outside of the team that's playing to see this result, is G2. And to be fair, in some regard, Black Dragons, right? They have that team at the top. Shopify Rebellion came into the series top dogs because they had the clean 2-0 win yesterday. Now they won't get that. They are at best going to get slightly less points. They're at best going to get themselves a little bit more that they can work with, but it's the difference of one. It's narrow sort of margins. It's narrow divides. Well, they're still having a great time in that. But at the same time, if you look at DPLUS Kia, if they get themselves the full fat, if they get themselves locked in on the points, they'll skyrocket up towards first place. Means they keep themselves well clear of potentially Black Dragons, who are still yet to play. FAZE clan.
Yeah, big game.
So, if that goes the way we expect, you can assume that they're probably kind of clear. So, okay, I'm just going to take a moment here before we do this. You know how I sprinted back in? I didn't have to do that because, gang, we're going to take a 15-minute break. The admins need a little bit of time to sort stuff out. And I guess I'm going to just sprint back in again in about 15 minutes. And I will see you all then. Please be with us. 15. Welcome back. Welcome, 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 and thank you for bearing with us during those moments. But we are frozen no more. We have a chalet on the cards. Now, if you missed the first map, DPLUS Kia actually took it. Doesn't change your ideas, so let's get ourselves in. And I was on time this time. Do you know what? Okay, I'm going to take a moment here. Demo, I'm going to take a moment. Demo. I'm taking a moment. About 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, we're about to go into this map. I thought I was late. And I ran in. And you know what? Technically, I wasn't.
Well,
okay, no.
you were.
No.
You just got lucky.
All right. Do you know what they have another word for that? Do you know what that word is?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
It's fluke, baby. Woo! I'm not the reason there was delays. I promise you that, actually. That's bad. That was a longer delay. No. But we are back. Thank you so much for bearing with us. And as we tick on through these bans, the attack is definitely not surprising the defenders. Not really either, Demo.
Yeah, into Chalet. I've seen Chalet already inside this group earlier on today. In the, not this group, but on Group A, we've seen it between WEIBO up against FEARX, and well, we did see a little bit of Castle being played, but it's just going to be shut down here and now. I mean, I do think that's a bit of a weird ban. I think there are a lot better options in terms of what you can ban for the defense. Straight away, I'm thinking Mira is a pretty good operator. You think of any of the electrifications are pretty good.
They're great.
But they've opted for the Castle. So they just want to kind of disable any potential off-site holds. Not going to be able to fortify those areas using the castles, using the Azamis being the big one too. Still think we'll see a little bit of an extension, but nowhere near as much utility that you maybe need to bring.
10 seconds remaining.
Quickly just flicking through and getting a bit of an idea of how often a castle ban shows up. And I think of maps, this is a prominent one. It's kind of this and border, right? You're looking at the limitations of how you can put things together. And
surely Cafe has to be up there too.
Cafe is up there as well.
Gotta be.
And the idea is you're limiting what are those crossfire spaces. Think about the maps where you can get people from outside the windows, outside the buildings, and, well, you can put that pressure on here. We saw it earlier today. The castle was utilized on, say, bathroom window, on the crosswalk doors, on the places you transition through the map itself. No, don't have to deal with that. Aren't forced into, say, a Flores pick. Talking of angles where you can get people quickly, there's 3 big ones ready across the dining room table to see if there's a feast if anybody tries to enter up. But that's exactly that position there, is where you could have a castle. No, not this time round. Shopify do not get to play with safe spaces.
So on the attack, DPLUS Kia should be in a pretty good spot, I think, to have a good go at this. It is a favored side. 4-2s are pretty typical of what we expect to see. First thing they have to come up against is going to be this lone roam coming in from Spoit. Nobody is with him, by the way. I mean, Ambi's over towards Fireplace, and he's actually been able to kill the player creeping up through snowmobile stairs, but still for Spoit, if somebody enters in through games, it's just down to him. Ambi isn't going to be there for support, so Spoit, a lot of pressure on him to make this roam successful.
Well, here's the first bout of pressure, and boy, as you said, he's already got himself in a good position. They don't know. Oh, they definitely don't know. Slipped his way round.
Oh!
Graces was saved by Nias. Spoit almost took a freebie there, but hey, sometimes Siege swings both ways. There is pressure that almost came from bottom of the hatch as well. They've got themselves tied up and leveled up body count, but they can try and peel away. It depends how much wants to be handed over. And Ambi, he's trying to the same thing. He's going low. The drone spots that, and instead of swinging out, he knows if he just tries to back out, he'll probably get in a bit of danger. There's the fight, though. Nias gets himself too, and he's suddenly got this man advantage in towards their favor. They have the player on towards Ego. Balk ready to go out and go for the swing itself, and pressure on Piano.
And don't forget as well, they have an option for half wall. They have the Capital that they can utilize to flame out the Cade and force them away from the aggro position on Office Door. Still also got the Piano Shield. I mean, there's little bits of utility that Shopify Rebellion can still utilize.
Well, here comes a bit of the first burn, but not quite a narrow enough angle. Nias gets himself on for 3, and he's about to swing into the shield for 4. He misses the feet. His Covered, look down, look left. No, he's behind you. Oh, he doesn't get the ace because he couldn't quite see the man's feet. But Midi will push the last one over the end. And I think he'll still be happy with the 4. But that would have been, I think, our 4th ace of the day after getting none yesterday.
Yeah, it's been a lot. It's been a lot of aces today. And I think overall, with the way that attack went through, they dealt with the roam game pretty well, and I suppose that was probably the worry with how Shopify Rebellion had set themselves up. Spoit and Ambi were so separated. There was no possibility that each other could ever trade one another. You know, you looked at Spoit, died, no kill came in. Ambi, again, died, no trade came in. And from there, you have that advantage immediately in the 4v3. And they still had a lot of utility. We've seen the Cade get burned alive by the Capital.
Yeah.
They had all of the answers ready for the questions that Shopify Rebellion were putting to them.
What a way for them to open up. They lost that opener and then took everything else. Now, Niers was obviously the point man and the man with most points after that, getting 4 kills himself. But the position that he took on the first one was sort of that timing of grace. If he wasn't at least in that position to work with his team, if they weren't operating as a team, chances are Spoit would have been able to get around the back and get that first kill. It was very well placed and played, and Shopify off to a bit of a false start, but it is Chalet. It is a map that enjoys attack. It's obviously Shopify Rebellion's map as well. And that's when you're looking at, okay, how much of this do they think will slip away from them? DPLUS Kia on their preferred side of attack. And currently just, well, hiding and wait. Will Mitty on the Nook. Did he just miss that player? Oh, there is a big chance he did. He'll probably still swing and... Yeah, now he knows, and now he's off immediately on towards the red trench wall. He's got the chance at a swing. He's getting some support coming through, and it's a 2 versus 2, but nobody's quite fully aware of where each other is. There's the swing on the door. There's a shield coming in as well. Monty's round, and they just kind of have to evac right now. No! Niers is playing a very dangerous game, and he wins it! Canadian! Called out by Niers! And at this point, Ambi, you just got to get out of there. You know the space is going to get thinner and thinner, but not a great opener.
Yeah, Troy, he got to hit those. He's in an elevated position. He can see over the top of the shield and could have killed the Monty, but he just couldn't land his shots. And that forces Ambi away. You know, we've seen a lot of bit of cover there. You know, Canadian actually coming to the aid of a roamer. That's what I wanted to see, but now Ambi's off by himself again, and there's nobody with him. I mean, once again, I just feel as though we are in such dangerous territory here for Shopify Rebellion just to get exploded on.
Well, they've driven themselves in towards the site. They don't really have the verticality. And where is he going to go with this kit? He's just sort of getting the mark. They have the Nook. Are they going to try and plant and bait it? Well, not like that. The shield is on the back. He's going to see if it can turtle himself away. They do get Spoit in the meantime. Niers just secures the plant. There's the catch!
No!
Oh, that couldn't have been closer. Ambi, saving grace, saves the day and slips away. A minute on, now the kid is isolated, and now without that shield, without that Nook, you cannot try and sneak in again, Demo.
Yeah, and they have no top floor control. I think they have to maybe rotate up Solar here and try and fight against these defenders upstairs. They've still got a player in big window, so they can add some form of crossfire, cutting off the rotations, but still, it's going to be a really difficult challenge for them. They've got a few flashbangs, but that's really it. They've lost the shield. They don't have the pushing power. Going for the plant is going to be so dangerous now because we know that somebody's going to be sat watching that diffuser like a hawk.
They've decided to try and put the pressure onto this fight, but Ambi can play this with a bit of space. They're hoping the cover will be enough, but they cannot really plant in the same place. The only real bit of security might be the bomb chassis inside the kitchen, but even then, they're not sure which vertical angle is getting them because they have no watch on it. Levy does get Ambi. So that's the swing player on the back, but with 9 seconds, finding a safe place is going to be very tricky. Here's the plant. They're watching the verticality. He sees the man and he goes for the engagement. Can't quite secure it. There's the coverage. There's the playback. And Rexon does. Pop and lock on towards one. It's a 2 versus 1. He's fishing, but unfortunately the fish have left the barrel and pulled themselves back to see what is otherwise around the taxidermied side. Step by step, he's got to go for the clear, but at some point he's got to drop down, and the hatch is probably going to be the quickest way. And look at the watch that they have, right? The 2 remaining players, they've pulled themselves back, they've waited for this drop, and now they can just try and close in, put the pressure. They've got 1 on the left-hand side, they've widened the angles, and DPLUS Kia convert that round.
I want to highlight the rotate that Gridlock went for. Was on the big window. We've seen that. Was trying to just cut off the rotations, put a bit of pressure onto those players upstairs. And like I mentioned, the diffuser's cold. They know where they got killed from. It was Ambi, who was over towards the kind of main lobby bar area, the corridor towards kitchen. You know, that... Going for that play, going for that rotate is so crucial because then you eliminate the man who's basically stopping you picking up that diffuser. And once you're able to pick off that man, yes, you've got players upstairs in the vert, but we know those players were ready to plant anyway. There was no vert holes for it. Nobody was holding on to those angles. If it wasn't for Ambi, that diffuser would have went down. You take out the man holding the diffuser, all of a sudden, all the issues you had went away.
DPLUS Kia. Again, that problem solving, right? When I sort of looked at that setup in the situation, no pressure on the verticality. The kid is cold, they know exactly where it is, and they don't have the shields of the two operators that can sneak their way in. Bullet is still somehow able to get himself into a position where, as you said, they can then go for the pinch on towards Ambi, they can put the pressure there, and, you know, it's great little problem solving. How much of it is slipping past Shopify Rebellion? How much of it is Shopify Rebellion missing these moments? It's impossible for us to know. You have to give credit for DPLUS Kia for finding possibility in what can often be already decided on towards games. And this is a site that we actually saw as one of the only ones won in the game that you and I covered earlier on today. When things came together, FEARX could only really get their defensive operating here on this site, and we know how the rest of that series went for them. So Shopify Rebellion, they're going to have to start here, but you need to build beyond that.
Look, it's not all doom and gloom yet. I think 4-2 halves. Still time for them to come back into this. So I think in terms of attacker sided, yes, we're going that way as is expected. And they really love this nuke play, don't they? I mean, pretty common in Chalet. A big old roaming map, and you've got plenty of staircases. And well, you're not invisible to the Clash, though. Sadly, you know, you're naked to everything but the human eye.
She can see you, so instead you kind of move away. And well, they've got some extra support here, and they've got a Capital that can just go for the coverage.
Nice.
Very quick, very decisive, and what sounds like a bit of utility.
Did they impact that?
Yes.
Yeah, I think they did, yeah.
Yes, they did.
Good heads-up play from Sploit. Well done. And that just wastes more utility. That's all the smoke's gone. That's another Selma gone. Oh, dear. Oh, he missed it.
Dear. Well.
What a series of events.
Okay.
That is definitely open.
Yeah, there it is. They have the hole, they have the angle, and
that's
all right.
Strange.
Canadian is just going to use the Clash Shield to replace that angle.
Patch it up.
Yeah, patch it up with the man that can replace. I mean, it's great operator for this exact scenario. They have it, and they have it in the right place. They're not going to get caught out this time round. But think about how much time has gone as well here, Demo. They've not really entered the building anywhere outside of immediately leaving it. They're all external right now. They need to try and hop in, put this pressure in sharpish. There's the first bit on towards the connection, and there's Sploit just getting an easy drive by, but picked up and traded out for the second Nias. Filthy angle there. On towards 7 and 2, but with Ambi not quite sure which way he needs to watch. He's worried there's going to be the pressure down from the stairs. He'll get isolated. 50 seconds, and they just strong-armed the top floor. But look at the hatch. Somebody's watching up through it. It's Surf, waiting, hoping to get a lucky bite. But he got bit himself! Oh, falls, had the awareness. Ambi's on the rotate, going for the flank, Demo.
They're so separated. Nobody from Shopify in positions to trade each other. And it's such a shame, and you're giving this over the DPLUS Kia. Shopify Rebellion, they need to work as a team. And it's down to Canadian, it's down to Ambi, it's the father and son duo.
Well, there's one of them gone. Now it's just the... Oh. I mean...
Yeah, I agree. That is a weird one.
It was very, very well played there from DPLUS Kia.
Yeah, but not trying to take away from DPLUS. I just think this is not the same Shopify Rebellion we seen yesterday.
Not at all.
And this is what makes it weird. Because it shouldn't be happening. And there's got to be the timeout. Has to be the timeout coming in. It's got to be.
Well, we'll see if we can hear anything about that conversation. But, I mean, look at his stats so far.
He's on one today.
This map. Nias has been unstoppable, and it is a timeout. Shopify Rebellion.
next 3 rounds, let's fucking lock in, okay? Be careful with them flipping here. So, for the Master, this time maybe they look to go solo with the people walking up. For Kenji, look for them to rush. For Bar, they did exactly what we knew they would do, which is go under and look for the direct, guys. Think about the breath and think about playing together in a situation around, right? Don't get caught by yourself. It's too many something.
Yeah, exactly what I was after. I think Super's nailed it right in the head. They need to communicate and play together.
Yeah.
You know, that is the main thing he's trying to get through. He also mentioned what DPLUS are going to do for their next attacks. He's read into that. He's expecting rushes to be coming out here from DPLUS, so he's gave them the heads up and gave them that warning signal. But yeah, I just think it's the team play. They're not playing together as a team. It feels like individuals off by themselves, running around, no real intention of helping each other. Come on, guys. You done it well yesterday. What's happened today?
You know, it's sort of one of those moments, but as I said, at the start of this, if DPLUS Key are able to pull off the full fat win here, this group is anybody's to take, right? Suddenly those teams that you had strong wins against strong teams suddenly lose against the teams that were looking a little bit slower yesterday, and you know, you get the impact of what is unexpected.
And then gives the Black Dragons win against FAZE, and
Imagine.
where do you go from there?
Oh.
FAZE and G2 scrapping to see who's on the plane home.
I mean, to be fair, with the upsets that happened at Munich not too long ago, anybody can take anything. The meta's in a really fun spot for it. However, one of the things that we did sort of pick up there from the team chat was we got to win these next 3.
Yeah.
We got to make sure that we can sort of get this. They don't want the map space flipped, fine. They don't want, you know, these engagements to be lost, fine. But the focus is on this rounds. A scrappy win is still a win, and how does that start? The removals come through, the Dockerby calls so they can play maybe a bit more of the map itself. And then the mirror, so, well, maybe they have to play a little bit less. They don't get those visual extensions that you would love to be able to stretch some of this play space on. It seems like they're, threading this information game. It's felt super sharp, the drone game, and, ooh, he wanted to go for an engagement for a second, but he's about to find a Monty. And at what point do you go, well, I need a bit of help here. He's being surrounded. There's a body, and the Monty's going to face check reveal. Remember, he was in this position before, and he did get caught out, so he's being a little bit more coy than he was last time, but he's drawing a lot of attention. The Grismot will stop. The spray through is the attempt on it. They use the impact EMP, but there's Mighty getting Surf in the meantime. He's going for the 1 versus 1. There's more support coming, though, from either side. The Solace, Ambi's the saving grace, but he's all there is left now. It's an Ambi against the shield, and he gets hit down. Try to save the lone Spoit, but unfortunately it was a little bit insurmountable.
I will say, nice effort. Better from Shopify Rebellion. Even did you see Rexon and Canadian
Yep.
were on their way to support as well in towards Blue Star, but sadly their team's been picked off, and they were able to get 2, but they lost 3-4, and the Monty is still up. That was the real issue, as you expect to see. Monty is great for making those roamers panic.
Oh, that was a nice little attempted 1-2 punch there from Canadian. Did a bit of damage to Nears and will force him a bit further back, but still has 2 more smoke canisters and a C4. They're really going to have to play this smart, unfortunately, against them. Well, they've got this, the track, and a lot of soft to try and put the pressure on, and those crossbow bolts in Capital's pocket, either to force the space or just force a little bit of room to go for the plant itself. The breach is open. We've seen a lot of objective play between these 2 teams so far, and we might be able to get another. Falls does find Rexon, though. Isolates the Monty. At this point, Monty's just going to keep trying to cook on the pressure. They forced him away. They can get this secured if they really want to, but it seems like they'd rather have the kill itself. Sprays through either side. Can't quite see where they need to go, and Canadian has to drop back, which is now a post-plant. Nia's bullying, but Levy is the bullet.
Nears is doing everything. He's hopped on the shield, and look what he's been able to do. Like, what a star-studded performance from this guy today.
Yep.
Can do no wrong. Like I said, it was better from Shopify Rebellion. We've seen them come to aid each other. But it still wasn't enough. That just shows how well DPLUS are playing. That Monty, a massive issue. You look at what Shopify went in terms of their bans. Ying, a Grim, and a Dokkaebi. No shields at all. And again, this is the issue I feel with the attackers at the moment. There's so many good operators, and you just don't have enough bans. And this is the issue. If you are against a team who have competent shield players, I feel as though you're just going to have to try and farm a Ying or a Grim and ban the shields. You know, that's just maybe what you have to do.
There is the element, obviously, that we know Shopify Rebellion, brilliant gunners on that team, right? Brilliant sort of instigators. They can get themselves into these engagements. They're happy to take them. We saw Ambi obviously almost stave Spoit. We know what Spoit can do. We obviously know what Rexon and Surf can do, and Canadian sort of brings the team together. The limitation right now is with how great Niers is being on that shield, but how they've operated themselves as a team before, they're making sure that Shopify Rebellion can't get into that game. They're isolating them. They're in some way sort of bullying them. The intel game has been impeccable from DPLUS Kia. Whatever they're seemingly learning, well, it's very well learnt. Now, they've got at least one engagement from Spoit potentially going to happen here, but I'm curious to see how long he sticks around.
Yeah, that's it. I don't think Spoit has had really any impact in these roams. He hasn't been getting enough kills to warrant it. Hasn't really wasted the time either. I mean, DPLUS, once they are able to find those kills, they very quickly move on to the next stage and they're ready to go for an execute. So, yeah, I think Spoit is really struggling here at the moment. We'll see if he can maybe turn it around. He's changed his kind of idea of where he was playing. Again, typically on this kind of roam over towards bar, he was inside connector. I think he's realized if the shield's being played, that's a coffin, essentially, I'm getting myself into.
Bit of a spray, bit of damage, and Niers just face checking the corners. He's also playing this very smart as well. He knows he's about to go on what is the higher territory, what is the place where he can get popped, so he waits, he lets some support come through. Now remember what they did last time. Tried to just drive the shield in with the Nook and go for the plant, didn't work. So instead, well, let's just take them on top. Well, another lesson learned. He knows how that went last time with the smoke, and he's not going to sit around and see what happens next. They've just shown this sort of education.
Look at the information he's gaining. He's able to check to see what util they have. He's having a little look at half wall. He's spotted the player on half wall. That's great information to pass over to the team, especially fouls in the Capital.
Well, now they also know about the player behind the piano, and they're worried about how he's going to sort of drop the shield and go for the kill itself. The pings are coming through, but Spoit has the cover, and now Monty is being pushed and rebuffed back. There's going to be a bounce of a grenade. Falls does find Rexon, and the grenade will go around the corner, but he's worried about the hop out. It catches Spoit, because he couldn't get away from the Monty, who's so fearless. Niers just keeps going, instigating, driving step by step, and it's so loud. The cacophony of metal is terrifying Shopify Rebellion, who have to slip away. There's nobody going for the catch itself. They're back in the site, and there's 40 seconds. Are they going to double drop or, well, go no further?
Oh, this is where they want you to DPLUS. They've been able to tear away from that top floor hold and gain control of it. And now they just take their time. They still got that Monty who, again, Niers, the information he's gaining is phenomenal. Look at this. Spots everyone. He is letting nothing slip. He's just doing it himself. He does everything himself. Wow, wow, wow. Brilliant from DPLUS. Brilliant from Niers.
It's just the masterclass. These are the videos that you would put demonstrating how to play the operator. Right? These are the ones where you click them in the game, and this is what Montaigne can do. It's fantastic. And it covers every aspect as well. It's the reconnaissance, as you said. It's the sort of instigating. And it's just taking the fights.
Oh, wait till you see this. Wait till you see what this Monty has forced. The Oryx!
It's not just the Oryx.
They have forced everything!
It's the Legion. It's the Frost. It's the Oryx.
Oh. And this is what a good shield can do. This right here, they've completely had to go off the cuff. This is not a strat. I dare say there's not many teams who have an Oryx strat in their book.
Do you know what? This is what happens. We know what a panic Monty is. This is the panic response to a Monty. This is that alarm. I mean, it's just dictated the game. Now, obviously, you said I shouldn't be pessimistic, so I'm not going to be. It's still an attacker-sided map, and Shopify Rebellion, it's still their map. They've used their timeout. Okay, let me finish. That's the thing. And we've had these sweeps back. But how confident DPLUS Gear are right now, And how, remember, the timeout on the call from Shopify Rebellion was, we need these 3. We need to not let them flip this. It's gotta eat at you a bit.
It's just the general gameplay. It's not there. You look at the kills. 9 kills for Shopify Rebellion inside a possible 25. That's not like them. With the players we know that they have, that is not up to par.
No.
Double shield, doubling down. DPLUS are looking to bring in the Blackbeard alongside Nears on that Monty. I can only assume one of them's going to be a red herring, and they're going to use that to bait a lot of attention in towards that top floor. That's where the Blackbeard is situated, and they're still going to have Nears with the diffuser ready for the plant. Here we go.
They're sending it. They've got the air jab, and there's the C4. Great catch for the double. There goes your Glaz as well. Too close to the window, and maybe too far this round to pull it back. They do obviously have a backup shield. They tried a little pocket play, and the result was not something that they wanted. But it's not the first time we've seen 2 DPLUS gear players get caught out inside the site going for a cheeky plant, and they still won that round. So I'm not going to count them out just yet. Get themselves in towards Mudroom, get a little bit of width around the site itself, but with all the positions still held, and with what they have, you assume this Blackbeard's still going to have a bit of a problem getting anywhere close.
Yeah, I mean, this should be the round for Shopify Rebellion. Yeah, it will be. I mean, they've attempted the rush. They were ready for it. That C4 massive from Surf in the right place at the right time. Looks as though that maybe the tides can try and shift in favor of Shopify Rebellion, but we know there's a massive tsunami that they've had to try and overcome, because even still, DPLUS Kia, 5-1-half is still phenomenal, and the way that they've played has been great. Bullet, hunting to see if he can maybe try and find a kill back. He knows that there is the roaming Oryx over toward Bedroom. I mean, the irony is, Ambi didn't even need to bring it.
No.
I mean, the Oryx, no value.
Well, Canadians able to find Levy, and what was at some point looking to be a flawless half might end in a flawless round here, at least for Shopify Rebellion. It was a bit of a risky round. They went for the rush, they went for the run. To be fair, it's the kind of play that you can make at the start. Won't be the flawless. Bullet almost transitioned on towards the kill and dining. But Shopify Rebellion, 22 seconds left. Crystal ball, confident they win this one. Pre-fires over the top of the shield, wants the engagement, just happy to sort of keep the pressure of the game moving and hot and try and find himself another exit for it. But Ambi does get one, and they get one. They have a lifeline demo. And...
Hey, was that the century?
Oh.
Was that the sentry? Well, seems to be half the table's cracking jokes, the other half not so much.
I mean, it's frustrating. It's got to be frustrating because, as you said, they're not playing to the level that we know they can play towards. They're not hitting the pace that we know this team, not even from the year that they've had, but the day they had yesterday.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a Monty ban. Immediately. They're like, no, you're not.
Wait, well, that's another thing. You know, shields will be targeted for Canadian because he's also pretty competent on how to use those shields. So, yeah, no surprise to see the Warden go. Ying 2. And then the glass should be open here because the Warden's being banned. You know, that's going to be also for a reason. Even though I know that maybe, I've said before, glass not really too worried about a Warden, but still. It just means you can abuse more flashes and more smokes if you need to.
Well, it's not an impossible mountain to climb, but it sure ain't easy. And it's going to start here in games. The site, as I've sort of highlighted too from the games that we've cast over this, the most successful for the defenders. It's the one that's generally seen the best bit of life and give because it's the weird way sites often develop on a very aggressive map. When attackers start to get the shape of what is a primary site, because it's got that nice little preference, you move on to the secondary. You move.
Yeah, it's not, I don't think too great of a lineup whenever we look towards our bar hold. Like, in terms of util denial, there's none. Like, not even a shield. Oh, there is one shield, but it's not even in position yet. I assume it's going to be top blue, but there's nothing to protect that. There's no Wamai, Jaeger, or Rooney, which are pretty common operators. Even stuff like Banshees, I mean, where are the traps? Seeing the Mozzie come in to the Freya things, finally we see that shield be placed, but again, one nade out of the 6 that they have, I'm sure we'll deal with it. I don't know, I think it's a very bold strategy, and I don't think they can hold on to upstairs very long. Because, I mean, there is a good chunk of util, like I mentioned, 6 nades. You've still got the Grim on board. it's a lot to deal with from a defensive perspective, and I just don't think they'll be able to hold it with the lineup that they have. I can only assume with the kind of roaming operators that you have, with the Mozzie, with the Solus, being able to gain info and then maybe playing for flanks, that could be an opportunity for them.
This first engagement, this entry, could be a bit of a dictated pace. As we said,
Oh, he's pinged.
Oh, he's pinged, he's grenaded. He's going to live, but he's going to find a fight and a follow-through grenade. There's some support, but they all traded out. Canadian finds Levy, Midi finds Rexon. They keep it balanced. They knew their player was a bit cooked, but they make sure they can at least take one of them into the frying pan and then try and escape the fire afterwards. They slip their way back. Great coverage, great bit of motion, but also great control there from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, they've been able to establish their foothold towards bathroom and bedroom. And we'll see if they can now start formulating their take in towards this top four hold. Like I mentioned, not a whole lot of util that they have to worry about. Just get the one nade to clear away that shield, and pretty much top floor will be open for them, but they still need to get players rotated in position. You think about over towards the double window, towards Fireplace. You think about players in towards Library. You need to start getting people ready for these crossfires, ready for these pinches, which, again, that is the kind of the game style, the game play of what Chalet is and why teams go here, is if you can establish that kind of split pressure.
Well, there's that grenade onto that position you talked about. Shield's gone. The Goyo canister's gone as well. Those are just going to tick their way through. They're still going to try and lean into it just a little. It's a nice gun, fires quite flat, and if you bullet, well, you can usually make it sing. He's actually having, I think, so far the best map he's played out of the tournament so far. Though it's early doors. Still, 50 seconds left here, Demo, and they've still got to try and cross that pass to get the vertical control. Canadian, he's driving in, and he's able to win that engagement. He's, as you said, very nifty with the shield in his hand, but he's now slightly hurt. Got to get that kid in close. There's at least a C4 and 2 impacts still on the board to do a bit of safety. Okay, 1 impact still on the board as Midi goes for a long rotate. Surf just missed this first engagement. He is being surrounded. Great execution and surround. And, well, they knew about that last player as well. The last one. Oh, he's above! Oh, he's got a double! And that's a cold kit! Now, where's he going? He's sending for a third. The flash has come out. He's just going to leave. It's a 2 versus 1. 7 seconds. He's down. He's down. 1 more player. Can he get the rest? He can! Folds! Stands tall!
I need to close my mouth because I'm catching flies.
This team, I don't know Portuguese, but this team, what I do know and can tell you, is yesterday there was a couple of pop-off moments and players and bits of energy about the team, but it wasn't usually all of them. Levy was quite cool. Bullet was quite calm. They are feeling it,
We knew they were up for it after map 1.
Oh, they are
reactions.
feeling it.
And I was as the 1v4 hit, I was thinking, you know what? Yeah, Shopify, this is better. Look at the way that they're playing together as a team. Why didn't they do this in the defense? That was going to be my point. Now the point's out the window. What do I talk about? The fact that he's won the 1v4 on a single staircase? They just kept going at him and going at him and going at him?
5 seconds left.
He didn't even move. He just sat in the one place.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
And breathe. I mean, it's just been...
I mean, that's the moment. That's the moment of the match. Because really, Shopify Rebellion, if they were able to pick up that round, gets them the belief, gets them the morale, that's the first attack. Let's do this.
Yep.
That's gone now. And you have to play perfect siege for 5 rounds. They were already under a lot of pressure coming into this event. The pressure, I can only imagine, it could make diamonds in there.
At this point, how do you try and go? How do you get your head back in? Where do you look for? What do you try and grab onto as that bit of hope? Because it's just been such splendor, such gravitas earned yesterday, and here on Chalet, frozen out in your own map. DPLUS looking better and better. And maybe this group isn't so full of death as once predicted, or maybe it's an unexpected murder mystery we've got to solve later on in the VOD review. They're looking for this first engagement. Bit of damage done on towards Bullet, and the Buck just getting some steady work done.
Yeah, so obviously a solar take. You have the Buck downstairs trying to root out some of these positions. In terms of the kind of pushing power that you have the Capital ready to go. Sends one of the flames in, Rexen. Just careful of that run out that happens in the balcony. However, Ambi goes down. They've lost the Grim. That's a lot of information gone. We know how good those bees are. However, Surf from below, able to pick up the trade.
Very important. Make sure that you can keep things level. Make sure you get responses. The trade game, we always harp on about it. And now, we'll see if they can combine that with the point game. Some flashes over the top. They're going for the swing in on towards the pressure, and they've got themselves boots in and on the ground. But there's nobody else that's currently with him. He's sort of man-moding, and he's got the kit and taking a bit of damage. He needs the Buck to help him shepherd bodies across, but there's nobody on the windows behind him. There's only two on the double itself, and he's gone down, and so has Surf. The long run out for the short result. It's a bait. It drew them away from the fight and said, no, 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 I'm peeling back. Put us in 3 versus 2. 40 seconds. Spoit. We know what he's done before, and Rexen, we know what he can do, but he's currently 0-7, so he needs to start doing it sooner rather than later. It's the pre-fire up towards the swing position and covers the motion of Spoit, recollects the kit. But it's so awkward. There's so much open, there's so much pressure, and they're also still so far away. There's the first engagement. Downs and finishes them off. Goes for the reload. They're waiting. Holding in the 2 versus 2. Almost catches Rexen. They're going to start driving. Spoit's up, though. Spoit pops it off. It's the 1 versus 1 with 7 seconds. Spoit has to send it for Shopify. He's going to hold on for the plant. He's close. They've got the shotgun with a couple of shells in. There's the motion. The Shark's on the hunt. But Spotify, can he be that one bit better? No, and Spoit gets caught by a quad from Nears. Unbelievable game for Nears. He made it happen on the Monty. And he makes it happen in the dying throws. That is all the points.
What a performance. I mean, Nears, you're definitely MVP of this matchup, no doubt about it. Do I dare say MVP of the day? He's got to be. I mean, I don't know about the other games, but that is one hell of a performance. Not just in this map, the map previously too. Phenomenal. And just the way he played that shield was beautiful. The way he played that Monty. So impressed by him.
Well, what do we say to the group of death? Not today.
There's a
seemingly.
spanner, I think, being thrown in somewhere.
I mean, DPLUS gear. For the expectations that were placed upon them, for the expectations gifted to other teams, for the expectations we had
Yeah,
from
exactly.
yesterday. Shopify Rebellion fall and DPLUS Kia skyrocket currently to the top of the group.
It makes no sense. This isn't supposed to be the script. You look at the teams we've had in there. We've seen them up against G2 yesterday, and this is not the same team. This is always an invasion of the body snatchers that came in and took them away. Oh, Shopify Rebellion. I mean, look, the opening 5 rounds was poor. You know, we looked at the kills. They weren't thriving. I mean, Rexen, did he get a kill in the end? I'm not sure if he did.
Nope.
So, you know, moments like that needs to be better. I mean, I don't need to say that. They know themselves.
They know themselves.
And it is a setback. Of course it is. But now I just want to say, right, where do they go from here? Where I want to see the bounce back now from Shopify Rebellion immediately.
On the other side of that, where does DPLUS Kia go from here? They're now going to be watching this next game. They're going to be looking at FAZE and thinking, buddy, you're up next. They've taken one top team. Who knows? Who can end top of this group? And I'm sure G2 are watching that going, oh, we could get some revenge here too. But that's not for right now, Demo. That's you and I done for the day. There is still one more game happening here on the B stream after this. So, like those teams we've just seen, after a quick break, we'll be back with a must-watch.
It's our final matchup of the day here on the B stream, and boy, oh boy, two teams that you wouldn't really think of being international competitors because we see them so much interregionally. And one of them will be making their debut. The last team to debut. 19 teams have played a match today and yesterday, except
for FaZe Clan, who are playing in our match here today. FaZe Clan versus Black Dragons. Final game here on the B stream for day 2 of the Six Invitational. Yes, we've saved the best for last. The reigning Six Invitational champions will be making their debut in the top right of your screen. That's going to be FaZe Clan looking to go back-to-back for the first time in Siege since G2 did it in 2019.
Yeah, we've had a new team at the SI Grand Finals, winning the Hammer. Yeah. No consecutive winners.
It's been a while.
Just goes to show you how grueling it is. A, how much the game changes. B, how competitive all of these teams are.
Yeah.
And there's a fun little quirk that we have as well. The team that has finished at the previous runner-up has gone on to win the Hammer, I think 3 years in a row now.
Yeah.
So for FaZe Clan, that means if you want to repeat, you got to break that streak. Considered by many to be the best team in the world, consistently doing well, though they didn't have as dominant a run at the Munich Major. They didn't make the grand finals there. They didn't make the grand finals of Reload either, so they won the Hammer. And since then, it has been other teams stealing the show.
I suppose that's true. At Reload, they lost in groups to Furia, who won the whole thing, and then they lost to M80 in Munich, who won the whole thing. So they do tend to lose only to the very best. But yes, FaZe Clan have not been able to repeat a tournament victory since they won the Six Invitational 1 year ago in Boston. Black Dragons have also not won any tournaments since that Six Invitational in Boston. That's maybe a little less surprising because they've had a rockier road this season. They didn't quite make it to the Six Invitational based on points, so they had to go through the open qualifier. And through a miracle run, tying on every tiebreaker with Lowe's, winning an off-stream tiebreaker match, and then going undefeated through the LCQ, they have made their way here just to face another Brazilian team.
And two newish faces on this Black Dragons team. If you have not been very well acquainted with them, you might be wondering, who is Mr. Outlaw? And most importantly, who's Swag and how does he have 32 kills?
Yeah, that's a bit of a ridiculous stat line from Swag. He's a rookie for this Black Dragons team. He made his professional debut in yesterday's game that Black Dragons were playing, and he dropped 32 frags, the most of any player that participated at the Six Invitational yesterday. He had the most kills of anyone, so a lot of eyes have turned to Swag. Despite Black Dragons not being able to win their opening matchup here at SI, they did push it to 3 maps. They played that game against DPLUS Kia. It was very close. In my opinion, I watched that game in full. I think they were the better team in that series. They started really slow map 1, they crushed them map 2, and then map 3 went to overtime. Could have gone either way. But Black Dragons have a lot to prove still. They're an incredibly talented young team, and it's really exciting to see who they might be going or how they might fare going up against the world champions.
It will be an interesting matchup, and this group has been thrown a little bit into chaos with the game that just concluded over on the A stream. For those that didn't watch it, Shopify Rebellion and DPLUS Kia doing battle. Now, a lot of people thought after yesterday's matchup against G2 and just the general skill of APAC teams, DPLUS Kia, despite being a Brazilian set of players, is ostensibly an APAC team, that it would be a relatively easy affair for Shopify Rebellion. That was not the case. It was a 2-0 for DPLUS Kia. So G2 finds themselves towards the bottom of this group, surprisingly. Now, obviously, G2 isn't playing today, so they'll have to make up time tomorrow in their matchup. But what a shocker.
Yeah.
I think for most people, an incredible upset.
Yeah, this group has absolutely been turned on its head. It's really going to be anybody's game to see who comes out on top, who might be getting eliminated. I think a lot of people with SR's results may be looking like they might get eliminated, but, you know, if we follow the chain of command, if I say Black Dragons look like they probably could have beaten DPLUS yesterday, DPLUS beat Shopify Rebellion today, yesterday the Rebellion beat G2, what we can conclude from that is that Swag is an even better player than Stompin'. So this should be a match for the ages, Black Dragons versus FaZe.
I mean, I don't know if that's the way that these things work because, I mean, you had Black Dragons and DPLUS Kia doing battle, and you think that Black Dragons were the better team, but it was DPLUS Kia who won, and then DPLUS Kia beat Shopify Rebellion, and Shopify Rebellion beat G2. I don't think these, like, transitive properties really quite work this way. Map picks, Jesse, Chalet, Clubhouse, and Nighthaven.
Yes.
Chalet picked by Black Dragons. So if you consider that FaZe Clan, one of the best teams in the world, one of the best teams to come out of Brazil, Starting on the Black Dragons map pick, BD is given a bit of a gift here with map number 1.
Yeah, I think for Black Dragons, they've chosen to go to a map where they know there's no footage on them. They haven't played this map since they picked up their 2 new players of Mr. Outlaw and Swag, but they've seen FaZe Clan play it a lot. FaZe do have a 3-game winning streak on Chalet, beating M80 in Munich and then twice against W7M domestically. So it's a map that FaZe Clan love to play. We should see their strats. We just got to cast Chalet a couple of hours ago, Parker, and we got to see some cool stuff coming around. Saw some Denari bands coming through. We saw some big Amaru plays happening as well. So it's definitely a map where you can get creative, and I'm really excited to see what Black Dragons have been prepping for this map.
And you and I don't get the fortune of casting a Fortress on our first day, though I did hear that Fortress will be played by Team Secret and SSG over on the A stream. So if you want to see the newly redone map, go on over there. Justy, let's load in FaZe Clan versus Black Dragons on Chalet. 79% of you thinking FaZe Clan will take it. That's aligned with some of the other community polls that we have seen. We go to France, where we are. Different part of France, but we're here either way. Black Dragons versus FaZe Clan. What's your expectation in this matchup, Jesse?
Parker, I think the world champions will win this game, but who knows? It really can go either way. I think Black Dragons have a bit of a chip on their shoulder. You go back to the final day of groups in the SAL League, where Black Dragons needed just one singular win to qualify to the regional playoffs to make top 6 in South America, to make it into those playoffs to qualify to the major. They played against FaZe Clan, and they got destroyed. It was a 7-4 game on Bank. JP, the analyst of FaZe, said in an interview they literally were just playing their defaults. They didn't try to do anything fancy, and still FaZe Clan walked away as easily the better team. Now, right after that, Black Dragons drop 2 players. They pick up Outlaw and Swag. They then go on a miracle winning streak through the LCQ, upsetting Team Liquid in a game that not a lot of people had them coming out on top from. So now we get to see if Black Dragons have learned from those mistakes. When they played against FaZe Clan last, when they struggled in that final group stage match up against the world champions, what were they able to take from that? How have they been able to grow since that moment? And what are they going to look like in one of their, for all of these players, essentially, their first international tournaments?
While we wait to load into the actual matchup, there was a tech issue immediately upon loading in, which is seems to be the big issue that KDS is wrestling with right there. The teams are just waiting in the lobby for now. We can take a moment to address 2 things that have happened since you and I were on the microphones just a couple hours ago. And forgive me because I was listening to both the A and B stream, but I didn't hear if they were mentioned. Number 1, this one I'm certain has been mentioned at some point, particularly on the A stream. WEIBO Gaming is the only team to clinch a spot in Phase 2. They will avoid being eliminated here in Phase 1. So the bottom of Group A is still very much up for grabs. Typically, you don't want to grab that particular one because that means you go home. But WEIBO Gaming will survive till Phase 2. So the matches they have to play coming up will obviously matter. Yeah. But they have been able to avoid finishing last in their group.
Kind of incredible that WEIBO have qualified the playoffs before FaZe Clan have played a single round, but just with the way the schedule was built, that's how it works. Of course, all that means is they cannot get last. All but one team in each group will make playoffs, so they're still fighting for good seeding, and that is what most of the games will determine.
The other thing that happened was the game director, / creative director that we've had for the last couple of years, Alex Karpasas, announced on Twitter just about an hour ago, maybe a little bit less, that he is departing from that role and is excited for Joshua Mills to take over. For those that know Joshua Mills, he's the one with the big beard. That is it. You know who he is. You've seen him on stream. He said something about cheaters, one of the words that I'm not allowed to say on a broadcast. And we thank Alex Karpasas for the time that he spent. He's been great to work with from our perspective, and we look forward to a long and healthy relationship with Joshua Mills as he steps into that role, both announced on Twitter earlier today. So congratulations to WEIBO Gaming, congratulations to Joshua Mills, and a salute and thank you for Alex Karpasas as he moves on to other ventures, which I didn't see anything about that and will probably remain shrouded in mystery.
I definitely need to talk about these operator bans, but I do want to quickly say When I was coming back from the Six Invitational 2 years ago in Sao Paulo, Alexander Karpassis was in the plane seat in front of me because I had a connection through Montreal, and that guy had that seat reclined all the way back. So you know what? We do love you, Alex, and of course, wishing you the best in the future. Operator bans have finished on our screen now, and on Chalet, you get a lot of variety. We're seeing another Malusi ban. We actually caught one of those earlier in the day when NIP chose to ban Malusi in their game against M80. It's paired with an Azami, which is always the first ban on Chalet. She is so good on this map, just with how many windows they have up on the top floor. And then for FaZe Clan, removing the Monty, removing the Deimos, deciding they don't want to play with that shield. They don't want to play with some of the more aggressive operators that we can see Black Dragons bringing out from time to time. So going to be exciting to see how those bans affect this game going forward, but nothing too crazy.
And of course, we see a Denari right off the rip. Ella and Denari were brought on Chalet a number of times in the matchup that you and I casted earlier today. And of course, you bring a Scorpion, you engage in close range engagements. And Denari just is a really versatile operator, right? You've got that secondary shotgun that can be used so effectively to create little sight lines, but isn't really designed to create rotates or do much soft destruction beyond that. You're mostly focusing on creating ways for those tripwires to be able to connect to one another. Obviously, the Denari can get real complicated if you want. You can see a spider web stretch out, but right now, Cyber has used all of those trip mines, and we'll wait to see where on the map they will be. Immediately, it does not surprise me at all to see that 2 4-17s will be brought both by the Sens of Ask and the Twitch, being played by Swag.
Yeah.
Widely considered to be one of the strongest and best guns in the game at the present moment. Again, I said this earlier, but if you are a fan of FaZe and Black Dragons, you do not listen earlier. Load up Rainbow Six Siege right this moment. Go to the operators that have access to the 417 and equip it on all of them. I promise you, you will gain more elo than you have lost.
No surprise with the operators coming through from FaZe Clan, of course. We see a lot of these Scorpions being brought, but it's Outlaw to strike first, finding the captain of FaZe. Vidaking will be falling very early on. Losing a smoke is not advised on a map like Chalet, so going to be interesting to see how they compare or how they compete without their primary anchor operator. Lots of guns still alive and power positions being held by these guys as well.
Vidaking's not usually the operator or the player, and he doesn't play the operators that you want to lose early. So quite a devastating loss for FaZe Clan, but a great thing for Black Dragons. I know that the community seems to think that FaZe should walk away with this one. I think if you were to ask most players and the people who are working here, they would probably say similar things just based on pedigree, right?
Yeah.
FaZe Clan have consistently been the better team in direct head-to-head matchups. FaZe Clan has consistently been one of the best teams in the world. So the expectation is that they will go far in this series. That doesn't guarantee them a win, because I think a lot of people would have probably said Shopify Rebellion were the better team, and well, that's not exactly what played out here. Handy striking back, taking down Rare and Outlaw, but it's the upside-down repel of Miracle to take care of that one player from FaZe Clan. Back to a 3v3 we go with 50 seconds left.
Cyber's in a really strong spot. He's going to be able to stop anybody from walking into the bedroom door. That's why they smoke him out, push him back in towards office. And this solar take looks pretty good from Black Dragons. The Sens walk and hopefully cut off a bathroom angle. Nobody's directly in there, but you can see Souls just on the other side of the doorway. He's going to have to make a play if they start going for this plant. Once they hear it going down, it'll be on him to swing.
This angle now being held by KDS. The Vector is not exactly the gun that you think of from a precision aspect, but boy, oh boy, can it shred. Same with the Scorpions here, which there's still one remaining as Cyber finds his second kill. Now that Nesca's retired, I think most people can easily say that Cyber is one of the best, if not the best, Brazilian players still remaining in the scene. I think you could have made an argument even before Nesk's retirement that Cyber has been just so dominant, especially as of late.
Yeah.
Miracle will give absolutely nothing to FaZe Clan, doesn't even get inside the building. He just stays on an outside rappel, and because of the way that the timer works, FaZe takes the first round.
Relatively linear push coming out from Black Dragons. Very focused on Solar. Didn't see a whole lot going on elsewhere. Of course, Master Window, we did get to see a player on Rappel out there. Likely could have been somebody over towards Piano or maybe the office balcony as well, but they did not last very long in that game. So FaZe Clan easily able to shut that down, and I'm glad you mentioned that about Cyber. Cyber actually tied for the second most Six Invitational appearances out of any player in the world, and tied with Nesk, by the way. So with Nesk not qualifying to this event, losing to Black Dragons in the LCQ. Nesk had been ahead of Cyber for many, many years, but Cyber will finally catch up with that result. They are also tied with Palu for second. And, of course, Big Bad Nadian, who just got steamrolled by DPLUS Kia, will have the first place record, attending every single Six Invitational.
It is really crazy how long this game has been going for and just how many events there have been. There's a little collage, actually, just outside of our caster room with a bunch of Polaroids of various employees and contractors stating how long they've been here for. I think Monica's the high water mark. I think she said like 23 or 24 events or something along those lines.
Wow.
It's crazy to think about that. I actually kind of want to tally up how many I've been to, because it's got to be up there at that point, right? Like,
Yeah. Should be, I would guess you're the most of any English-speaking talent. Maybe Milosh.
Gassan would be the only one that would give me a run for my
Yeah.
money, I imagine. But Gassan also missed a bunch of American events due to visa issues. So, I don't know. He's here now. That's all that matters.
Very
It is
true.
nice to be reunited.
Very true.
It is nice to be reunited with new and old friends. Those that we made at Face It, those that we made at ESL, those that we made here at Blast. Oh my goodness. Cyber really tempted fate with that one. Jesse, quite the run out, and you see why the Scorpion can be such a hard gun to control, but down goes Ask.
Even for someone who's been to 8 Invitationals, the Scorpion is not an easy gun to control. But Cyber can do it better than most. He gets the job done in the end. A nice little pick off onto probably the most experienced player on Black Dragon's side of the field.
Ask is definitely a veteran of the Brazilian scene. He's been around for quite a while. He was on Liquid for a period of time as well. He got the revenge tour against them, and Cyber is just playing with his food at this point, punishing Swag on that exterior balcony window. And, I mean, Black Dragons had a decent start in the previous round. Things have fallen apart here, and there's still lots of time to go. That does allow Black Dragons an opportunity to get back into this one.
Ooh.
You mean he had the Boss G. He lost the fight with the Boss G. Handy tried to Boss G Miracle on those stairs and did not succeed.
Miracle very alone, though. Doesn't really have players with him. Outlaw up the top floor does go down as well. So now groups up with Rare inside a lobby. Souls takes down his teammate, and he's in the 1v4. Miracle hoping for his namesake, but everybody knows where he is, Parker, and that is not going to be doable. So FaZe Clan will take the second round. And someone's very excited about that.
I was going to say, I didn't see any reactions, so I'm very curious as to who it was. Do keep in mind, it could also just be bleed over from the Space Station Team's secret matchup that is occurring on Stream A right now.
Probably.
Is it being casted by Ace and Dez?
It is, yes indeed.
This is a very early timeout from Black Dragons. We saw a lot of times teams will call timeouts after the second round.
Yeah.
We don't speak Portuguese, so I mean, it's no real... Unfortunately, as much as I'd love to listen into them, we're not really going to be able to discern much.
No, certainly not, but we'll get...
Our producer goes, oh, come on.
can always give it a shot, but I don't know if we're going to be so successful. That's Coach Ghost of Black Dragons, who's been with this team since January 2024, longer than any of the players on this roster, doing what he can to get the team back, I think, in the saddle for this game. Haven't really shown up so far in this match. It's been a lot of aggressive, fast plays from FaZe Clan. We saw it from Cyber, of course, in that previous round. But even in the first round, you know, being able to read that push and bring the aggression to Black Dragons is something that FaZe Clan have done really well for the first 6 or 7 minutes of this game. I have to imagine that's something that Ghost has picked up on and something that he can hopefully advise his players upon so that they can work around those issues and get a bit more fight going in the early parts of these rounds.
Not much is seemingly phased phase in this game.
All right. If anybody liked to cast, I am looking for a new partner.
I cleared my throat with dramatic effect so that you knew what was coming would be bad. Yeah, I tried to give you some heads up there.
Thank you. Thank you.
You and I actually got to cast most of the SA League over the last calendar year, so we have seen these teams do battle ourselves.
Yes. Yes, we have.
So we do have a little bit of experience here. Obviously, it was a different roster. Black Dragons bringing in those 2 new players. Well, 2. Not new because Mr. Outlaw's actually been around for a fair bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a name that people should recognize if they've watched Brazil with any level of consistency. Cyber's going for a spawn peek with the Scorpion again. He is a lunatic. There is no better way to say it. It's one thing if you want to jump out of a window and have a largely immobile target and still probably miss most of your shots. It is entirely something else to break a window and try to go for a pixel spawn peek with the Scorpion. Because the first shot might hit. The second shot is going to be hitting the moon. So,
Yeah. Well, Cyber knows what he likes to do, and so he's going to do it whether you like it or not, and I got no problem with it. No harm, no foul this time around. Doesn't manage to see anybody, so just retreats back inside the building. Currently playing the mudroom position, so still potential to get aggressive, but with the bomb site all the way down inside a kitchen, a lot of this top part of the map has been given up for free, Parker. They're not looking to contest library so much. They can be on the stairs, they can go for flanks, but no hard contesting going on yet.
Cyber is completely fearless against these players on Black Dragons. Now, Cyber is a very feast or famine style of player.
Sure.
He will either have an incredible game where he goes 12-3, or he will do nothing for the first half and be 2-6, and then either will go 4-12,
Yeah.
or will then go 12-6.
I mean, with his aim and with his mechanical ability, you got to just let him off the leash. I've seen people criticize Cyber for maybe being too over-aggressive, but it's who he is, you know? You can't stop Cyber from doing what he loves at the end of the day. And for a 27-year-old, he seriously looks like he's playing like he's 17. So let him off the leash, see what happens.
They've got him caught in Mudroom right now. Souls, though, baits swag in. Cyber gets asked and immediately pivots over. One more towards blue stairs, this time leading up towards library, and Cyber's trying to do some serious damage to Mr. Outlaw, can't do it. Swag, a rough start, going 0-3 after yesterday's very impressive performance. And out in the wilderness is Cyber, all the while the rest of Black Dragons being picked apart. Rare and Outlaw now the last two. Issuing a correction here, there is nobody left. Don't you just love when two players die in such quick succession you can't even finish your thought? FaZe Clan are utterly dominating Black Dragons at this point in time. This is Black Dragons' map. They are starting on the bad side.
Sure.
So a little bit of grace needs to be applied there. But they have not looked very good.
I think you could rightfully criticize Black Dragons for this map pick because Chalet is often a map that lends itself to aggressive teams. You know, it's not a map where the defense can sit back and just play behind strong setups. You really do have to get aggressive as a defensive squad if you want to find success on Chalet. It's just too broadly attacker favored. The window angles are just too good for the attack to sit still and just play normal. So they almost opened the door for FaZe Clan to play this style when they chose this map, and it feels like they're starting to get bit by that. They ban out the Ella, and that's awesome, but there's still another Scorpion on the board for Cyber to play. You, at this point, cannot ban both of them. He won't be bringing the second Scorpion operator. He's not going to be running that Denari, but even with a Thorn, you got to imagine he is going to be deadly on this in this server. So Black Dragons, they got to find some way to wake up. They got to find some kind of an answer. You have to imagine there was a game plan before this game began, but we haven't gotten to see it yet.
No, I mean, and this is something that will be lost on us as well because we don't speak Portuguese, but I do know that Raza is actually here with Kamikaze and Nesk doing their usual co-stream. It is actually kind of nice to have Nesk here. I talked to him just before this match started. I jokingly asked him when he played next, and his literal response was, never.
Well,
at least he still made it to the event.
true.
I mean, it is impossible to talk about Brazil without talking about Nesk. I mean, for so many people, he was the main point of inspiration. You know, I knew who Nesk was before I ever casted this game. He put Brazil on the map. To a lot of people, Nesk has not been the player that he was at the beginning for maybe like the last 2-3 years, but that's okay. He got older, he had a family, he had other priorities, and other people caught up. To many, the heir apparent in Brazil has been Cyber, and I think at this point in time, Cyber's the most decorated Brazilian player when it comes to MVPs and all that jazz.
Would not surprise me. Herds has had a couple of MVP performances too, for sure. So there's a lot of competition in South America, with it being the most dominant region over the last couple of years. But yeah, Cyber, no doubt, looking like the best old man still in Siege.
Cyber has 5 kills. The entirety of Black Dragons have 3. So usually that's not helpful.
Nope. No, we can run the numbers on that, but that definitely doesn't seem favorable for BD.
I mean, these two teams know each other so well. And I mean, FaZe are usually so good in Brazil.
Yes.
FaZe are a team that is uniquely built for international competition, and sometimes that doesn't exactly stack up particularly well in Brazil, and yet they still always seem to win the region.
Yeah. No, I would say, like, for a good couple of years, it was FAZE will dominate domestically and Furia
Yep.
will dominate internationally, but now FAZE are dominating both. This round not been so dominant. They lose a couple of players. Ask coming alive, and Black Dragons have their best chance at a round win yet.
You can't play cute, right? And FaZe were definitely looking like they were playing a bit cute the last 2 rounds. You've got to tighten things up a little bit. Souls gets punished by Miracle, and now KDS on the advance back to the bomb site will likely get punished by Ask, who's prone by the piano. They're all searching for him. Diffuser going down. Ask gives his position away, and it's the pistol of Ask as the piano absorbs most of the bullets. Black Dragons do finally get on the board. FaZe Clan aren't usually a team that loses back-to-back rounds, so I imagine there will be some hell to pay for Black Dragons. But honestly, huge credit to BD for how they approached that. They compartmentalized the map. They knew where to pick apart. They knew how to entry. All things worked well together.
Well, I think you really got to look to a veteran in a situation like this, right, Parker? Black Dragons are down 3-0. Nothing is going well for this team. They get 3 kills through the first 3 rounds. And so you look to a guy like Ask, who has been on big teams, who has been in big situations before, and Ask just sends it. He just hops in the piano window. He walks away with 3 kills at the same time. He's got players walking in the office breach. He's got a plant going down master. It felt like they were finally on the same page. And maybe it just took somebody to say, guys, let's just go. Let's not be afraid of this FaZe Clan team. It took them a while to get to that point, but once they were there, they found that confidence. They found that ability to walk in, hit the gap, and actually make some space happen there. So you got to give credit to Black Dragons. It is never easy playing against FaZe Clan, one of the most difficult teams to play against because they don't make mistakes. They're not a silly team. Unless they're downright disrespecting you, which maybe they have a little bit in this game, they're not going to give you many opportunities where they're slipping up. And for Black Dragons to finally recognize one of those moments, to take advantage of it, that's a very difficult thing to do.
It breaks the cycle that FaZe Clan was beating Black Dragons on, which was that full bomb site rotation. The second floor bomb site, a bedroom and office, into the 2 first floor bomb sites. No garage being played yet. This is a stylistic thing for a lot of teams. Chalet is a map where all 4 bomb sites are viable. Different regions approach them differently. The bottom floor is not played by a host of teams because the big thing is once you lose it, it's really punishing to retake as a defender, and especially right now with all of the buffs to all the attackers, especially the hard breachers, I can only imagine the hell it would be to try and hold that part of the map. So expect to see a lot of first floor, second floor roams and bomb sites moving forward on Chalet.
Yeah, this one games, of course, the site selection, and there are 3 players roaming up above. It'll be Handy, Souls, and KDS trying to rock down that top floor, but Black Dragons don't seem to care. They are going up through the snow stairs in the basements, staring into the bomb site, and Rare could tiptoe in at any moment.
And first contact, and guess who it's with? Cyber. Now, Cyber loses a lot of HP in the process. Rare needs to scamper off back downstairs because the rest of FaZe Clan seemingly out of sight for Black Dragons. Vidaking has kept most of those Razor Blooms in pocket for Thorn, so those could be used for some plant denial. Outside of a Nitro cell, of which one remains in the hands of Souls, there isn't much else for denial should the Diffuser get planted. Now, that might be a step too far for Black Dragons because objective play has not really been the focus. But admittedly, most of the rounds, they haven't gotten to that point.
Yeah, it's hard to have a focus when everybody's dead 90 seconds into the round. But you're right. This is going to be a team that can go for a Diffuse Clint if things do set themselves up properly for that. Going for a bit of util clear at the moment. They haven't really been able to crack the egg. I mean, it felt like they had it with Cyber being caught out by Rare, but in the end, Rare wasn't able to commit to that. This could be his chance, but Swag steals it away.
Very good intel used to pinch Cyber, who was living on borrowed time in that position. The pulse is there, my goodness. Vidaking gets one. Immediately, a Nitro cell goes out. Nothing to be found. A second follow-up, potentially. As now Souls gets out of that position, Vidaking finds yet another trophy for the wall. Rare brought back to life. Still searching for his first kill, but playing that hard breach role, not exactly the most important thing for him.
Quiet once again.
Focus will come towards the back stairs. That silence broken up by a Razor Bloom.
Yeah, we can see with that information, they'll know where Rare is and easily put him down.
This is a tough one for Black Dragons. They were very well coordinated on their entry, but now they're doubled up on. And in short order, Vidaking and KDS getting the last 2 picks to, as I said, punish Black Dragons for the gall of winning a single round. FaZe Clan don't like that very much. 4-1 the scoreline on this first half. And FaZe have an opportunity to put this one not out of reach, but as close to out of reach as you're going to get at this point in time with a 5-1 score line.
Yeah.
They'll go to kitchen and dining locked in, so no bottom floor bomb site will be used.
Black Dragons have certainly struggled to attack here on Chalet, and maybe that shouldn't be a surprise. They enter this tournament with a 37% attacking win rate through the season so far, and most of that was with their old roster, but still only two roster changes coming into this event. That's the lowest attacking win rate of any team that qualified to the Six Invitational. Offense has always been the issue with this team. Their defenses can look great, but so many times we see their executes happening very late, often in a man count disadvantage, without the coordination that it needs. I don't know if that's even been so much of the issue here. Getting to the execute has been a bigger deal for Black Dragons. The one time they actually did manage to put an execute together, I thought it looked really nice, and that was the one round that they won top floor. But for Black Dragons, this is the same old issue that we saw from them throughout the regular season. I really have liked the addition of Mr. Outlaw and Swag as a new entry duo for this team, but in this game against this World Championship team, I just haven't seen the impact.
The two players that were moved off of the squad, for those that didn't follow along with it, were Machina and Hornetow, both who at one point in time were very highly touted prospects with incredible mechanical ability. Machina in particular, I remember much noise being made about him.
Yeah.
Both of them got moved to Supernova, and in return they got Mr. Outlaw. I don't know if it was a trade. I don't know if they swapped. It's not like sports where you trade like a draft pick and another player. It doesn't really work that way in esports, but
no.
I mean, if they see a player like Mr. Outlaw and they see a rookie like Swag that they feel like has a lot of potential, maybe sometimes you make that trade, even if it does mean shipping off promising players who haven't quite met their potential on your squad.
Yeah, and Swag, 34 kills through the first 2 days of competition so far. That is a great stat line. It would be better if he didn't get 32 of them yesterday, but so far, he has been a great pickup for BD. This whole map, though, it just doesn't feel like Black Dragons have been able to get in it.
That's what they say. There's lies, damn lies, and statistics, because technically everything you said was true. Souls with kill number 1. Souls with kill number 2. Miracle on the board for Black Dragons. Vidaking down for the count. An early casualty, multiple rounds now for FaZe, but that's okay because the rest of the team has done some pretty heavy lifting. Now it's Mr. Outlaw chasing Phantoms over by Piano, shut down by KDS. A vault in, KDS finds his second, and it's Miracle outside on upside down repel. Jesse, I feel like we've seen this one before. The only difference is the last time we saw that there was about 30 seconds left. This happened when there was about a minute 30. I guess not to prolong the inevitable, Miracle will jump on in. Souls gets the final kill, and it's a 5-1 scoreline on Black Dragon's map for the first half. FaZe absolutely demolishing their Brazilian counterparts.
Cannot be mad at that, and it really does kind of put a nice little cherry on top for FaZe Clan. Just stopping some players from jumping in windows, it really feels like they were able to shut things down. Once one thing goes wrong for Black Dragon, once one gunfight goes the way of FaZe Clan, everybody else panics. They start to try to get in. They try to find an angle. Miracle has definitely had the best positioning through that half, and he was rewarded with top frag of his team, but it just does not matter when you can't put round wins on the board. We'll swap sides, and there should be some hope for Black Dragons fans because this is their better side. They're always a better defending team than they are attacking. We say that a lot about young teams, but I think it's especially true about this young team. Will it be enough to make up a 4-round deficit against the best team in the world? We'll find out.
Well, technically the best team in the world. Also, I was
It's an arguable.
I looked up for a second after writing down some notes after that final round, and I saw Yana on the left side of the screen, and I didn't clue in that it was just showing the various operators, and I was like, somebody's banning Yana? Are we about to see one of the strangest things at a tier 1 level we've seen in quite some time?
Yeah, Yana, probably the least picked attacker in Siege. We don't have the data. We're only a day and a half into the events, but usually she's bottom 3.
I am actually a little surprised with the mid-season changes that we didn't see any Yana love.
You know what? I see her a lot when I'm playing my silver ranked lobbies. So
In what rank?
in all the ranks that I tend to
Last time I
peruse.
checked, you were bronze, not silver.
Wow.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Point
it's
is,
like
there
a
are some
video-
people in the community that really love you. Okay, and I think Ubisoft is saying, listen, she's getting played. We don't got to change her.
I mean, I do wonder if the Mozzie buffs are in hopes of seeing more Yana come out.
Maybe.
I mean, there's some
Maybe.
speculation. There was speculation here that when Capitao got a buff, maybe part of that is because you want to also have a small buff to like a Jaeger or a Wamai, because more Capital means more likelihood you're going to see that, anti-gadget denial that is brought by Jaeger and Wamai.
I mean, I think a big part of the philosophy there is also to do with like DMRs and Azami, right? Azami was the most powerful defender in the game for a very long time, but then DMRs got more and more popular, they got more and more powerful, they got put on more and more operators, and now Azami's still good, but I think you can definitely debate whether she is still the strongest op in the game or not. Definitely not at the level that she once was, despite not really receiving any changes in that time.
Quite an impressive operator to deal with, and was banned by Black Dragons in the first half, so no opportunities for an Azami to be played. Obviously, as you see, FaZe banning Ella and Mira. Banning the Ella is quite unconventional, but I mean, hey, if you're worried about close quarters, if you're worried about the Scorpion, if you're worried about the Guzmats, it's not a terrible ban, and Ella's pick rate has been steadily increasing as of late.
Yeah, it is a good point, actually. Azami is permabanned on this map by almost every team. I'm really surprised FaZe didn't ban her, and more surprised Black Dragons aren't playing her. But the basement bomb site, probably the one site where you don't need an Azami, so maybe that's part of the logic to it. Rare still existing inside of Kitchen. Mr. Outlaw still on the top floor. Piano as well. So this map is really being controlled by Black Dragons at the moment. FaZe Clan through 2 minutes haven't been able to take a whole lot of control. The information is good here, which you can see, but they need to start opening the wall.
Jesse, that was a terrific drone. The amount of things that were spotted there, the shield, the two operators, the claw, the Goyo canisters, they got an invaluable amount of knowledge from just a single drone. And this, why you'll often hear people say that the best gadget in the game is not a gadget held by any particular operator, but is a gadget held by every attacking operator, and that's the drones. Vidaking, unfortunately, keeping up a consistent pattern here in this match, which is he dies first. Usually don't want to see that, but Soul's in handy fine too, not before Miracle can immediately equalize and set us back to the same man count across the board. A 3v3, and Ask is punished. Immediately turns around and looks towards Blue as he takes some damage he was not expecting. A flashbang might predict what will come next. Down goes Miracle. Logic bombs will ring out. Cyber getting the plant down. He doesn't just need to have a ton of kills. Now it's Mr. Outlaw and Ask as the last two standing. Mr. Outlaw gunned down by Souls. 3 for the support player and hard breach on the side of FaZe. And Ask finds himself in a very tenuous position. FaZe Clan about to walk their way towards map point. All they need to do is find the veteran on the side of BD. Souls will do it with a huge 4K. FaZe Clan 3 minutes away from stealing Black Dragon's map.
And I think a fantastic example from FaZe Clan of how to pull your opponent's attention in different directions. You know, it really did start focused on the blue stairs there. Vidaking jumps in on the blitz. He tries to take blue control, loses that gunfight to Ask. The shotgun close range beats out the blitz. Your captain drops the defuse kit very early. And then whilst Ask is basically staring at those blue stairs the entire rest of the round, Cyber just comes in, picks up the defuse kit, dips out of there, sprints over to the snow stairs, gets a plant default just at the bottom of the snowmobile stairs. Meantime, Cyber drops down through the hatch, just through lobby as well, and it really does feel like they are in full control of the positions. Mr. Outlaw and Miracle maybe a tad too deep inside of Wine to really have an impact on where that push came through on the south side of the map. So bit of a mistake in the positioning there. FaZe Clan an excellent job at distracting Black Dragons as to what was actually going on. And now an impossible task for the underdogs to make it back against a 6-1 deficit versus FaZe Clan.
Just a brief update on what's going on the A stream in case you have not been tuned in over there. That also means spoilers are inbound for those that complain about spoilers during live action. We hear you. We try our best to shelter you from it. Map number 1 was won by Space Station, but it is 5-1 presently for Team Secret on map 2. So a third map seeming incredibly likely at the moment, as Team Secret was also very high on most people's tier lists coming into this event. They have really shown their prowess with some incredible play over the last half year or so. Victors at EWC.
Yeah.
They finished top in Munich, near the top in Munich.
I think in the M80 documentary, after they won Munich, M80 said Secret were the hardest team they played at that event.
They have a lot of weapons at their disposal. And I mean, SSG is a bit of an enigma themselves. They're a team that typically does well against North America and has struggled against international opponents, but they definitely look like they have learned from winning both the NA League, winning Season 1, finishing in second in NA League Season 2. It's not going to work There you go. You guys can't keep canceling it.
Tracker active.
Hard to do much about this. You could toss a nade through the drone hole, but he's just used his last one to clear out the Denari trips instead, but feeds information to Handy, who walks in for 2. Massive play coming out from the entry fragger of FaZe Clan, and now it's all falling apart for Black Dragons.
But hold on a moment, Jesse. Mr. Outlaw with the double kill has now moved us into a 2v2. The last 2 players standing for Black Dragons are their 2 newest additions. Swag's numbers deeply underwater at this point, but so is everybody on the side of BD. If this is all she wrote for Chalet, Rare will leave this map with 0 kills to his name. Nobody has been particularly good for Black Dragons. Miracle, the best performer at 5 and 6. Miracle, a former player on Team Secret, if you recall. Speaking of. On the run upstairs, Mr. Outlaw's phone will silence. He's within arm's reach of this bomb site with just a little over a minute to go. Not much utility here remaining for FaZe Clan at all, so it will be pure violence leading the way. Mr. Outlaw dropped by Souls. Handy softened up as well. Swag, the rookie, going up against 2 of the most decorated players in the history of this game. Handy and Souls will now wait, and there goes Swag to Souls. Black Dragons picked the map. FaZe Clan said, all right, bet. 7-1 in the scoreline for FaZe as they crush BD.
You know, sometimes we talk about teams coming into a tournament and taking a while to warm up. M80 feeling a little bit of that earlier on in the day. FaZe Clan have never looked warmer, we could say. They look so good in this game against Black Dragons, right back to top form. Souls with 13 kills, Parker. We were talking about Cyber a lot early in that game. He definitely had the flashier moments, as he always does for FaZe, but really everybody shooting for FaZe Clan. Multiple kills coming through from all of these players, double digits from Souls, and we really do like to see those big plays coming out.
12 kills for all of Black Dragons.
Jeez.
13 kills for Souls. Now, I will say, there's a chance that some of the numbers have not auto-updated, so it is entirely possible, but my oh my,
I believe it's
what
13.
a performance from FaZe Clan. That's map number 1 in the books. FaZe Clan will head to their map after this break. Well, not exactly the result that Black Dragons were hoping for in their first map of the day, but hey, what a debut from FaZe Clan. 7-1 the scoreline. Souls absolutely devouring the competition. 13-1, is that?
Yep.
That's
13-1.
He died one time? He died one time. Souls died one time. Okay.
13.0 KD ratio. That's a pretty nice looking stat line. It'll be tough to keep it alive through map 2, but honestly, with the way FaZe Clan were playing, wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, they're going to their map.
Yep.
They will likely start on the bad side, or so we thought, right? This is Clubhouse, and FaZe Clan are defending. Black Dragons opting to attack is a bit of a confusing point.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm missing something here that I just don't see.
This might be Black Dragon's pick, looking at the admin sheet. That would make sense as well, actually.
Okay, well then...
Then that would mean it's FaZe Clan's side choice who would choose defense first, which would make sense.
That would... Okay, well that...
All right, so we're headed over to Black Dragon's map pick, so not as bad because they did lose their own, but it's still going to be a tough game for BD. A bit of a shellacking back on map number 1. Now's their chance to turn it around and prove that they have what it takes to beat the best team in Brazil.
All right, let's get underway with the operator bans. And yes, that means that some of the information that was displayed might have just been backwards, but that's okay. We will just flip it for you. We originally had said that Black Dragons had picked Chalet and FaZe Clan had picked Clubhouse. That is actually wrong. So it is the other way around. So FaZe Clan played on their own map of Chalet. Just ignore anything you saw. It should be updated for everybody, so you should see the correct information. Operator bans coming in. Bandit banned immediately. Thermite banned. And then following will be Grim and Mira. Okay, Grim's ban rate steadily going up as we get deeper into this event. An operator with very, very few bans prior to Paris.
Yeah, really, especially on Clubhouse, weird to see the Grim go. Very often on this map, you will see every ban focused around the walls. You want hard breachers gone for the attackers, and you want wall denial operators gone from defenders. And other than Grim, that has held true. You might look at Mira and say that's not a wall denial operator, but you are wrong. In the current meta, especially in South America, we do see so many Mira windows being used to try to impact trick or toss C4s out or just make it awkward to get walls open. That's the main reason why Black Dragons would ban an operator like Mira here on Clubhouse. They've left Kaid up, and that could come back to bite them because Kaid is often thought of as the strongest operator when it comes to keeping those walls closed. But he does have very obvious counters, right? You can bring IQ, you can bring Thatcher now as well. This is, I believe, the first tournaments we've had new Thatcher, other than, like, you know, some SI qualifiers and stuff. First big tournament.
This is the first LAN event and first official international event, yes.
Thank you. You put it more beautiful than I.
Yes. So because Operation Tenfold Pursuit came out before the regional finals, but because the regional leagues were played on a previous patch, the decision was made that new content would not be available in those regional finals. So if you watched the SAL finals, by the way, like or the NAL finals or anything like that, you wouldn't have seen the new Thatcher rework. You wouldn't have seen the changes to the hard breachers. You wouldn't have seen the DMR. None of that stuff was available. Now it's here. It's in action, baby, and we get to witness it. And we've already seen some of the new Thatcher. Swag actually played Thatcher on Chalet. So,
but I'm a little confused. We're not seeing any of it in this round, Parker. In fact, there is no EMPs being brought by Black Dragons at all, which means Moto Hatch is basically locked in and will be shut for the entire round until Black Dragons can make their way there through bottom main. Kitchen hatch is also going to be a nightmare. Now, there's some Hibana tech you could do to maybe get the kitchen hatch if that's where the second claw is positioned. But this is a really awkward set of operators being brought by Black Dragon. It's going to cause a big problem for them getting into the site.
I mean, it is this site specific. If you go upstairs to either of the two bomb sites, Thatcher is, you know, not as important because there are multiple ways to tackle getting through either that jacuzzi wall,
for sure,
the construction wall, or the CCTV wall. But it does beggar a little belief when you know that the bottom floor site is open, that they're going to run a Kaid, and now 2 hatches you're just not going to be able to get.
Yeah, I mean, I think once you're in the prep phase and you discover the bomb site's bottom floor, an EMP should be immediately picked up, but it's not going to happen, and because of that, we're going to see FaZe Clan play fully anchored, not a single roamer, because they know how safe it is, and because they can keep the Moto Hatch closed indefinitely, Handy can just play this position and get free kills on anybody on the main stairs. This is exactly why you need to be able to open Moto Hatch.
And a rough start from the player who was unable to muster a single kill in the previous map. Rare still searching for kill number 1. Swag had a great day yesterday, but struggled alongside the rest of BD in the first map. Swag with the very first kill for his team is a bit confidence-inspiring, and it comes on to the Azami, who at this point in time likely has put down all the Kiba barriers, but still a very strong operator and one that you don't necessarily want to lose, even ignoring Handy's abilities just as a competitor.
Maybe a bit of an ego swing, but in the end, Handy does get punished, so it's a 1-for-1 trade as the push starts to come through. A lot of pressure Kitchen, a lot of pressure Dirt.
It's just going to be a dry execute at this point in time. Mr. Outlaw punishing Souls as he's inside a dirt tunnel. A very powerful position by Ask as FaZe is paralyzed. They cannot rotate out of this position because of the hatch control of Kitchen. Seemingly an answer from Black Dragons as Ask is on the ground. Goodbye Vidaking. Diffuser gets planted. Cyber and KDS walking up now. They had an idea of what they needed to accomplish. Swag with yet another kill. Cyber all on his own in a 1v2. Black Dragons waiting out the timer at this point. Swag gunned down. Cyber now looking for the hatch. Unlikely to be able to long arm it. And unfortunately for him, way too many areas to look at. Nitro Cell goes out. About a 10-second buffer at this point in time. Cyber hopping on the defuse kit, and there goes Miracle. Cyber gets off of it. You've got 2 seconds to find him. Nope. The round will go in favor of Black Dragons. Cyber having no opportunity. And Miracle will just stay alive and get Cyber with 1 second left on that defuse point. But it was still going to go to Black Dragon. It's all the same.
Thatcher, I hardly know her. Good round for Black Dragons. As they just focus on the dirt tunnel. They don't need it. And I think a lot of credit got to go to the young guy. Swag coming in with some really nice kills in the midst of that. Obviously punishes Handy early in that round with the main stairs aggression. He punishes that bit of an ego swing that comes out from FaZe and then is able to rotate back to help out his team. That dirt tunnel push that was coming through from Ask as well was really impactful, and they did a great job of stopping that play as it comes through. So nice to see that from BD. FaZe Clan going to have to regroup a little bit after a round like that. You don't expect to be losing things so early, despite Cyber bringing it so close and hitting some brilliant shots. Didn't have the time and did not have the HP to clutch that one up. So it's a 1-0 lead for Black Dragons on their map pick.
And the bomb site will now be upstairs here on Gym Bedroom. Now, in contrast to Chalet, you're unlikely to see all 4 bomb sites here. Now, there is a possibility that Bar and Stage is played. There is also a likelihood that one day I am called up to compete at this level. There is a chance. It's not a very good chance.
No.
But the chance exists all the same. With the new information we have regarding the map selection, FaZe Clan are now playing on Black Dragon's map, and FaZe Clan gets to pick the best side. So, in theory, they should be able to run up the score here.
Yeah.
And if the way they played on map 1 is any indication, they should be able to run it up no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, Black Dragon, we've talked about their attacking struggles. It wasn't a very pretty picture on Chalet, but starts a little bit better so far here on Clubhouse. They'll bring out the Maverick to start to work on this Jacuzzi wall, which is another good way to counter the Kaid, although he's not being brought, of course, in this round. You are going to have to get past that 2-brow, of which Maverick is also an excellent counter towards. And with that wall becoming soft, it's only a matter of time before somebody's able to break it open. Probably Miracle's job on the Blackbeard, if I had to guess, but you've got nades and stuff if you really need to as well. Big question for me, Parker, is always, are we going to see that clear of the cache side? KDS is playing inside of security. He's playing on the other side of the map. If they don't clear him out, then he's going to have a really strong position on the main windows. They find Handy elsewhere on the map, but push still looking somewhat linear.
Bad robot.
Bad robot.
Bad robot. Down goes Scopos on this particular bomb site. Scopos has so much value. You can tuck that second robot down and strip You can tuck it down in the basement in a position that you wouldn't think of. And if you can get an early pick, that makes the flank from the second Scopos robot way more impactful. Now, obviously, if you die as the main robot, you get neither of them. The other one will continue to exist as basically a bulletproof cam and a deployable shield. So there's still some value to be had.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if you're FaZe Clan, you're not happy that this happened.
No.
There's no real silver lining here. You lost a player, and this assault from Black Dragons is going to continue. It's now put Souls in a very uncomfortable position, who through one round of Clubhouse has matched the same amount of deaths he had from the very first map through and through. Vidakin gets on the board, down goes Mr. Outlaw, and with 45 seconds left, back to even numbers for both teams.
With Souls out of Jin, though, you have a plant opportunity if you're Black Dragons. You can jump in and go for a plant there. Cyber's playing the long eagle down the hallway, and they are still fighting over towards CC, but a door has opened now for Black Dragons. This 1v1 between KDS and Ask will go the way of KDS. Goes with the Goyo canister, and they're just not aware of Cyber's positioning. That could be a brutal mistake.
So it looks more and more likely as everybody else falls by the wayside. Swag with the swing and 15 seconds left. He's got 2 kills to be found. He won't get either of them. Round goes to FaZe Clan. It looks more and more likely that round number 1 was maybe some missteps from FaZe.
Yeah. In the end, they do bounce back quite nicely there. Gets a little bit scrappy. I did really like the Yutso play around the windows. Again, with those nades, forcing the Azami out of Jim is often a really good sign that the attack is relatively going well, but Cyber in that position, close on the Jacuzzi breach, just playing in that corner. Usually that's the main thing you got to worry about, jumping in the gym window. But certainly if you're sprinting in the breach, that's something that we need to be worried about on BD. But sometimes a lot of things will get missed, and that's just the nature of the game. They'll have a few more opportunities now as we head into the third round, and the site switches once again to CCTV Cash.
And then I assume we go to bar stage.
Parker, if we go to bar stage for round 4, I will buy you a delicious box of donuts. No, we're in France. I'll buy you a delicious box of crepes.
I don't think crepes come in boxes.
I don't know. I'm not from France. If you couldn't tell.
Now, Jesse, I know that you're from the backwaters of Edmonton.
I wouldn't say that.
But I imagine you can get a crepe in Edmonton.
You can get one at the West Edmonton Mall, actually.
What a place. I would strongly encourage you to get one at some point so that you understand what a crepe is and how they are usually delivered to people, because they are not packaged in boxes.
Well, we all have to learn some point, don't we?
They are delicious, though.
Wow.
I would gladly take a box of crepes. Though I agree with you. I don't think it's going to happen either.
I like the Mav play so far from Ass. Second round in a row where he's brought out this operator. Third round in a row where they probably should have had this operator, but in the end, I think he's been quite proficient with opening these walls, and again, doesn't really take much time. Another one of those operators that did get buffed in the recent patch now has 2 canisters, but they last a lot longer. Basically just means he doesn't have to reload that gas as much, so it's really nice for Maverick players, good quality of life, and allows them to do their job a little bit faster. So expect to see, I think, a slight uptick in Maverick play across the event, but certainly on Clubhouse, which is arguably his strongest map. FaZe Clan, we can see from the top-down point of view, have really extended west. They've controlled a lot of Master. They're inside of inside of Logi as well. Vidakin gets shut down from that position, though, so they need to start trading.
Flashes will go out, and now it's Souls dancing around this position. He gets one before the drop. What a sweep by FaZe Clan as they found 3 kills. Cyber will find 2 just himself, and Ask is outside of the building. This is familiar territory for Black Dragons, both on Chalet, now on Clubhouse. Getting inside is quite the challenge for BD. Black Dragons resting all their hopes on Ask, and KDS gets picked apart. I mean, hey, if you get impatient, Ask will punish you.
Where is the diffuser is my question, Parker.
Oh, he's on M80.
It's across the map.
It's probably in the practice room.
All the way. It's been dropped inside of Logi, as our top-down observer shows me. So it is quite a ways away. FaZe Clan should recognize that and should know they don't have to fight this, but they will eventually take him down as he walks in the site. Souls with the final frag of the round. Nice little 4-man assault over on the west, but it is shut down very cleanly by FaZe. And Ask not a whole lot to do on the main breach, despite some nice shots being hit by the former captain of Black Dragons. Who
do you think will be the next wave of bans here? On this map, I mean,
I think you
can-
got to go Kaid. You already
I
banned
think
out
the Kaid
Bandit
ban,
Mira.
yes, I think the Kaid ban makes sense. I can see an Azami ban coming in if they're
For
going to
sure.
focus on that top floor a little bit more. It's Kaid and Ace. So a hard breacher gets taken out, and one of the breach denials gets taken out. Mute doesn't really function that same way anymore, so these walls will likely, those walls and the hatches will likely remain unguarded at this point in time, which will make the job just a little bit easier for Black Dragons.
Still lots of hard breaching options, of course, for BD. You've got the Habana, who also was buffed a little while ago now, having the new DMR that Thatcher brought into the game. Type 89 got a big buff. Her hard breaching gadgets got buffed as well, so you don't need to reload. A lot of little quality of life updates for hard breachers, so you should still see a lot of good ability to get these hatches open as we head down to the bottom floor. And since he can no longer play the Kaid, Cyber says, why don't I just hop on the Valkyrie, which can also be one of the best operators in all of Siege. Notice he's hiding in this prep phase, Parker. He does not want Black Dragons to recognize that he's playing on this op. And so if he can hide it through the prep phase, make sure they don't bring an IQ. That's probably the biggest factor here, or even a Thatcher. Then he can do a lot of real damage with this operator. And as we hit the final few seconds of prep phase, Miracle swaps off that Thatcher, goes to Habana. Cyber will have free reign to toss these cameras around. And since they're no longer playing with that Kaid strategy, expect to see some heavy roam game coming along. Lots of players in the top floor, lots of players in the mid floor. You really don't need that much support in the basement when you can have all these roamers that just cover the staircases back to site.
Despite what occurred in map number 1 and the scoreline here in map number 2, would you believe me when I tell you that Black Dragons actually have the most opening kills between the two of these teams?
I would not. That's shocking, actually.
It is true. Back in map number 1, conversion was really not that important in most of the rounds. It worked about 50-50. Here, the team that has struck first has lost the round all 3 times. So getting the first kill, quite bad. Don't do that. Here's my advice to you. Don't get the first kill.
Well, Cyber looks like he might want to give it up. They actually have retreated from the roam very early in this defense, maybe faking it a little bit and hoping to guide some C4s with those cameras that they threw up. But Vidaking instead is the first to bite the dust. That bodes well for FaZe Clan, given our stat. Miracle from outside the building takes him down long angle on that blue window. Just like that, the man advantage swings back. Parker, you are Nostradamus himself.
This is the 4th time in this series that Vidaking has been the first to die. In his role on the operators he plays, that is a little abnormal.
Yeah. Just trying to escape this time around, got caught on the rotate back. But again, when your teammates are fragging like Vidakings are, then you can't complain. Some work will now be done on these hatches. There shouldn't be any problems with that Kaid ban. You do sometimes see some impact tricks on that kitchen hatch, but I don't think they're going to be able to stop it from being opened up this time around. And where does this push come through from Black Dragons now? It looks like it's going to be focused around blue, but they have a lot of options still.
I was going to say, yeah, they had 2 posted up in that position. Mr. Outlaw's been sitting there on the Deimos quite some time. I think he's expecting KDS, who's down in blue, to make a mistake. That is really bad. The diffuser is in oil pit right now. Swag will be the one likely to retrieve it, and then we'll have to go through the reinforcement, and that's why you had somebody watching blue. No way! KDS gets the job done. Goodness gracious. Black Dragons is going to need a miracle, and I'm not talking about the player. A Nitro Cell comes out, Cyber with the final kill. And that's the round for FaZe Clan. The defending world champs looking to repeat, and they are in fine form so far here in their very first day of matches.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Parker. With that defuse kit being dropped to oil pit, it really was just an impossible situation for Black Dragons. Rare's the one who died there, of course, the 23-year-old captain of BD. A lot of people tend to assume that Ask is still the IGL of this squad. He's clarified multiple times, but specifically on Twitter a few weeks ago, that it is Rare who is doing the primary calling of this team now, despite the role that Ask has played in the past. And I think Rare is a very strong IGL. I don't think they would be here unless Rare was excellent in his role. But there's no doubt that today in the server, he has struggled to match up against the best of the best. And I do think they're going to need him to come online if they want to be able to take this back against FaZe Clan and bring this map more in their favor.
At the current point in time, Rare has an EPS of 43. That is tremendously low. He's in good company, though. Mr. Outlaw's not that much farther ahead in 56, with 56, and then Vidiking is sitting at 66. But Vidiking is far and away the outlier on the side of FaZe Clan. The rest of the team well above 100. Everybody doing exceptionally well, and that's through 2 maps. It's not just through one single map.
Yeah.
Souls right now is 16-2 across both maps.
Jeez.
That is absurd. A full map has been played, and 4 rounds of this map have been played, and Souls has died twice.
And Black Dragons have only won 2 rounds, right?
He's lost both rounds that Black Dragons have won. That's it.
So
Every round won by FaZe Clan, Souls has survived.
that is absolutely incredible. Not, I think, surprising given his role. Souls is a very passive player. He's incredibly talented, but he's part of that support duo alongside Vidiking. But even still, man, the game that he has been putting up, I think, is absolutely ridiculous here against his regional opponents. So all the flowers to Souls so far.
Everybody on FaZe Clan has been involved in an opening kill or death with the exception of KDS. Souls has the second fewest, because obviously you can't have less than KDS if he's at 0. Souls was involved in a single entry engagement. It was all the way back in round 3 of Chalet. Souls got the opening pick. That is it. He is playing very sheltered minutes. He is playing a very safe role. You've got other players involved in the fray. 4 opening engagements for Handy. He's gone 50-50 in those, and 4 opening engagements for Vidiking, and he's lost all 4 of them. So
An opening engagement for Vidiking is just him getting caught or not expecting something. He's not trying to take those fights.
blood for the blood god, Jesse. That's
You're
all
right.
it is. You sacrifice Vidiking. He gets to talk to the team while he's just chilling, and
That's true.
that's it.
He can hop on cams and IGL even better.
Jesse, you were a little concerned that there was no Thatcher being brought. Well, take a look at the top, I guess the bottom left of the screen at this point in time. Nice shot from Rare on the Handy. Cyber trades it back immediately. While we have seen Black Dragons accumulate more First Bloods, they have not had much of an impact on the cut and thrust. Vidiking just got a double kill. So here's what you do. Vidiking just got a triple kill. Here's what you do. You let Vidiking live past the opening duel, and then he kills everybody. Or Cyber does it. 2 kills for Cyber, 3 kills for Vidiking. It's full house. Clubhouse, full house. All the same. Another round for FaZe Clan as they're making very quick work of this best of 3.
Yeah, beautiful round from Vidiking, of course, the captain of FaZe Clan, and it was actually SI, I want to say 23, it was when G2 won in Montreal, when Vidiking first made his debut, not dissimilar to Swag, making his current pro debut at a Six Invitational. At that tournament, FaZe Clan bottomed out. I don't think they got grouped, but they did very poorly, below expectations. Vidiking came onto that team replacing Cameraman in for that event, and he got tons of criticism. The community flamed FaZe Clan for making that roster move. FaZe stuck with it, of course, and eventually became world champions under Vidiking's leadership. So sometimes these things take time. Nobody, I think, in hindsight, would say that that was a bad roster move.
Jesse, just like a teabag, you gotta let it steep. You gotta let it steep.
That's what they say, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We had a nice conversation about tea with another Brazilian, Maria, yesterday, talking about the differences between when you order a tea in like Britain versus when you order a tea in Canada. In Britain, I mean, I said we as in like talent.
Okay. Continue.
No, it's just it was a nice little anecdote. That was it. There's nothing more to it than that.
Okay.
We have been mining Maria for information about these Brazilian teams. It's very beneficial.
Yes.
She's
and pronunciations.
She is, yes. She's been a terrific asset. On the B stream, we don't get to hear the timeouts the same way that the A stream does, but Maria has also been really critical for translating because there's a lot of Brazilian coaches speaking in Portuguese, and we need some help from time to time. Starting things off on the same footing that FaZe Clan has started very few rounds off on. It's an opening pick. Ask is down for the count. And there goes Swag to Handy. Swag still the best performing player today for Black Dragons. Handy will pay for it. As Mr. Outlaw is quickly in. A rare Zofia being shown.
Yeah, usually Zofia brought on this site to clear the bandit batteries off of the CC wall, but of course we've banned out bandits, so maybe just being used for some of the other utility. Clear out some of those Kiba barriers could be very effective that KDS has been bringing. Of course, playing on that Raptors position, that's going to be a large part of the focus for Black Dragons. If they're unsuccessful in clearing Garage and taking this site, it will be the second 5-1 half that FaZe Clan have had in this series. And we all know how things finished off on Chalet, so you need to avoid that at all costs if you're Black Dragons. The util play is good. They've just cleared out the magnets with the Twitch drone from downside of bottom garage. Now Mr. Outlaw and Miracle can start to work, put some pressure on KDS. This, if they do it correctly, should be a really nice clear of the Raptors position.
There's been a lot of flexibility here on the operators being brought from Black Dragons either, Jesse. Black Dragons have been very determined to stick to a set operator lineup. This 6th round shows the most diversity that they've had since round number 1. So I like that they're changing things up. Might be too little too late. Who knows? That's an equalizer from Mr. Outlaw. Vidiking punished in that position. The Flames now pushing KDS out of his position. He needs to pick either the engagement or the pain. Now seeing the Capitao. Down goes Miracle. KDS as determined as ever, stubbornly refusing to move off of that position. And it's all up to Mr. Outlaw, who did find a kill to his credit a few seconds ago. Onto the smoke of Vidiking. Mr. Outlaw will have to find 3 more. Remember how we talked about how quietly Souls amassed those kills in the previous map?
Yeah.
Cyber's up to 9 kills. I do not remember saying Cyber's name 9 times. And yet, here we are. A run out that would have been doomed due to the Claymore as Cyber decides to go for the gamble. And now Mr. Outlaw in the final 20 seconds need to figure it out. Hold on a second here. All 4 kills right now. Souls and Mr. Outlaw in a 1v1. Souls just needs to play keep away. Mr. Outlaw does not have the defuse kit. Souls instead will gamble for it. What an ego play. And he wins it. FaZe Clan takes the first half 5-1, 2 rounds away from a quick 2-0 victory.
This is probably the most confident match I have watched at a pro level in a very long time. It's not just that FaZe Clan are winning, but the way they're winning these rounds, Parker. They're playing aggressive. They're taking a lot of risks. You know, they're giving some opportunities up.
16-2, by the way.
Jesus, that's across both maps, I have to imagine, because he was so good back on map number 1.
That doesn't include stats from the previous round. He's actually 18-2.
Oh, good. Good, yeah. No, I was thinking in my head, I was about to say it, that's a little bit slacking. You know, I was worried that he wasn't really putting up the numbers.
Who wants 16 kills when you can have 18 kills?
Yeah, great question. FaZe Clan looking absolutely unstoppable against their regional opponents. Maybe just a sign that there are levels to this game.
I mean, there's still smiles and laughter on the side of Black Dragons. They know that there's still more games to play, so it is far from the end of their run here. And I mean, again, there's some familiarity between these teams.
Yeah.
This is a match that Black Dragons will want to soon forget. 4 players on FaZe Clan have broken double digits. Nobody on Black Dragons has yet across both games. The highest frag total on the side of BD is Mr. Outlaw right now with 8 kills. He had 3 on Chalet, 5 here on Clubhouse. And that matches the same amount of kills that Vidiking has at 8. And Vidiking is the worst performing player on FaZe Clan. So FaZe Clan doing what needs to be done, even if one player slacks off, that's okay. It's almost impossible to have 5 incredibly high-flying players.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to die droning, doing utility work, doing hard breach work, doing anchor work, whatever you want to call it.
Well, if they can't pull back this 5-1 deficit, Black Dragons will have plenty of time to think on what went wrong, as they do not play tomorrow, Parker. It is their day off. They will follow it up with a game against G2 on Thursday, and then Shopify Rebellion on Friday. That's a tough
1-2 punch.
Those should not be easy games, although we've seen some inconsistencies from both of those top teams. So.
I was going to say, the way G2 played yesterday and the way Shopify Rebellion played today, these are both beatable teams.
You never know with SR and G2, so certainly could be something in the cards for Black Dragons, but yeah, this is going to be one of those games where they're just going to need to completely change their game plan and level up if they want any chance of coming away with the win.
G2 does sit last in the group, and since they're the team that has the day off today, there will be no movement there. If Black Dragons fails to pick up a map, they will sit in second last, as FaZe Clan will vault above them. It's DPLUS Kia sitting at the top of the standings in this group with 7 points, which is something that I'm fairly certain almost nobody would have bet money on just 2 days ago.
They have a game in hand up against FaZe Clan, of course, but yeah, it's been a great tournament nonetheless from DPLUS Kia. Have surprised a lot of people, including myself, with their play at this event.
And DPLUS Kia will be in action tomorrow against G2. Then they play FaZe Clan and have the final day off. So if things get worse for DPLUS Kia, they, like we said in our earlier matchup, they will not be masters of their own destiny. They will be relying on their opponents to win or lose depending on the scheduling. FaZe Clan's remaining schedule is Shopify Rebellion tomorrow, then DPLUS Kia on the 4th day and the 5th day. The final matchup of this group will be FaZe versus G2, and that could actually have huge implications, especially if G2 struggles in their next 2 matches.
Yeah, Group C, a very exciting one for sure. Lots of Brazilian talent across the board.
If he dies again to start the round, I will howl with laughter.
Surely not for Vidiking. Is he alone inside of dirt? He is. No teammates with him to back him up, so he's got to play his life a little bit, be a little bit cautious, but with no defuse kit, if he dies, they should be able to recover. KDS instead.
Hold on a second, but Cyber has the call. He runs in, Handy and Vidiking with 1 apiece. Down goes Mr. Outlaw. A very quick entry. They are taking no prisoners, Jesse. Ask upstairs as they have reversed roles now. The defender looking for an angle outside of the bomb site. Cyber with defuse kit in hand. He will have Vidiking and Handy for backup, and there is a blitz in a post plant with Ask having to retake. This is a daunting task for the player that has played against some of the best consistently over the last few years. A 6-1 scoreline looking incredibly likely. Vidiking will encroach upon Ask's position and run for your life. Vidiking gets to him in time. 1 round away from series point for FaZe Clan, or rather 1 round away from taking the series as they move to series point for FaZe Clan. We're catching up on the A stream, Jesse.
We sure are, Parker. With last game and then this game, we very well may be the ones to finish first. I think FaZe Clan, they're just so incredible at all moving as a unit. You know, they lose the opening pick, as they have so often throughout this second map of Clubhouse, but it doesn't matter because the second one player dies, everybody else hits the gas. They start to push into that bomb site. Vidiking makes a ton of space with that blitz. At the same time, you got pressure coming down main stairs. You got pressure towards blue. Anywhere where there could be a Black Dragons player, it seems like somebody on FaZe Clan is staring them down and getting that pick. Very well coordinated unit this team are, and that's what you get when this team has been together as a 5-man squad since all the way back in 2023. We'll have to find out if it'll be enough, though, to go on and win their second hammer. That is, of course, the goal for FaZe Clan, as they are going to be trying to be that team to repeat, go back-to-back for the first time since 2019 when G2 were the first team to do it. It's also kind of an interesting SI here as the 10th event because our 3 major regions in Siege all have 3 hammers each, excluding the Xbox tournament, of course, back in our first year. We've got 3 titles for North America, 3 titles for South America, and 3 titles for Europe. FaZe Clan probably the best chance for it to go to South America and eventually take that lead in the regional battle, but obviously, South America is a deep region, so you've got teams like Furia, even Fluxo W7M competing for that title as well, and who knows, man? Black Dragons could turn things around going forward in the group stage and playoffs, and listen, anything is possible.
Anything is possible at any event, but it seems to happen with a bit more unpredictability and flair at SI.
That's true.
Teams bring their best because they all want to lift the hammer. Every kid who picks up this game for the first time with a goal of playing as a competitor in the pro leagues will always want to lift that hammer. That is the ultimate goal, and dare I say it, one of the greatest trophies in all of esports. If you don't lift the hammer, what's the point?
That's the big question, and it's on the minds of a lot of teams here in Paris. FaZe Clan know what it takes to be able to lift the hammer. They know what it takes to fail to lift the hammer. Probably the greatest choke in a Six Invitational Finals ever were committed by this team. Inspired them to bounce back and win it the very next year. So maybe some of that inspiration go the way of Black Dragons too.
Yeah, and they totally redeemed themselves, didn't they? So they were the bridesmaid, and then they became the bride. And I think there's something really beautiful about that, Jesse. Vidiking with the very first kill. Again, a very quick tempo being set by FaZe Clan. 2 kills in the first 90 seconds. A third added to the total. It has been a relatively distressing game for Black Dragons. They will not get flawlessly beaten, but unless Rare can pull off an ace clutch, this is FaZe Clan's series to lose. Nitro Cell goes down. That'll be the diffuser that will need to be retrieved. Could there be an opportunity for a flank here from Rare? Case going down yet again. Cyber was successful in the previous round. Can he go 2 for 2? He can. Vidiking hitting with the unceremonious. GG in the chat. I think Rare knows how tough this one is. Nice shot on to Handy.
Imagine.
2 more to be, but KDS says not today, Junior. FaZe Clan speed runs this series 7-1, 7-1. They pick up all the points. And what a first day for FaZe it was.
Black Dragons will have to keep imagining that they won more rounds up against FaZe, because this is certainly one that they're going to want to forget. But you're right, Parker. The world champions have looked back and better than ever, in full form against their domestic opponents, taking down Black Dragons to start their tournament. They didn't have a game yesterday, so people were wondering, are they going to come in a little bit cold? Are they going to maybe miss a beat? Are they going to step off a little bit? Not even close.
No. FaZe Clan came in and just decided to punish Black Dragons as much as humanly possible. So much so that with the conclusion of that final round, FaZe Clan had all 5 players above every player of Black Dragons in terms of EPS. So an absolutely dominant performance from FaZe, but I mean, that's what you come to expect from the defending world champions and a team that always finds themselves consistently in the fight to make it to the grand finals.
And, you know, I gotta say, I'm still really excited about a couple of these players on Black Dragons. Swag had an incredible day yesterday. Didn't manage to put up quite as many numbers here today, but you got so many young, talented players on that team. Whether they move forward in the future on Black Dragons as a 5-man stack, or whether they find places on other teams, you have to imagine these are names we're going to be getting used to at the competitive highest level of Siege for quite a bit of time going forward.
To his credit, Swag did tie Ask and Mr. Outlaw for most kills through the entire series.
Okay, good.
But they all finished with 8 kills, which again is not a relatively high water mark. The MVP for today, no surprise, is Souls. He went 19-4, dying just 4 times over the span of a best of 3, albeit 2 maps.
Yeah.
Is really quite a feather in your cap. I mean, Souls is a player who is simply one of the best in the world. He has consistently been one of the best on his role in the server, time in, time out. And, well, today, no exception.
Yeah, tied with Cyber for the longest standing member on FaZe Clan, won the major trophy with them back in Yavla, and of course SI last year. We've concluded our games here on the B stream. Of course, we started with FEARX versus WEIBO, the all APAC matchup that did go the way of the heavy favorites. WEIBO 2-0 on top. M80, a crazy game against NIP. That one could have gone either direction, but it was the North Americans in the end making their debut for their first win in their first game. Shopify Rebellion, bit of an awkward match against DPLUS. Kia getting upset in many people's eyes and falling 2-0 in an ugly fashion. And then FaZe Clan, as we just saw, demolishing Black Dragons for their first game of the tournament.
Yeah, quite a set of matches for us to send the day off on. I mean, it was relatively brisk. Even with some tech issues, we still finish ahead of Stream A, who are actually playing the same map we just played. It's Clubhouse for Team Secret and Space Station. They're on map 3 at the moment. So, with that said, why don't we send you over there after we say goodbye. Thanks so much for watching here on the B stream. Enjoy Secret versus Space Station, and we'll see you bright and early here on the B stream tomorrow.
Bye.